belief is something that happens to your mind. It isn't a thing you do. And if you think about it, it's really, you've described it now the way you described your own experience. If you find yourself convinced of something, then belief happens inevitably and automatically. You can't stop it. It's like a train pulling into the station. You can't stop it.
Yeah.
Once you're convinced, belief happens. And if you're not convinced, belief is impossible. You could want to believe something, but that's completely different to actually being persuaded. I could want to believe that I'm, Richard Gere, but that's not going to make me Richard Gere. And it's not going to make me think I'm Richard Gere either. So the idea of holding people morally accountable for a lack of belief, it struck me as like morally incoherent and slightly stupid and idiotic. And you are completely in the right place here, because you're in the wheelhouse of the stuff I talk about. This idea that belief is framed in our culture as an action. People, even our language is set up to hold this up. We have phrases like, oh, I choose to believe, or I'm not willing to believe, whatever it might be. That just is not how belief works at all. Right. And so
right. It seems like a switch for people.
Exactly.
You just need to believe, and that argument. And then a lot of people get upset because you challenge that, or it doesn't make sense. And I think they just feel threatened or hurt that maybe they should question it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the spiral out happens, but it happens fairly quickly.
Yeah. I mean, what often happens is people want to guard the validity of their own beliefs. So if they see somebody else not having it, there's a sort of, it's implied that you can be a rational person and not share the belief. And that can be quite threatening. And then when people start explicitly questioning them, so on my channel, I do this a lot. I point out inconsistencies in the Bible, or horrific things in the Bible, or morally problematic things in the Bible, or contradictions in the Bible where it says one thing and then a couple of verses later, or in a different book, it says something completely different, and it can't get clear on stuff, or scientific mistakes, or historical problems. And that's very threatening for people. And they feel like that's an attack on their, cherished beliefs and their faith. But that's not really what my intention is. My intention is not to attack the beliefs of others. It's to legitimize the lack of belief that some people have, because they exist in a culture where they're told that a lack of belief is a moral failure, that you're bad if you don't believe. And this is what the Bible says too, right? It says you deserve some kind of punishment if you don't find yourself convinced of something. Well, what are you supposed to do about that? If you're not convinced, and I come from a similar background to you, I come from I would say a non-religious but sort of traditional Jewish background. So there was no religion in my home, but it was like a nod to tradition. But I've never believed in God for one moment in my life. Like for me, God and Santa were just different variations of the same thing. They were kind of cute stories that some people believe. And I have a regular co-host on here called Sean, and he has a different story to mine. He actually was a believing Christian for many years, and then he just thought about it and lost his faith. And it wasn't a decision he made. It wasn't an act of rebellion. It wasn't a turning away from God. He didn't want to lose his faith. He just did lose his faith. And so between us, we have an interesting perspective, because I never had it and couldn't have it. He did have it and lost it. And yet we both came to exactly the same conclusion, which was a recognition that for both of us, there was no choice involved at all.
And there probably wasn't a change in everyday life either.
Right. That's exactly right. You're absolutely right about that. Yeah.
So what is the drive to want? Is it really just the second chance, the heaven that people are shooting for? Because as you know, or I'm sure you're well educated in a lot of these religions. I was never raised to believe in heaven. This was it. Jews don't believe in heaven. I mean, I'm sure there's some variations, but for the most of it, that's not a thing. Yeah. So is that it for most people, that they get a second chance? Or I don't, that's what I'm always curious about that. What is it?
Yeah, I think the a reluctance to engage honestly with mortality is a big part of it. Here's a narrative that allows you to live forever. You're going to live forever, and I actually think that's quite a horrible idea in many ways, because I think
gosh.
I think for a few reasons. I mean, first of all, if you think you have an infinite number of days ahead of you, it makes the value of any one day nothing. The value of any
dilutes
one dilutes it to the point of nothingness, right? If you think that any year of your life is not even a millionth of a millionth of a millionth of a millionth of a millionth, 1,000 times over of a percent of the time you're going to have. I have to just apologize to the people on the YouTube side. It was totally my fault. The stream was set to unlisted because I was testing something yesterday. So when I started the stream, it didn't go out properly on YouTube. So welcome to my YouTube friends, and apologies for the stream's been running. It was just my bad for not pushing it out properly. So that's the first thing, is that if you think that you have an infinite amount of time left, then any particular unit of time is worth infinitely less. And for me, the idea that every day I know is one day closer to the end of my existence massively increases the value for me in the time I have, and I'm not wishing my life away waiting to get to the real life which comes next. I think that's a horrible thing. So I think that reluctance to engage with mortality is a big part of it. And then an even bigger part of it is just the tribalism. It's just being part of something. It's just, if all the people around you are in the group, it's very difficult not to be in the group. And especially when that comes with an overlay of moral judgment for not being, you're bad if you're not. That's really hard. That's really hard. And that's why I'm motivated to build this community of, and it's one of many, there are bigger ones than mine, but this is just my one, community of people who are either ex-believers or non-believers, who understand that it's completely wrong to judge people for not being convinced of things. That's crazy.
Well, and the other thing also is that I don't think a lot of people don't truly understand the insult in telling someone who doesn't believe that they're broken or empty, or that they'll find that answer.
Yeah.
No question has been proposed. So we're not looking for an answer, So it's just kind of interesting to me that they don't understand that, but then get very insulted if you question, it's not physically possible. There's not that much water to cover the earth. I mean, it's just, yeah. we go to space.
It's interesting because there's this sort of cultural idea that one doesn't like to have one's beliefs challenged. But as I was saying to the previous guest, I like having my beliefs challenged. I love it.
Yeah.
Like, come and challenge my beliefs, because one of two things is going to happen. Either your challenge my beliefs are going to stand up to your challenge, and I'm going to be able to explain them in light of your challenge, or I'm not going to be able to do that. And I'm going to learn something about a weakness in my own beliefs, and maybe I'm going to change my position on something because maybe you've persuaded me that my beliefs were wrong. And I welcome either of those.
Right. Yeah. And and also the other question I would ask is, people believe that atheism is a belief, right? It's the absence of evidence, but that doesn't make it a belief. Right. And so that kind of argument really just never seems to get out of that circle.
It's huge silliness. The worst one is atheism is a religion. Atheism is a religion, a little bit like, I used the example earlier, like not playing tennis is a sport. It's just silly.
Right. You're a non-tennis player.
You're a non-tennis. I'm an ardent I try to not play tennis at least 3 times a week. And the other example.
How are you doing?
Are
you succeeding?
I'm becoming expert at it. Yeah, and abstinence is a sex position as well, by the way. Yeah. So there we are. But thank you so much for coming in, Hope. It's lovely to talk to you, and please feel free to kind of hang out. And most of the time I stream at night. I tend to stream at 10 p.m. UK time, which is 5 p.m. Eastern in the US, and I tend to kind of go through the night here.
Oh, nice.
That
Yeah, I'm in
happens.
Colorado, so
Okay.
but I work Eastern hours, so that's why
Okay.
I'm up early.
Well, I have a wonderful community of people in the chat who are just fabulous, amazing stories, and there's a fantastic network of friends, and it's wonderful when we kind of welcome new people into the crowd. It's fantastic. So please feel very welcome, and come and say hi again anytime.
I definitely will. Thank you. Have
All
a
right.
lovely evening.
And you, lovely to talk. Thanks, Hope.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye. Wow, I could listen to her voice all day. I would just like someone just hand her a phone book, please, and I'll be happy. Just read that. I'll be good to go. Okay, we are going to bring Daniel in, and then we'll go from there. Daniel.
Hello, sir.
Hi, how are you?
I don't know how I am because I've actually been up since yesterday, 11 a.m., and I'm not tired at all, and I don't know why.
It's gonna hit you like a train at some point. I do through the nights on the live quite often, and most of the time I'll go and crash for a few hours and get some sleep. But quite often occasionally I don't, and it's hard. Our bodies weren't made for that kind of thing. But you sound like you're doing all right for now, so we'll get the value out of you we can, and then you can go and crash.
Yeah, luckily I have some coffee waiting for me in the fridge, so at least I got a backup plan.
Good. Well, what would you like to say? And you're very welcome.
So, personally, I have been going from live to live, talking to other atheists and other people who don't believe in God. I myself do believe in God.
Yeah.
Now, I was raised Catholic, but I don't I basically accepted God and Jesus as an existence. But then as I got older, and started to finally be like, why do I believe in this? Why do I believe in God and Jesus? Because I was raised to believe so, but I never really dove into studying the Bible like I should. So just last year, I really actually started diving deeper into the Bible and actually learning more about it and making sense of it. So I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily Catholic, Christian, or whatever label they have. I would say that I'm mostly just somebody who believes in God. I believe that Jesus did happen. And as far as all the things that God has commanded and everything else, it's just the fact, and I know that people make this argument and people get really irritated about it, but the fact is that if God did do something or commanded something, it has to be for a good reason. And maybe it's something we don't understand right away, but at the same time, I believe that God is good. And I mean, I'm willing to talk about any of the atrocities that people accuse him of, to maybe better understand it better, so that maybe there's somewhere we can either meet in the middle, or maybe we'll just agree to disagree.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely talk about one. So, are you familiar with the law in Deuteronomy that God gives to the Israelites about what happens if a man doesn't like his bride on their wedding night? Is this something you've heard about before?
I have not.
Okay, so let's have a look at this. So this is in Deuteronomy 22, and it says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I laid with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. Now, do you know what this means? Can you track what this is sort of actually saying?
So, from what it sounds like it's saying that if a man marries a woman and he can't find proof of virginity, then basically, I guess in a way, the father would have to step in and prove it.
Right.
And then to do that, you have to find cloth.
What would the proof be?
Well, there's a way to prove if somebody is technically a virgin, before sex. It's just scientific because because there's a hymen that breaks, I believe,
Right.
and that would be the proof.
So when the father spreads out the cloth before the court, as it were, do you know what that cloth is?
I'm not sure what.
So that would be the kind of blanket that they consummated the marriage on. It's a cloth. So when they get married, they go off to a special bed, basically, with this cloth
Right.
on, and they consummate the marriage. And that would be the point at which the husband would discover that his new wife was a virgin or not. And if he's displeased because he hasn't found what he was expecting to find on the cloth, you can imagine what it will be, right? On the cloth, he's looking for blood, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So then he's upset because he was expecting a shiny new one, and he now suspects that this isn't a shiny new one, and so he's basically essentially slandering his wife by saying she's not a virgin. The wife's father has to step in and come and provide the cloth. So the same cloth from the marital bed was given to the father for this purpose. They shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. The elders of the town shall take the man and punish him, because the father's proved, look, there is blood on the cloth, and the man shall be punished. And they have to fine him. They fine him 100 shekels, which he gives to the young woman's father, because he slandered a virgin of Israel. Then the woman has to stay married to the man forever. He's not allowed to get to divorce her. Okay. Now, here's where it gets interesting and a little bit tricky. If, however, this charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of the town shall stone her to death, because she committed a disgraceful act. And so you shall purge the evil from your midst. Now, what do you think about that?
So in other words, so if the cloth had blood on it, that would be proof of her being a virgin. But if it didn't have blood on it, then that would basically be her unclean in Israelite society, and she would be stoned if the cloth was clean.
What do you think about that? Is that good? Is that a good law?
Well, I will. As far as a good law, I mean, it depends on the time period. Because I mean, back then, yeah, it's not exactly civilized to do that, and for that matter, it's kind of an interesting test to see, because that blood could easily be fake, because it's not like people can run analytics back in those days and see if blood was actually real or not.
There's a more worrying ramification, which is, do you know what percentage of women bleed the first time they have sex?
What's the percentage?
About 40.
40%? Okay.
So now that you know that, can you see what would have happened as a result of this law being implemented? Is that tens of thousands, maybe, of women would have been completely innocent of the charge, but there would still be no blood on cloth, and they'd be stoned to death. They'd be stoned to death, innocent women. Is this a good law? Is this a good law? Is this a well-written, well thought through law from God?
Well, and that's a good question, because I feel like, well, first of all, it's definitely not a good practice from a human perspective. Like, it's not really ethical to stone a woman for being unclean in their society if, one, there's not actually a 100 foolproof way to prove if the cloth is even the same cloth as before, or if the blood on it is even real blood.
So this is a bad law. So God made a bad law, right?
Well, let me get to my point. So the other issue is, you're saying 40% of women actually bleed when they actually lose their virginity, and that's a statistic that they couldn't exactly count back in those days. So
sorry to interrupt you. Would the creator of the universe, who presumably designed and engineered female anatomy, be aware of that fact?
Well, that's what I'm getting to. That's where I can kind of lean more towards your side of things, where skepticism could be there, where perhaps maybe that law that apparently came from God may not have actually come from him.
Are you saying Deuteronomy is not true and the Bible's unreliable? Because the text says, "So saith the Lord," liberally sprinkled throughout the passages that give these Deuteronomic laws are, the Lord is your God, so says the Lord. All of these are explicitly delivered to Israel via Moses from God. So if we're going to go there and say, these laws didn't actually come from God, well, then what else are we going to be willing to throw out? Sin, Garden of Eden, Exodus, all of it,
right?
Jesus. Let's
and
throw the whole lot out.
Well, see, and that's the interesting thing about talking about this sort of thing, because people will 9 times out of 10 say, well, either all of it's true or none of it is. And that's where, like, for me personally, in my own personal journey, I'm trying to kind of bridge all of these gaps. Like,
Yeah.
because I was literally just talking with another live about, can you explain to me what the bridge is between evolution and the 7 days of creation of Earth and Adam and Eve? Because there's clear scientific evidence that dinosaurs existed, but the Bible says pretty much that they didn't.
The Bible's full of
So,
crap. But to not pivot too much away from this, I want to stay on this for a moment, because
yeah.
firstly, I don't take the position that it's either all true or none of it is, because that would be silly. We could just take a more nuanced position, which is to say some of it may be true, some of it may be not untrue. The question is, how reliable is it? And
Right.
that would be one thing. But really, I want to lean in here to the morality of this, and to ask, because you made the claim God is good. So if we were to assume that this law came from God, would you still say God is good?
Again, that's a really good question. Because God would be aware of the statistics of how unlikely blood would come from a woman's area um, if she lost her virginity. So, if that was proclaimed by God, then I would have a disagreement with God that was a good thing to do back then.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I admire you for at least being willing to admit that, because we do get people in here who just dogmatically assume that everything God does must be good, and they end up having to morally stand next to the most atrocious, disgusting things, such as this law. I mean, to me, I read a law like this, I feel physically sick reading this, because first of all, the idea that even if it were true and the woman wasn't a virgin, that would provide grounds to end her life is completely horrific on its own. And the idea of considering, a woman who's not a virgin to be unclean is a deeply misogynistic, horrible idea, because who knows what the background is to that, and who cares, frankly, whether she's not a virgin because she had some sexual experiences before, or maybe she'd been the victim of some kind of attack or assault, if you know what I mean, or there's all sorts of reasons that she should then have her life ended because of it. Is horrific. Note that there's no virginity test for men. There are no conditions under which the men can be stoned to death for not being virgins. So to me, the morality of all of this, even at face value, even before you factor in the idea that it would have necessarily resulted in thousands of innocent women being put to death, is completely horrific. And then when you factor that in as well, that it's like, not only is it barbarism, it's incompetent barbarism, because it's stupid and it doesn't take account for female anatomy. So to me, this would point to a God who is both immoral and inept, which is quite an achievement.
Right. Now, the thing with me is, I am a 35-year-old young man, and I know there's still lots and lots of things for me to learn in the future. One thing, though, that I've definitely tried to one valuable lesson that I try to keep hold dear to me, is not to be brainwashed. And the way not to be brainwashed is to make sure that you're able to look at both the good and the bad of everything, including the Bible. So that's why when it comes to the Bible, there are some things in there that don't make any sense to me. But there are some things in there that do make sense, and they do actually get me through the day most
Really?
of the time. Yeah, there are some good things about the Bible. I do believe, I do believe that there is a God that created everything. Science exists, but I do feel like the more you understand about science, you're understanding God's work. I know it's a bold statement, but that's just what I believe. And the thing is, I don't expect people to agree with me, and I don't expect people to, I'm pretty used to people judging me, but I will say that at the same time, I do believe that, again, there is a God that watches over us, that guides us in the right direction if we listen, or to our hearts that he connects us to. I do believe that Jesus did exist and did die for our sins, because that way we can be forgiven. Because then the other thing is, a lot of people...
Slow down for a moment, because we're a
Sorry
little
about that.
all over the map. So is that a good doctrine, that Jesus died for our sins so we can be forgiven? If God was good, why can't he just convince us without having to have someone killed?
Well, let me explain that. Because here's the thing. the first thing we got to understand is what does it mean to be God? Because a lot of people think that God is just all powerful, all willing. He can just do whatever he wants, snap at his fingers, create the universe, design the universe in any way he wants. But the truth is that creation and existence are, as we know, a very delicate thing, to where you can't just have it any way you want. And God doesn't have desire the same way we do. We desire because we don't want to suffer, and we want, mountains of money. We want, meaningful things for us, but God doesn't desire those things. God just desires our love
But
for him.
But if he's all powerful, I'm just going to push back on the sort of framework here. So if he's all powerful, he could get all the things he wants without having to have people killed. That's a brutal, barbaric kind of blood sacrifice magic thing. Like we're better than that. I hear the story of Christ's sacrifice, or first of all, it wasn't a sacrifice. Nothing was a sacrifice entails a loss. What was lost? I mean, he was back at work on Monday morning, and then he was whizzing up to heaven to be an omnipotent God for the rest of his life. I don't think there was a sacrifice there at all. But that aside, the idea of God creating humans, knowing that humans were going to be how they are, and then engineering a situation in the Garden of Eden, which we also know never happened, where Adam and Eve ate the wrong fruit salad and now everyone is cursed because God made them that way. And then God says the only cure to the curse is to take an innocent person who's also me, who's also my son, and have that person killed. And everyone jumps up and down like this is good news. It's horrific. This is crazy. Don't you think?
Well, it all comes down to your perspective. Because I see why you see what you see, because I used to see things that way too. Because I myself, a long time ago, used to think, like, why do people believe this though? Like, I mean, if God's all powerful, why can't he just snap his fingers and make it the way he wants? He doesn't need all this.
We'll get you back there.
Yeah. So, my thing is this: is that I understand that God, first of all, before anything existed, there was just God. It was just by himself. He was just like, okay, let's create this universe. So he creates it and he designs it in a very specific way. And he says, okay, now let's create living forms that are animals. And now let's create one in my image. Now, before that even happened, he had angels already living he created the heavens and the earth. And then angels followed. And there was one angel, Lucifer, who rebelled against him because he wanted to be God himself. But then when he did that,
God had no idea this was going to happen, presumably.
Oh no, he did.
He did know.
He
was aware. This was part of his plan too. Then the whole Lucifer thing was part of God's plan too, right?
Well, see, here's the interesting thing. A lot of people think that just because he can foresee our choices, that he's the one controlling us to make them.
Right.
So, but that's not the case.
He had absolutely no choice but to create a universe configured in such a way that people would make those particular choices. He couldn't have done it differently. The problem you have is that the moment you stipulate an omnipotent God, everything that happens is on him. Because you have to ask yourself the question, is he powerful enough to have reconfigured the universe in a different way where people still had free will, still made free choices, but just had different inclinations? Or the environmental factors were such that people were pushed in different directions, or people just had an intrinsic nature that pushed them towards different things. I mean, there's a reason that human beings don't eat their young. It's not because our free will just makes us not want to. It's because we have instincts not to eat our own young under normal conditions. God could easily have engineered a universe where the angels still had free will but didn't want to rebel, where the people still had free will but didn't want to rebel. And we know this because this is presumably what happens in heaven. Everyone in heaven has free will, but there's no sin. So we know that God can do it. He just chose not to. He chose to create this world where the potential for a fall existed. Then he chose to engineer the fall. Then he chose to punish the fall. Then he chose to come up with the most weird-ass solution for fixing the fall. No credible line of reasoning can resolve how silly this all is.
Okay, so you said a mouthful, and there's sections of that kind of need to be addressed. Because the first thing is, he didn't engineer the evil that Lucifer committed.
Of course he
He
did.
just was he was just aware of it.
He
He
planned
didn't.
it. If he'd
He
wanted
didn't.
it to be different, he would have configured it differently.
Well,
He could have
see, and then
clicked his fingers and made Lucifer not exist. This is the
well, let me
problem
ask you
with an
something.
all-powerful God.
Let me ask you an interesting question.
Go on.
Have you ever written? So you said you've written a book before, right?
I have written a book, yeah.
Congratulations on that, by the way.
Thank you.
The thing about writing a book, though, is you're not going to just write beginning, middle, end, like the words beginning, middle, end, because that wouldn't make a good story. Now, I'm not saying God's trying to write a good story, but the story still has to make sense. And there's a whole story that God has in mind. He already knows how it's going to begin, middle, and end. And in order for the story to function correctly, it has to go through the motions correctly for it to be the end game. Because what do you think God's goal, if there is a God, which you say may not exist, if he has a goal in mind, what do you think his goal is? Because it isn't just to get his rocks off.
To be honest, he sounds like a sort of fragile, thin-skinned narcissist who just needs adoration and a sufficient amount of groveling to keep him happy. That's how it comes across to me in the book. He sounds like an emotionally stunted adult with a sort of child's mind. So who knows?
So if that was true, wouldn't it take that kind of person to write the Bible?
Not necessarily, because the Bible was cobbled together as a collection of sort of myths by many people, as you know, over a few centuries, and the character of God changes through the Bible. God in the Old Testament is very anthropomorphic. He's more like a human. He gets into a wrestling match. He nearly loses, but for cheating. He's scared of iron chariots. He's very much like a person in the Old Testament, but he's very brutal. He's more like a kind of Stalin in sandals. And then in the New Testament, you get the gentle Jesus, meek and mild version of God, preaching his messages of love and forgiveness and bad financial planning, and then his character changes again, and he becomes this kind of amorphous stuff like a cloud who's omnipresent and is everywhere and helps you find your car keys. So his nature changes, which to me is reflective of the fact that there is no one conception of God. This is just myths cobbled together into a fairly badly written in places, better written in places book by many different authors, and then translated and mistranslated and copied and miscopied and voted on, and over centuries of time. The Bible is exactly how we would expect a collection of writings like this to look. It's just crazy to me that anyone can take it seriously in an age where we know so much. And I'm not saying that we have all the answers to everything, but we know so much about reality. We know so much about the world around us. We know so much about our own origins. To sort of ignore all of that and lean into a Bronze Age book of myths as the explanation for things in the 21st century, it just staggers me. Okay.
So my first, I just have two more questions, and then I'm going to probably excuse myself because I don't want to take up all your time.
Let's do one, because we've been on for a while and we've got 6 people in the queue just on the TikTok side. So last question, if you will.
Okay. It's hard because they're both good questions, and it's hard to figure out which one I should probably choose.
Come back another time. It's been fun talking to you. I often have Sean with me, who's my co-host. I'm sure he'd enjoy talking to you too.
All right. Just the last question then. If God was written that way, and okay, actually no, this is the question. Can you name one beautiful thing about the Bible that you would say that makes sense, that's kind of nice despite all its flaws?
I mean, Jesus's enjoinments to charity are admirable. They're not original, though. The golden rule is admirable. the idea of, you know, treating others, but that's also not original. I would say that the Bible has some beauty and some good things, but the good stuff in the Bible is not unique to the Bible, and nor is it particularly original to the Bible, because these ideas were expressed centuries before as well. They just happen to be there in the Sermon on the Mount, for example. There's some nice stuff about how, you know, how we ought to treat each other, but Jesus said a lot of terrible stuff too. So, you know, to me, it's like it's like a bowl of M&Ms, and some of them, you know, taste nice, and some of them actually have doggy doo-doo in the middle rather than chocolate. I'd rather just not have any. Get my fix somewhere else.
I think Skittles would have been a better example, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But it's all good though. Well,
all right, Daniel.
Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Nice to
you've
talk
been a
to you.
delight.
And
yes, and you've been very respectful, and I appreciate that. Now I'm going to go try and get some shut eye.
I hope you get some rest, or I hope you have some strong coffee. Either way, be well.
All right, same to you.
Take care. Thanks.
Take care.
Okay, we're going to move swiftly on. I'm just going to bring Jane in because it's always nice to speak to Jane. And then for the others in the queue, I promise I'll get to you very, very, very quickly. If you are on the YouTube side, the normal link is working. If you want to get involved on YouTube, tinyurl.com/JCGuest should be up and running. No one in on the YouTube side yet, but you're very welcome. Jane, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Fabulous, thank you.
I just had a couple of quick thoughts about some of the stuff that was said earlier. What Hope was talking about, why do people want to believe in a God or whatever, and or do they feel like they? I have met very frequently in my many years as an atheist with people trying to kind of convince me back that there is kind of an archetype of people that I don't really think do want to believe. I think they feel very guilty about past acts. Like I think they're weighed under a lot of guilt, and they don't see any way within the sort of atheist worldview to get away from that. And also I think we've got to keep in mind like how much social pressure and persuasion you're under to feel to be thinking within this framework anyway. And then so I'm not explaining myself very well. You're under a ton of pressure to be convinced of it in the first place, and so then you're under a lot of pressure, and you get in there, and then the fear tactic comes in of being, you know, the guilt and the fear of hell and all these things, and I think a lot of them don't actually want to be. I've spoken to a lot that they're like, no, it was this huge burden, and I had to fight and fight and fight to submit myself to this thing that feels so uncomfortable to me. And once I did, it was great. You know, and they kind of talk like that. But there was this, I think a lot of them don't really want to. And that's not making a blanket statement about all believers. I'm sure, you know, it's a unique experience for everyone. And the other thing I wanted to say was there's a thing that I think about when you talk about women being put to death for not bleeding on their wedding bed. And the other thing that comes to mind to me is what are the social ramifications? What happens after that? So a woman who talked to all the men in her life and all the people in her life and was like, no, I'm absolutely a virgin and everything's going to be good and we're going to go in. So she was being honest, and they go into the bed. She doesn't bleed. She comes out. She is responding with total honesty. She seems completely genuine. And so now they have essentially the creator of the universe saying this completely genuine account from this woman is a lie. And so how can you believe anything that they say? Because, I mean, they'll go to the death denying that they did this. You know what I mean? And so, like, I think it just adds to this negativity towards women, even you know, even beyond all the horrible stuff that's involved with it to begin with, you know, like the death and all of that. There's just this whole other layer of now you can see why they were like, well, we need 3 women's testimony instead of 1. Well, because you know what I mean? And that sort of thing. Like it has even further reaching effects, I think. And anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I know you have a huge
Thank
list,
you, Jane.
but
well, always a pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your
Thanks.
astute points. Speak soon. Take it
Have a
easy.
good one. Bye.
Thanks. I just have to say a massive thank you to Tim Cooney on the YouTube side, who's been a real amazing supporter of the channel for a 99 $1.99 donation. Thank you so much, Tim. That's absolutely massive. Can't thank you enough for that. That's incredible. Yeah, I'm speechless. Thank you. That's a crazy, massive help. Thank you very, very much. Wow. Okay, we are going to bring in, I don't know how to pronounce this, AVTLLCTC. I guess you probably have a way that you would pronounce that. How do you say your name?
Hello?
Hello. How am I supposed
John?
to pronounce? How am I supposed to pronounce that name?
Well, you can pronounce it Tim Cooney.
Is that Tim? Oh my goodness.
That's me. Yeah.
Whoa.
I couldn't figure out how to get on over on YouTube.
Ah, so there is a
So
link.
I came over here, and this is an old business account.
Oh,
that was
Tim.
an old apartment building in Arizona I used to own.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Okay,
be quiet.
So first of all, on the YouTube side, there is a link. It's on the screen, but is that not working?
Yeah.
Because I did.
Well, I typed it in. Is that what you're supposed to do in search? I typed it in.
The tinyurl.com/JCGuest. Is that not working?
Yeah.
I thought I tested it earlier and it was working okay. That's weird.
Well, I'm maybe me.
I just quickly test it now.
Maybe me.
tinyurl.com/.
So you put it in the search bar and then
just in any.
Okay, well, it brought up a bunch of stuff about mattresses. So
oh no, I've just tested it, and
helpful.
I just tested it, and it does work. So who knows? But Tim, thank you. That's an incredible donation. Thank you very much, and it's lovely to get to talk to you at last. Thank you for all your support.
Well, thank you. Yeah, no, I found you recently after years of Justin. And it must have pulled you up. And I watch Justin all day, practically every day. But now you're my latest one. So
thank you.
I watch you before I watch Justin, but don't tell him that.
I wouldn't dream of it. We're actually going to be collaborating soon on something. So you'll be seeing us both together at some point.
Yes.
Soon.
Yeah, I heard about that. I'm excited to hear about that. So I'm actually working on some songs for Justin.
Fantastic.
And because there was somebody who said because I used to be a musician, I was a Catholic church musician for my last career, and so I'm a trained singer, all that blah blah blah, and so I love to use the words that you guys use and put them into popular songs, right? So I'm working on one for you right now. You may hate it, but. Somebody in his chat said, "Oh, wouldn't it be great if we did a song if somebody put the words to Willy Wonka's Pure Imagination?" Right?
It's a beautiful song, right? I can imagine.
It's a great song. So I did, and I'm working in. I have GarageBand, I have Pro Tools. I'm trying to get it all together and get it orchestrated and all that stuff so that. But it uses all of his phrases and swearing and all of that, and so I've been doing the same thing for you. Now, you don't usually have music on your channel. I don't even know if you'd be interested, but I do have a snippet of it if you'd like to hear just a slightest bit of it.
I'd love to.
All right. Well, can you hear the piano?
Oh, you know what? The noise suppression won't let it come through. There's all these weird stuff that goes on in the background to suppress noise.
I understand.
But
okay.
But what we can do is if you email me, it's John at unconvincedbook.com, then we can get in touch and you can send me over a sound file and then I'll play it properly.
That would be great. I'm doing it to He's So Shy. Or He's So Fine, do you remember? And My Sweet Lord. Remember George Harrison got in trouble because My Sweet Lord sounded just like He's So Fine?
Yes.
And he got sued and because it was note for note. Yes. Well, I took that one and I made it Unconvinced.
Oh, wonderful.
So it's like, unconvinced, I just can't make myself make no sense. Believe because someone else, not on any fence. Think that it really helps. Don't have no penitence. Why is he so missing or he's not there?
Oh,
I don't think he's listening or doesn't care. I keep on wishing, but it's hopeless going nowhere. Why does he hide? Looks like he lied, right?
Love that.
Oh, wait, I got to the best part. It's so damn frustrating. I can't believe shit invigilating. I want to grieve. No point in engaging with this evil God who deceives. So, well, anyway, so I'm
Brilliant.
trying to use a lot of terminology that you guys use all the time. I'm writing it down, you and Sean.
Oh, that's so
But
awesome.
anyway, all of that aside, I called in today, well, because I'm in France and it's late when you go, it starts at 11 my time. And if I don't get a proper nap in, I'm just not going to be able to talk to you. But how do I get the camera to work? I don't, oh, voila. Wait, no, I guess it won't let me. Oh well.
We'll have to get you. We'll have to get you in on the YouTube link.
Okay.
If you email me, I'll email you back another link that you can use as well, and we'll get it working for next time, because it'd be good. Then you can come in and
okay. Can you tell me the hold on, I've got to get to the bottom of the page. John at
unconvincedbook.com.
Yeah, I'm on the list. I can't wait for the book.
I have news about that.
If you had been here, John, unconvincedbook.com?
Yeah.
Okay. If you had been around 20 years ago, oh my God, I was one of those people who just couldn't be convinced. And I was working for the church, the evil empire.
Wow.
And, all of the scandals were breaking in the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
I was, my whole family was Catholic or born again Christian. Hi, kitty cat. And if I had just had someone like you, actually, it was the Da Vinci Code, which the Catholic Church banned, wouldn't let us read it, right? Because they were afraid that it would cause atheism, and it did for me.
Wow. Because
I read that, and then I was like, oh, I heard about this book that the Da Vinci Code had taken some of its work from, which was Holy Blood, Holy Grail, which was written by 3 British journalists, right? So I read that book, and in the very first paragraph, they're like, well, we know that none of the miracles ever happened, so we're just going to ignore all of that. And I'm like, you can do that?
Yeah, it's all a free-for-all.
I'm just like, permission. Well, it was permission. It was like suddenly, I cannot, what? And it was because all my life I had never really had any faith. I never had a relationship as everybody else, and I really wanted it so bad. I had lots of trauma growing up, bad family, lots of sexual trauma with people in my life. I was abused by a monk, and whom I trusted. Sorry. I know. And my niece was raped by her stepfather from when she was 7 till she was 13, and the church didn't believe her. The priests, nobody believed her. My sister was abused. My mom was raped. I mean, all of these,
Yeah.
And it was just, I kept wondering, where the hell was God in all of that? Why is God watching where every one of these people is getting raped and not stepping in? It's like Promise, Promise of Eve. Promise, her name is Promise.
Yeah.
She does stuff with the AXP and all that.
Yeah.
And she says, well, actually it was Tracy Harris who was first, but she said, if I saw that going on, I would step in, and that makes me better than your God. Because, oh, shame on you for doing that. I'm going to get you in the next life. Yeah. you're going to be punished in the next life, but I'm going to go ahead and let you, play with that child's free will so that you can have your free will.
Right.
And those kind of things just made me. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, that focus on the free will of the perp, but overlooking the free will of the victim has always struck me as interesting. God obviously has a sort of
innocent victim,
a hierarchy of free wills that he values, and the free will of the attacker is obviously the most important.
Well, and it's ridiculous. And then, of course, the church. I was learning about all of these sexual issues that had come up in my family as I was working for the church, and all the scandals were coming out. And then they blamed it on us. They said, you gay people, it's because there are gay priests. That's the reason we've had all these scandals. And I'm like, you bloody, first of all, most of these events, the abuses happened in the 60s and 70s when girls weren't allowed to serve at the altar. They didn't take girls on camping trips. They could only take boys. So, and we also learned from a video by the Catholic Church that pedophilia has nothing to do with sex. It has nothing to do with gender. It has to do with control, establishing control and anger and all these other things.
Yeah.
And so, but then we come out and say, okay, well, we're not going to allow any more priests if you're gay. And I'm like, oh, you fuckers. I'm sorry. I don't know if I can say that on TikTok, but I was just so furious. And I'd walk into our staff meeting every 2 weeks, and I'd go, who's proud to be Catholic today? Raise your hand. Who's first? Come on. I mean, the Pope was saying, this is all about the gays, and if you were just proper, blah, blah, blah. So it was the old boys club, and they circled ranks. They circled the wagons around these monsters who were harming children, and they let them get away with it. They moved them around. All about all of this. But that's what destroyed my faith. That and a horrible priest. I had hired onto this church with an excellent, amazing priest, an alcoholic and a philanderer, sure. But he was an excellent priest, and he was loving and warm. And then he was gone after 4 years, and for the next 11 years, I was stuck with the most miserable priest in the entire world.
Oh dear!
And he killed my faith. He put the death in it, because it's like, where's the grace?
Yeah.
You're supposed to have the magic hands. Well, where are they? What, where's the grace? Where's the comfort? Where's the empathy? Where's any of that? Where's the change in people when they become Christian? It was just, and I did not want to not believe. I wanted to believe so bad. I would sit in the church. I had keys. And I would sit in the church at night all by myself in the dark and crying on the floor, just begging for God to not show himself, not give me a sign, but just make me feel like he was there. I wasn't asking for anything special.
So many people have that experience.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. It hurts, because it made me feel like there was something wrong with me, that I wasn't given the gift to be loved by God, because they say it's a gift, fake it till you make it, act as if you have faith and faith will be given unto you. Well, 40 years later,
Yeah. It's the ultimate victim blaming, because so often people are in that situation of reaching out and wanting to feel that presence, if you like, of the God, because they're having a hard time, because they're in a situation where they feel they need that support and they're not getting it from an actual human around them. So the irony is that the people in that greatest time of need then reach out in that way, and it's crickets, and it's nothing, and it's their fault. I think it's so unbelievably cruel, Tim. Unbelievably.
The second Sunday of Easter is Doubting Thomas Sunday, okay? And we would always, in our staff meetings, we would read the gospel, and then we would talk about our own personal experience with that particular gospel. And every year I would say, hey, I'm a doubting Thomas. I'm going through dark night of the soul. I'm having problems with my faith. In all of those years, one person, only one, no priest, none of my friends who were on staff, only one person, and she was a major W in many other ways, but she came to me and she said, oh, I'm sorry you're having that problem. Here's some religious books to read. It's like, I don't want religious books.
It's amazing.
I want somebody to help me understand this. Yeah. I want the priest to reach out and say, oh, you're my music minister and you're my director of liturgy. I think it's probably good if you had some faith. Not crickets, like you said. And the guy before you, the Catholic fellow, just a couple calls ago, trying to blame the woman for the sheep. Oh, that's a different time, morals change, blah, blah, blah. No, they don't. I taught this shit for 40 years. No, they don't. Catholic Church says they do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah.
Well, Tim, I can't thank you enough
my pleasure.
For your support, and I can't wait to hear the song. So drop me an email. That'd be awesome. I'd love to be able to play it for everyone.
That'd be lovely.
And let's definitely speak again. But thank you for everything. I really appreciate you.
Of course. I'm retired. We don't have any kids, and France is cheaper than the US. So, my money's going your way. It also
Well,
goes Justin's way. And I signed up for your thing today. I'm so glad you got the subscriptions finally
thank you.
on
Yeah,
YouTube.
I've got
Is that what it's called?
membership. Yeah,
Subscription or
the memberships.
Yeah,
Yeah,
membership.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to try and
Excellent. Well
make
done.
that
Because I think
worthwhile
you're going to
for
get a
everyone.
lot.
Well, thank you.
I'll
I
do my
appreciate
best
it,
to
Tim.
help you.
I appreciate
Of
you,
course.
man.
And say hello to Sean.
Will do. Thanks, Tim. All the best.
Okay. Right.
Thanks,
Thanks.
man. Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, I can't wait to hear that song. That's brilliant. Cannot wait. That sounds awesome. Okay. It's weird. I have done a kind of test of the YouTube link, the chat link. The tinyurl.com is working, but apparently, according to the YouTube chat, is it Aaron is wanting to come in? I don't see you in the queue at the moment, Aaron. I just tested it and got in the queue myself using the link, so I'm not quite sure what's going on. So again, it's as it says above me here. tinyurl.com/JCGuest gets you in, but there's no one in there right now. So yeah, I hope it's all working properly. Strange that Tim wasn't able to get in, and maybe you're not as well. I do apologize if there's some issue with it. I don't know why, and if that is the case, then I promise I will undertake to get it sorted out as a matter of urgency. In the meantime, let's bring in Izzy from the TikTok queue. Thanks, Godwin. If you can test that, that'd be awesome.
Izzy.
Hey, Izzy.
Hi.
Hi.
This is ironic. I am French, coming right next to the conversation you just had.
Right. Isn't it amazing how we're all spread around the world? We've got people from one country in another country, from that country in other countries. It's great. I love it.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. You may not have an answer, and I'm about sure you don't, but I have to ask.
Sure.
I don't believe in God.
Yeah.
But I like to have answer to question I ask myself. And you were talking about the being mortal or immortal early.
Yeah.
Okay. Was it any explanation? Because the logical of you explained the logical of why we should not be immortal, which I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree that if we never die, it's gonna be a mess. But what would explain then that we are mortal? And I'm sure you don't have an answer for it, but that is a question that is so bothering me, because it's like something had happened. And I don't believe in a God. I need to tell you that.
Yeah, let me. I'm not sure I'm quite tracking your question, Izzy. I'm so sorry. Just express your question again, so I can make sure I can answer it the best I can.
Okay, being immortal would not be logic.
Would not be logical. Yeah, I mean.
Okay, that we agree. That we agree on.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a logical problem with it. I mean,
well, I'll resume it to this. That's what I resume it to make it quick.
Okay.
To make the conversation quick.
Yeah.
But what is the mortal logic then? Where does it come from?
Where does
it a study? Was it a study how we became mortal?
How we became mortal. I mean, the thing is, all living organisms have a life cycle, right? Everything that lives goes from not living to not living. And there are, as far as we know, 0 exceptions to that. And so the sort of default state, the thing we would assume, is that we would not be mortal. That we would be mortal, forgive me. That we would be mortal, and that we have a life. We're just living stuff. We're basically the same as plants or bears or fish. We're just stuff. We're collections of non-living stuff that come together in a particular way and exhibit the signs of life. We consume stuff from the environment around us, we reproduce if we're lucky, and then we die, and that's common to every living thing.
I understand all that, but for example, the planets never die, do they?
No, but the planets aren't living things, and there will definitely be a point where the planets aren't there. I mean, I think our planet here has got about 1 billion years or something to go before the sun exhausts its supply of fuel, or the Andromeda galaxy crashes into us, or something like that. There are a few events that will probably, end this particular planet. But the planet isn't a living thing. The planet's chunk of rock with some living things on it.
Okay, well, I know you was not going to be able to answer that question, but that's the question I asked
Yeah.
myself: how did we become mortal? Because I understand the mechanic of it, but I don't
Yeah.
understand what or who created that situation. That's what I'm asking
Yeah,
myself.
I think there's a problem in the framing. So the way you're asking the question has assumptions built into it, which I don't think are warranted. So saying like, how did we become mortal, assumes
Yes,
that there was any other possibility and that there was any other state. It's like saying, how did you become not a fairy? It's like, well, you're just not a fairy, and there was no becoming. That's just what you are. Not being a fairy is just one of your attributes, and being mortal is just an attribute of being alive.
yeah. Well, I think I'm having a hard time asking you the question, but that's okay. I'm gonna let people go.
All
Thank you
right,
very
Lizzie.
much.
Nice to talk to you. I hope you're having a good time in France.
Bye bye.
Take care. Thanks. Okie dokie. Okay, we are. Do we get a verdict on the? Did we get a verdict on the link for the chat? Because no one else has for the YouTube guest box, because no one else has popped up on there yet. Hello, Kitty. I did try it a few minutes ago and it was working. I'm going to assume that it is working until I hear otherwise for now. And with that, we will bring in Silver Cat Witcher. We have spoken before. Hey, Silver.
Hello, sir. It's me
Hi.
again. Magandang
Hi.
gabi.
Hi again.
Okay, so I saw your live again, and
Yeah.
it's pretty ironic because downstairs there's pretty much another, well, argument about Christians versus Muslim again.
Right.
So I saw your topic today. It said nobody ever choose to be an atheist.
Yeah.
Well, it's true anyway. Nobody chose to be an atheist in the first place. In fact, many humans, even me included, were grow up in a religious family. Whenever it's Christian, Islam, or Judaism, or a Jew, Israeli, don't matter. We only became atheists because we start to question things. And yes, I saw some people saying that in the comments, saying that people became atheists because of bad experience with religious people. But I'm afraid that's not every case, because in my case, I mean, yeah, it started as I started the question about why do we need to be more spiritual just to enter heaven, and if we're not that spiritual enough, we would enter hell. So that got me asking, thinking, like I said in the first place, that if it
Yeah.
by that logic, then I would say that God is not really that forgiving.
Yeah. I mean,
And
the point is that I'm not saying that nobody ever changed from one belief to another. Of course, there are people who become atheists. The point I'm making in the prompt, and the point that I want to hammer home to people, is if you're an atheist, it's always for one reason, which is you're not convinced a God exists. Now, there could be 1,000 different ways you came to that point. It could be that you were born that way, as in I mean, all of us are born atheists, but it could be that you've never had a theistic belief, like me. I've never believed in a God. Or it could be that you did believe in a God and something happened in your life that caused you to not believe that anymore. That could be just thinking about it. It could be reading. It could be the behavior of people in a church. It could be, who knows what it could be. It doesn't matter. The one thing that always is the case is you find yourself in a position where you don't have this belief anymore. And when you do find
True.
yourself in that position, it isn't a choice. It's just something that you realize about yourself. You go, oh, I don't believe this.
Yes.
You become aware that you don't believe it. So it isn't a choice. So really that's the wording, why I chose that wording for the prompt is nobody ever chose it. Not to say that nobody ever changed their beliefs. It's just the beliefs didn't change through choosing. They changed through a realization
True.
of what you find persuasive.
True. That's the reason why I don't really believe much in my religion, Islam, because I just question everything. That if we're just really that if we're really that much of a hipster compared to the Christians, then I say we are no different. The only difference is we have different values. And there was also another thing I want to talk about, like how, I mean, when I was here in the live stream, I noticed that there's some people saying about like what how they treated women, and I honestly kind of felt conflicted because as a 21-year-old man like myself, I well, let's say when it comes to women, I'm not really driven by my own religion or by what my religion deems to be what is expected to treat women. So that's why I decided to act what I call determinism,
Yeah.
like what I believe is moral obligation,
Yeah.
as in moral obligation overrides the divine will.
Interesting perspective. I mean, some people would say, well, some people would ask where you think your moral obligations come from. I have a view on that, and it's nothing to do with the divine. And I'd be interested to know, where do you think your moral obligations, where do you get them from? How do you identify what you think your moral obligations are, and what do you think the source of them
True.
is?
True.
Kip, thanks for checking the link. I do have someone actually in the queue now. I don't know if that's you, Kip, but thanks for checking it.
Okay, so someone literally said that determinism is not and it's like like the lowest of the intelligence. Well, unfortunate for you, man, I'm not really that critical. I mean, I'm critical, but I'm more of a balanced dude. Like like I'm believe in science and also religious at the same time. I'm
Right.
not overly or extreme by either. So yeah,
Fair.
I just believe that determinism to me, in my subjective view or my view, is that it's basically what I believe is right or what is wrong, not because what someone told me. I just use what I value. That's it.
And ultimately, that's what we all do. That's the funny thing about this religious claim that morals derive from some objective source. What they tend to miss is that they're being extremely subjective about choosing which one it is, and extremely subjective about their decision to say that it's ethically good to follow that source. So there's so much subjectivity built into these religious claims of objective morality, because they're choosing which God, and they're making their own determination that it's ethical to follow the whims and the wants of that God. So I like where you're coming from. You figure out what your values are in terms of the outcomes in the world you want, and kindness and helping people and stuff, and that's what you are motivated by, and that's what we should do. I agree with you.
Well, I admit one thing. I admit one thing. My kindness did came from a religion from the very start. But then as I grow older, it started to become less or more religion and rather it's my own choice whenever my religion disagrees or not. That's where
Right.
my kindness started to come in. I mean, yeah, I mean today is the month of Ramadan, but I choose to help people not because my God told me to do so or what the book said. I just did because it felt right.
That's a good
That's
reason.
what that's
That's a good reason.
that's me being human.
Yeah. Thanks, Silver. Well, I'm going to move it on, my friend, because we've got quite a few waiting to get on. So thanks for coming in to say
Sure.
hi again. Appreciate it, and nice to talk to you again.
Of
We'll
course.
speak soon. All the
Yeah,
best.
nice talking to you as well, sir.
Take care, friend. All the best. Okay, so we're going to bring in Choi from the YouTube queue, which now does appear to be working. Let's see how this works. Hey, Choi.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. How are you?
All right. I'm just testing. Seems to be working.
Oh, awesome. You just testing. Well, thanks for testing it. And hello.
Hello. I'm just listening while I pack, and you're doing a great job. Just wanted to say thanks for everything.
Thank you,
And
buddy.
yeah, if everybody is curious, yeah, it seems to be working.
It's
So,
working. Thank you
all
so
in.
much for helping. I was worried before. That's like, have I done something wrong? Have I messed it up? Is it not
Yeah,
working?
I was like, maybe it's just not connecting. Like you can only get to a certain point, but yeah, it
Great.
seems to be working fine. So,
Thank
all
you,
right,
buddy.
I'm gonna get out of here. Have a great show.
Appreciate you. Thanks, man. Thanks.
Bye.
Okie dokie. So that is working. So if you do want to join, the link does work. We've now established this beyond any reasonable doubt. tinyurl.com/JCguest if you want to come and say hi. We would love to speak to you. We have a well-stocked queue on the TikTok side. We are going to bring in Courtney next. And then if you are waiting in the queue on the TikTok side, I promise I'll get to you. Thank you for your patience. Have a little more and we'll get you in as soon as possible. Hey, Courtney.
Shalom Aleichem. How are you?
Hello. I'm very well indeed. What's on your mind?
Well, I've been listening for a while, and I was actually muted in the chat, so I was unable to come up until my kids went off to school, but they're off to school now, so
Good.
Hopefully we can have a good conversation. I heard you say that you were raised Jewish, or you were just raised in a house? Was it a frum house, or you're irreligious, or?
There was no religion. There was no religion in my home growing up. There was a nod to tradition, and a recognition of culturally where my family came from, but there was no theism. There was no religion as such. Yeah.
So would you say on a scale of 1 to 10, you're, very knowledgeable about Judaism, somewhat knowledgeable, or not knowledgeable at all?
There are many people who are much more knowledgeable than me. Yeah, I would not make the claim I am knowledgeable about Judaism.
Gotcha. Okay. With a name like Cohen, I guess I would have presumed that you would have had some recognition of the Masorah, etc. So the reason why I come up is because you mentioned in Deuteronomy to the fellow that was here earlier.
Yeah.
Before like I got muted, because I guess I was putting the information in the chat and either you or someone else wasn't appreciative of that. But are you?
I haven't muted you, and the mods do the best they can with the principles we've outlined, which is not spamming or preaching or stuff like that. So, but you're here now. You have a platform now, so you're. I'm not going to mute you. You're free to say whatever you like.
Gotcha. So regarding this law, are you familiar with what the Talmud says, what it means to spread out the matter, and that the garment should be, quote, spread out? That it could be the case that it's understood that specifically if a man as a father knows that he's protected his daughter as a virgin, and of course bride price and everything is paid, all of the legalities are set up prior to her getting married, that this man accepts her as a virgin, and then whenever he goes to, quote, let's say for TikTok purposes, he goes into her, right, and he, quote, finds that she's not a virgin, that the cloth, or the idea is that it's just, you would bring your evidence before the shoftim, and that they would assert whether or not this is a case. So it's not like, oh, we didn't see blood, off with her head kind of thing, right? Are you familiar with that?
Well, I don't really care what the Talmud says. I'm looking at the commandment as given from God through Moses to Israel, and it's a shit law. Mm-hmm. You would agree with that, right? The fact that people centuries later may have had other commentaries on it is not particularly interesting to me. I'm interested in what the actual Bible says, and this is a law provided by God, and there are no qualifications provided to this. There are no extra levels of detail provided in this law. So I'm looking at it and reading what it says in the book.
So in other words, as a 2026 modern man, you're reading an ancient text without its historical context?
I don't care about its historical context. I'm looking at what it actually says. The historical context doesn't remove the meaning of the law, does it?
Well, that's what I'm challenging you on. So for example, if you were having a conversation with someone at tea, and I come up mid-conversation with, let's say, like a different cultural understanding of some of the words that you said, do you think that it would be fair for me to just assert that I know what your conversation was about, having no knowledge of the cultural background that you have?
Yeah,
in the conversation that you're...
I think that if the conversation involved me giving laws to people and telling them how to live, and they were immoral laws, and they were misogynistic and dangerous and damaging, and people were taking those things at face value, then I don't think your commentary about things would be particularly relevant.
No, my commentary would be one that is lacking in understanding the cultural and the hermeneutical practices behind you and the conversation that you're having with a person that is privy.
Well,
right?
if there were
so
all these sophisticated
hermeneutics,
hang on a second. If there were all these sophisticated hermeneutics required in order to correctly decode this law, why didn't Moses deliver them at the time? Why did they have to wait until rabbis writing in the Talmud centuries later pontificated and wrote about it? Why is it not in the text?
Great question. Yeah, great question. And here's the way that the Torah says that it works, right? The shoftim, the judges, they're given the authority to rule and adjudicate on matters. Do you agree that's what the Torah says?
You're not answering my question.
Well, I'm answering by giving you, like, I don't know what you know about the Torah, so I just don't want to assume that you know something. I'm trying to be charitable.
You can assume that I'm not an expert, but that I can read what the text says and take it at face value, which is what billions of other people do too. Not everyone goes rushing off to read, rabbinical commentaries on the text. The text is what the text is. That's what I'm reacting to. That's what I'm reacting to, right?
No, I understand. What I'm trying to tell
let me
you is
ask
that
you,
in
do
the
you think this
Torah,
was a good law?
I've already said yes.
You do think it was
what
a
I'm
good law?
asking, yes, 10 toes down. Now, with what I'm trying to explain is like,
Wild.
like as an American, I know, right? It's okay. Hold on one second. I would never, as an American, go to a culture with their language, right, and their text or whatever it may be, and just assume that I know more about it than they do, right? That would be stupid, right? That'd be really a bad practice. And then just to be, pontificating some sort of like idea that my opinion about their doctrine or their linguistics or whatever it may be is just far superior than theirs. That would just be stupid. We would never do that in any other document. Now, with that being stated, as far as like what the text is telling us, the text in the Torah, the written down text tells us very clearly that the judges were given rights to rule and adjudicate, which means that there's going to be gray area, because this is just quite literally what we would call case law. So you would understand that not every single case goes to unalivement, right? So like, for example, in the Talmud, it talks about certain amounts of death, right, is considered like a bloody cord. So in other words, there was the top of the top, meaning like your absolute worst criminals. This is the thing that you would do.
I'm sorry.
And that's what the law is adjudicating on.
Are you currently making a case that it would have been a good idea for this law to actually not have been implemented in all cases? That sounds like what you're saying. Because for one moment, it sounds to me like you're being a little contradictory. First, you said it's a good law, and then you said sometimes they didn't implement it.
Well, if I could finish, what I'm saying is that your assumption, I'm criticizing your assumptions here. Your assumption is that just because you read a text where it gives over a case law of what you should do, the most extreme that you can do, you're assuming that that is something that would have been followed all the way to the
I'm not making that assumption. If it was no, this is a bullshit argument. If the law was followed,
to the fellow before me,
if the law was followed 1% of the time, it's still a shit law. It just means people realized it was a shit law. I'm not. My argument is not based on the assumption that it was followed.
I don't know why. Yeah.
My argument is not based on the assumption that the law was followed 100% of the time. In fact, my argument holds if the law was never implemented once. We know it was because there are later rabbinical writings that speak of women taking vials of pig's blood into the marital chamber just in case, to make sure that they didn't come unstuck as a result of this. But even if the law had never been implemented once, my comment isn't on the consequences of the law. My comment is on the morality behind creating it in the first place. So all the special pleading you're doing currently for the fact that it may not have been implemented all the time, that there was a council of judges who might have decided under what circumstances not stoning the young woman to death might have been the preferable option, is completely irrelevant to the case. Why do you think this is a good law?
So it's completely irrelevant.
Why do you think this is a good law?
So it's Sorry, is this a conversation, or is this just one where you're running from my
it's me asking you a question.
Cross-examination?
It's me asking you a question.
Yeah,
why do you think this is a good law?
But every time that I've spoken, you've cut me off. So do you think that that's fair?
I just asked you a question.
I understand, sir, and I'm doing my best to answer. But as I try and explain something after you ask me a question, you cut me off mid-sentence. I'm not really sure why you're doing that.
I don't think I did, but go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, you seem to think that just because there's case law mentioned in the Torah that it was done that way in every single case, or 1% of cases. So your idea is like, this is like a crap law. I understand. I hear you. Duly noted, right? The issue is that the judges were given the right to adjudicate, which means that they would look and examine a matter. So for example, if a husband takes a wife and he buys her or takes her as she is a virgin, right? He accepts the consequences of that, right? Do you understand what I mean so far?
I'm feeling
because
quite
you are
uncomfortable
aware that
about the argument you're making. It's making your position worse, not better.
What is worse about a culture So you just disagree as a modern person that there's not a bride
Yeah,
price.
that
Duly noted.
virgins
I don't
shouldn't be
really think that this
non-virgins
should
should be
take us
stoned to death.
into.
Yes, I do disagree with that. Do you?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm explicitly stating that there are different bride prices for different statuses.
Oh,
Do you agree or disagree?
I
Yeah,
mean,
do you agree or disagree?
I don't disagree that it might have happened. I disagree about the concept
Okay.
of bride prices and statuses and stoning them to death if they
Okay.
don't turn out to do what it says
Let
on
me
the
ask you a
tin.
question. Okay, well, let me ask you a question then. Why should you buy your future bride a wedding ring?
That's a complete change of subject. I'm not going to let us pivot.
Not, sir.
I'm
No,
not going
it's
to let
not,
us
John.
pivot here.
John, where do you think that tradition comes from? There's nothing that says that you should buy your wife a ring. Not one single thing. Nothing.
That's fine.
Okay, nothing says
I'm
this.
not going to stone her to death if she displeases me on the wedding night. Neither am I going to
What I'm
leave the
saying is,
neither am I going to leave the judgment about whether she should be stoned to death to a bunch of judges who can then adjudicate on it, like that's some act of charity. That's like some meaningful concession to moral decency. The concession to moral decency here is to say this is fucking horrific and it should never ever be allowed to happen under any circumstances.
Okay, yet you're comfortable with buying your quote future bride by handing her a ring. Why is that not morally reprehensible as well?
Because that's a tradition that doesn't entail doing any harm to anyone. Even if you don't
No, but you said you were uncomfortable with the idea of quote buying and different statuses for different people.
I'm uncomfortable with the idea of
you're uncomfortable with
because
the
in the
ancient way, but not the
because in the
modern.
transaction of buying a ring, the commodity is the
Can you
ring.
not mute me, please?
In the transaction of
Can you
buying
not mute me like as I'm actively speaking, sir?
Because in the transaction of buying a ring, the commodity is the ring. In the transaction of buying a wife, the commodity is a human being. Are you really unable to discern the difference between those two scenarios?
No, I think you're just equivocating
Sounds like you're
on
not.
that. What I think, no, I just think that you're equivocating. It's called We Disagree, and that's what we're here to do. I mean, you wouldn't run these lives if you weren't inviting people to disagree with you, unless you just want an echo chamber. And if that's what you want, there's plenty of places for that. But it
you're
seems
welcome
as though
to disagree with me. I just find your views appalling.
That's fine. That's okay. I already knew that that's what I've been listening to you for like an hour now. I already know that that's what you were going to find reprehensible. The problem is I'm trying to show you that your worldview is no better, nor I don't know why you presume yourself to have some sort of better morality, right? And earlier you made the statement that when people have an issue with some of the things that you've stated, it's because they're fighting their own identity. I could say the same about you, sir. So you're holding, you're white knuckling this identity that you've created for yourself, even though you know it's contradictory, in that it's reprehensible that a man should, quote, buy a bride, and yet you're comfortable giving your bride, i.e. buying her favor in some way, a ring. So now could you please get back to the subject?
Are you out of your mind?
No.
I'm not going to let that stand for one moment.
Can you answer how it's the same? Why?
Well, it's not the same. That's the point. Exactly what I'm saying is that it's not the same.
Can you tell me how?
Well, I'm making the case that it's not the same. You're the one who's saying it's the same. That buying a
Why should
ring,
you give it to her then?
You're saying that buying a ring for someone is the same as buying a person. That's a ludicrous argument. Are you making that argument with a straight face?
Yes, absolutely.
Are you?
I am. Yes. It's shocking, right? I know grandstanding is not going to be beneficial for the conversation. So I'm trying to get to the point.
It's not even grandstanding. Right? It's genuine incredulity that anyone would say something so patently ridiculous. That you're saying in a culture where we have a tradition.
Think it's incredulity?
In a culture where we have a tradition.
Why is there a tradition? Why is this tradition?
Okay, you can just be quiet. Okay? You can just be quiet for a moment while I speak. In a culture where we have a tradition of wedding rings being a thing. It's a tradition. It's the same as the tradition of putting pumpkins out on Halloween. It's a traditional thing that people do. I don't consider it to be an obligation. I don't consider it to be... When I got married and I bought my wife a ring, I didn't do it to buy her favour. I did it because that's kind of what you do. It's like it's a thing. It's all right. There was nothing attached to it. There was no expectation of obligation attached to it. And there was certainly no expectation of me owning her as a human being. The scenario you're trying, very poorly, if I may say, to defend is a situation where there's not a ring being exchanged. It's a person being exchanged. And the person is the commodity. And if the person is not fit for purpose, then a bunch of judges get together to decide if the woman should be stoned to death. it's astonishing to me that you would consider
Yeah.
that to be
So,
virtuous.
okay. Yeah. So I don't understand why you're missing this, right? So why would you like why can't you just marry your wife without a ring?
I
And
can.
theoretically you could, but why do you have the tradition to do so? I know that, sir. I'm trying to tell you that you are completely comfortable with the modern version of buying a bride because that's what you're doing when you
No.
give her a ring.
Who did I
You're
buy? Who did I
buying,
buy the
yes,
bride
you
from?
might not see it that way.
Who did I buy the
Sir,
bride from?
sir, are you
When you
wait,
buy
is
some,
it
when
why
you
is
buy,
it sufficient for you to cut why is it sufficient for you to cut me off?
stop
But
crying,
it's
and
not okay that I
I'll
cut you
answer
off.
the question, because this is how it
I'm not
works. This is
crying.
if you want to
I'm
start
not
your own
crying.
live, if you
I'm
want to start your
simply
own
challenging you.
yeah, very poorly. If you want to start your own live, you can control the
So is
conversation.
there
Right
a
now,
reason
people
why
aren't
every
interested
time
in
you're getting
hearing.
cooked?
People are not interested in hearing you feel sorry for
I know
yourself
because
because
it's
I'm
an echo
steering the
chamber.
conversation. So, in the
I
situation,
don't
in the
feel sorry for
situation
myself. I feel that you are
in the
realizing you're
situation where I've apparently bought my wife, I'd like you
can
to
we get back
answer
to the
the
Torah
question
then?
of who I bought my wife from.
That's what I thought.
Who did
Okay.
I buy
Yeah,
my
so
wife from?
again,
Who
it's
did I buy my wife?
as I stated,
Who did I buy my wife from?
you're asking me a question. You're asking me a question, but you're
Okay.
not allowing me to answer it.
Okay. So
So as I
name the
stated,
person
you're
now.
comfortable with the modern version. Okay, I'm doing that like actively. I said, as
That
you
would be a name.
see, it's a modern version. Sir, are you good?
I'm looking for a name of who I
Okay.
bought my
Now
wife from.
I'm going to try and answer for like the
We
fifth
don't
or
need an
sixth
essay,
time.
just a name.
Now,
Her
it's not an
father,
essay.
her
If you just let me
brother,
land, it's going to be
the guy I bought the ring from.
Would you like?
I
Would you?
paid a
Yeah.
jewelry.
So,
I paid a jeweler
hello.
to give me a wedding
Are you
ring.
good?
No, I'm not yet. I paid a
Go ahead.
jeweler to
I
give
know.
me
I
a.
know. You're asking me a
I
question.
paid a wedding ring. I'm clarifying it for you.
Why do you?
I
Why do you
I
keep
pay
muting me?
because you're speaking over me, and it makes it for unpleasant listening for everyone
No,
listening.
you asked me a question,
Right, but
John.
I'm clarifying the
Are
question
you
because
good, sir?
I'm clarifying the answer I want to the question. So you made the claim that that in giving my
Yeah.
wife a wedding ring, I'm buying my wife. I'm asking you
Yeah,
who I'm
notice
buying
what I
her
said, the modern version of this. You're
Right.
you're giving it to
Who am I
her,
buying her from?
which is why. Why should you give her a ring?
Who am I buying
Why?
her from?
Why, sir?
You made a claim.
You're buying her own affection by giving her a ring, sir. It's a modernized version of a bride price.
The bride price was paid
What
to
is
who?
the matter with you,
The
sir?
bride price was paid to who?
The family.
To
However,
the father. To
what
the
I'm
father.
telling you,
To the father.
yeah, the family.
I didn't pay. I didn't buy a ring for my wife's father.
Sir, is there a reason why you continuously cut me off?
Yeah,
This is not a good look for you.
It's not a good look for you
This is not a
because
good
you're
look for you.
making a ludicrous
Sir,
argument.
you asked me a question, and as I'm actively answering, you cut me off and you mute me.
Yeah.
So you don't actually want the answer because you know what it is that I'm trying to make. You know the point.
Well, when you try to answer the question I ask you, you go off in another direction. So I'm trying to steer you back so you can actually answer it, because you're making claims and not defending them.
So no, I'm actively trying as you mute me or overspeak me, and I've been very kind to you. I'm trying to be charitable. I greeted you with shalom.
Deeply privileged.
I'm not trying to cause. Wonderful. I'm glad. Okay. From one human to another.
Okay.
Right?
So who did I buy my wife from?
My answer is this. Okay, ready? Here's the answer.
Okay.
The answer is it is a modernized version of paying a bride price, and you are completely fine with that.
Right. Did you answer the question I asked you?
Why is that okay for you?
Did you answer the question?
I did answer the question. Did you not hear it?
What was the question I asked you?
I'm going to say it again. I did.
No, I'd
I'd
like you to actually repeat back to me the question I asked you. What was the question I asked you? I'm waiting for you to.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that you muted me again.
I didn't. I actually
so
didn't.
Is there a reason why you want to ask a question?
I actually didn't.
Somebody else did, so maybe someone else did.
I asked you to
so
tell me.
I've already answered. If you cannot keep up, I don't know what to do, sir. Maybe this is not your day.
Answer. I asked you to tell me what was the question.
I did answer.
I asked you to tell me what was the question I asked you. Because I don't think you answered.
And
so demonstrate.
I know you don't, and you won't think that I answered.
So now I'm muting you. Demonstrate that you were listening and that you understand what question I asked you. What was the question I asked you?
It's problematic for you that I keep. So do you often mute people who are challenging you?
I often mute
John?
people who
Is
don't
this
know
like a
how to.
common habit?
I often mute people who don't know how to have adult conversations. If people can engage
I'm
in a
having an
conversation
adult
properly,
conversation.
they
Would you
don't
ever
get
mute
muted at
someone
all.
in public?
This
Would you
isn't
ever mute
public.
someone in
This
public?
is
Would you
a
ever be
live. This
like
is a
at
live
a
stream.
Walmart and be like, "Ah, stop
And
talking."
right now, this is not public. This is a live stream, and right now there are 400
It's kind of a
people
public thing,
listening
right? It's
to
kind
you
of a
crash
public
out
thing.
and fall apart. So,
I'm
can
not
you
crashing
repeat
out. There are
back?
400 people listening to the fact that you don't know
Can
Judaism, yet you
can
left it, and you've
can
abandoned that which you don't know, and
can you or can you not repeat back
and
the
they're hearing
simple
you get cooked by
question?
a messianic.
The
Some
simple question I asked you. It wasn't a
they're hearing you get
complicated
cooked by a
question.
messianic who
It
does
wasn't a complicated question. It
who
was a
does
pretty
actually
easy
know their religion.
question. So I'm going to ask you for one
So
last
if you'd like,
time, if you're able to repeat back
just
the question I
repeat what
asked
it
you
is.
so that we can create some structure in the
Can you
conversation. Because if you
can you repeat
can't,
what I said?
then I'll just
So it
move on
seems
to
like you
someone who is
can't.
able to have a grown-up conversation. It was pretty straightforward.
It's unfortunate
I
that
asked you a question which was
it's
responsive to the
unfortunate that
claim you'd made about me buying my
this
wife.
is
Can you remember what the question was?
this is quite weird. Yeah, so can you repeat my answer so
Can
that I
you
know that you heard? Because
can you
there was some people in the chat that gave my answers. So can you
can
just
you
repeat it for me?
can you remember what the question I asked you was?
John, can you repeat my
Okay.
answer?
Okay. I'm
Yes.
going to repeat it. This is going to be the last time I do because
Uh,
otherwise it's going to get a little boring for everyone. People don't like to hear people going round and round and round the same thing all the time. It does get a little bit dull. So my caller here made the claim that giving a wedding ring is buying a wife, and that this is a modern version
No, I
of
said it's a modern. Yeah.
of buying the wife in the Torah. And my question was, who am I buying her from? And your answer was,
Yeah. And no. You didn't finish what I said. Thank you for almost stealing me. I appreciate that. Here's what I said. I said you are giving it to her to buy an affection,
right,
in that you call it a gift. It
yeah,
is a modernized version. So the
right,
fact that you give it to her does not negate the premise, which is you are
yeah,
still giving over a gift to her,
right.
right?
And the
As a
reason
way.
why that's not
Is
analogous,
there a reason why you
yeah,
just muted
because you're
me?
absolutely dull as dishwasher, and off she goes. Uh, you know, people sometimes say you kick guests because you can't face challenge. I love a good challenge, but I like people who actually are able to give one rather than just speak and not listen and not be responsive to stuff. Her argument was completely ludicrous. My objection is not to being able to express affection for someone and giving gifts. My objection is to the idea that it's the woman herself who is commoditized. So in the example of giving a prospective woman a ring as a gift and a sign of affection and a tradition for marriage, she doesn't become the commodity. She's not being passed to my ownership by her father. I'm not paying her father any money. It's a completely different situation. And as for her defense of the barbarism in Deuteronomy, her defense with this terrible law is it's a good law because it was only enforced sometimes. Well, if it was only enforced sometimes, what does that say about whether it was a good law? Absolutely pathetic. Pathetic. Anyway, moving on, I will just like to share the Viking chef says, painting a church here in West Berkshire whilst listening to your lives feels kind of naughty. Are you planning to do more lunchtime lives? I love that you're painting a church while listening to this. Good on you. That's beautifully subversive. And yeah, I do try to get the daytime lives in more, and I will be doing more of them. It's a different audience during the day, and there are people who can't join the nighttime ones, and of course that's sad to miss those people. So 100% Viking, I will definitely be doing more of these for sure. Okay, we're going to bring in T-Mac from the YouTube side. Hey, T-Mac.
Hi, John. Can you hear me all right?
Just fine. How are you?
Amazing. I'm great. I'm so happy to be speaking to you.
Likewise.
It's for you, but I want to clarify some things first. So, I'm an atheist.
Yeah.
I'm from the UK. I'm sure you can tell by my accent.
I can.
And my family has all been atheists. We've all been you know, I've never like had scripture presented to me. But when I was in high school, I went to a Catholic high school, and I briefly considered myself Catholic for a time before I engaged with my critical thinking.
Happens a lot.
I've been watching a lot of your videos and live streams recently, and I've found them so compelling because I have a friend who is a born-again Christian. He's an evangelist, and I've always talked to him and tried to have open conversations with him, and I wanted to get his perspective. But I didn't really realize what it meant because I was raised in the UK. I was never exposed to evangelism. So now, as an adult in my 20s, I'm going down the YouTube rabbit hole and I'm learning more and more about it. And I'm absolutely repulsed, John. I can't express to you the feeling that it puts inside of me, but I'm sure you understand because I think you feel the same.
I do.
So I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. Number one, I wanted to know what your opinion on Catholics are as compared to, you know, New Earth creationists, because I don't really hear you speaking to any more liberal Christians on the stream, although maybe more liberal isn't the right word.
Yeah, we do get a spectrum of callers. There are people who come. I have a friend called Brandon who's, I guess you would call a reasonably liberal Christian. He and I are aligned on many things in terms of how we live and our values and stuff. He happens to be a Christian. He has got I would say, a slightly kinder theology than some. There's still some areas where I feel the tension with him, but he's not young earth. He accepts evolution. He accepts that belief isn't chosen. He understands the tension in that. He accepts that it's uncomfortable. You know, he's someone who I like and respect, even though we have a different view. But I think there's a slight selection bias on platforms like this, where the kinds of people who are going to want to come up on TikTok or on YouTube and call in and get involved in these kinds of conversations tend to be people who feel strongly about their views and feel that it's, a good thing to argue them and push them and, push back against people who don't hold them. And so you do typically get people who are further along the line, that spectrum towards, being a bit more hardcore or a bit more fundamentalist. Are you still there, T-Mac? Sounds like you may not be there. I can still see you connected, but unfortunately cannot hear you. I hope that's a good answer to your question, though. And if you want to join again, give us a shout again. It's just obviously a problem with the connection. Thanks for the question, though. I do appreciate it. What a shame. Nice guy. Okay, we are going to go with G Audio from the TikTok queue. Letting you up right now, G Audio. How are you?
Hello. How you doing?
Good.
Cool. Can you understand me right now? Because my accent is a bit thick, I think, for you.
I can understand you perfectly.
Beautiful. I have a straight question. It is to ask whether morality, namely the set of things that allow us, a set of properties or a set of propositions that allow us to know what is good and bad.
Yeah.
Is it something? Is it a standard for truth? Is morality a standard for truth?
Is morality a standard for truth? No.
Yeah. No.
No. So I
Okay,
see them completely separate things. So truth is that which comports to reality, and morality is how you think people ought to behave towards each other and other
All
animals.
right, perfect. I think that's beautiful. So if someone made a moral statement, like, for example, X religion says that A, B, and C it gives A, B, and C as a law,
yeah,
and you believe that is morally reprehensible,
yeah,
is it an argument for you to say that religion is false?
No, of course not.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now, then,
the religion could just be true and horrible. It could be true and immoral.
Excellent. Yeah, a religion could be true and immoral from your own perspective. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
now then, I have another question, which is I think a more fun one, because I appreciate the straight answers, by the way.
Sure.
This one is an argument. I think you have heard it. It's the transcendental argument for God. This
Really?
argument goes like,
You want to run tag?
most likely, I think.
Okay.
Maybe you heard it. Maybe you heard it. It's
just
a version of it.
Just once or twice. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a version of it, anyways.
Okay.
So it goes like this. The first premise says that the law of identity is necessary. The second premise is the law of identity is instrumental. And the conclusion, there exists a mind that grounds the law of identity. By the way, hello, Kitty Cat. Hello.
Yeah. Say that again. So the law of identity is
necessary.
Yeah.
The law of identity is instrumental.
What's the word you're using there?
Instrumental means grounded in the mind.
Okay. Yeah, that's a premise that I would say needs to be demonstrated rather than asserted. Demonstrate that.
The law of identity is a concept descriptive of reality. It is not, something that has an ontology itself. Unless you are a Platonist, and in that case you have already accepted conceded to the argument by accepting the first premise. I think it's straightforward. What do you think?
Well, I would say that the law of identity is just something we notice about reality. It just happens to be that we are minds within reality, right? And we notice that when something is a thing, it is that thing, and it isn't not that thing. So that's just something that we've noticed about reality. Now, you could say that the process of our noticing that is dependent on a mind, but the actual truth itself is mind independent. Even if there were no minds, it would still be the case that a thing is a thing and it isn't not that thing. So I reject your second premise.
Okay, you're saying we are noticing it, but I'm saying, do you understand the difference between truth bearers and truth makers?
Truth bearers and truth makers?
Yeah.
No.
All right, the truth maker would be the reality behind the thing that's being described by a proposition. Truth bearer would be the proposition.
The messenger. Okay, so I'm prepared to go with you on that. So I would say in using that framework, then you could say the expression of the law of non-contradiction through minds would be the truth bearer, and that could be contingent on a mind. But the actual truth itself, the actual truth embedded within that law, is not mind dependent at all.
Excellent. Now we're gonna then focus on the truth bearer. The truth bearer then is something that's linked strongly to its maker, right? And if the truth maker is necessary, which means it's true in all possible worlds, then so is the truth bearer it's not in a specific expression, not in a specific language, but as a proposition. So if it is necessary for the truth maker, if the truth maker is necessary, then it is also necessary that the truth bearer is the case, meaning it is true in all possible worlds.
I'm not sure if I'm following you there.
Yeah, so do you make a difference between a proposition and just any claim, any sentence? A proposition does not depend on any expression, right?
A proposition doesn't depend on expression, did you say?
Yeah, like if I say there is a banana on the table, no any banana garu, il y a une banane sur la table, it's exactly the same thing. It's the same proposition.
Right, you're saying that the meaning behind what is said is not dependent on the language it's said in. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly, and that's what we're calling the proposition.
We can agree to that. Okay.
Yeah, and this proposition is descriptive of what the maker is right?
Proposition is descriptive of what the maker is.
Yeah, like the truth maker. What makes it true?
Right. It depends what the proposition is.
Whatever the proposition is, if there is a truth maker and the truth bearer, this bearer is what we are calling the proposition.
Well, the proposition could be incorrect. I mean, a proposition is just a claim, right? So I could say that there's a banana on the table, and then there might not be.
Yeah, excellent. That's true. But here in this case, we are talking about the truth the proposition that's true, the true proposition, the claim, the statement itself, is descriptive of a certain set of the affairs. It could be the case that there is no set of the affairs in which the thing is.
Just activating the Philbro bullshit meter, just in case, just to make sure that we're okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand what you're trying to do. It seems like I'm trying to explain.
It's a precaution. It's okay.
Yeah, honestly, what I'm saying is very basic. And if you have red tag, I don't know why you're activating whatever you're activating.
No, it's for safety measures. It's just a safety precaution.
Yeah, for safety measures.
Yeah.
So then, after we have explained this thing, the basic stuff that you will read from by your own self, it seems like that you would call bullshit if you don't understand it. Yeah. That thing that you call bullshit when you don't understand it, I'm not
calling it bullshit because I don't understand it. I'm just calling it bullshit because these philosophical arguments never lead you to where you want to go. They never lead to God, and no one ever believes, and nobody ever believes a God because of them.
We'll get. Oh, that's not true. But we'll get there. Okay. So then now coming back coming back to the argument now.
Okay.
If you agree that these propositions, then the truth bearers in this sense is not something that depends on this expression, then you would agree that when we say a proposition is necessary, we are saying that it is true in all possible worlds. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Perfect. If a proposition is true in all possible worlds, on what is it grounded? What grounds the proposition?
I don't even know what grounding means in that context.
That's why you're calling it bullshit.
Why does a proposition need to be grounded in anything? Why can't it just not be? If I say I've got an itchy foot, what is that grounded in? I'm just telling you something.
So grounding is the thing that makes it, not the maker, but it's a thing that makes it true, that makes it itself. If you're saying a proposition is not grounded, then you just are saying that it's possible for there to be brute facts.
Yes, it is possible for there to be brute facts.
Oh, perfect. Can you prove it?
No.
Why are you making the claim?
Because it's my opinion.
This is why you're calling it
I'm entitled to hold an opinion that I can't necessarily prove.
Isn't that a claim, though?
It would be incumbent on you to take the possibility of brute facts off the table, wouldn't it?
No, you're saying it's possible. I'm asking you to prove it.
I can't prove it. I'm just saying it's my opinion that it's possible that there are brute facts. You're entitled to have a different one.
Then in that case, I can say it's possible for there to be a necessary being.
Yeah, that's it. You're entitled to say that.
That's it?
Yeah. If that's your position, that it's possible for there to be if your position is that it's possible for there to be a necessary being, I'd say, okay, I grant that that's
you accept it? Do you accept that?
I accept that you're convinced that it's possible for there to be a necessary being. That's not an argument for there being one. It's also possible that the entire universe was farted out of the back end of a donkey, but that doesn't necessarily make it a plausible argument.
That's possible, but it's not the same thing. And I'll explain to you why it's not the same thing.
Do
you commit to the... I will show you. Do you commit to the possibility of there being a necessary being?
Do I commit to the possibility of there being a necessary being?
Yeah.
I don't think I can make a case for it being impossible. So I would say I'm open to the possibility of it, but I'm open to the possibility of there being fairies at the bottom of my garden too. Doesn't make it plausible.
I will show you how it's not the same. Now, according to moral logic and according to S5, I think maybe you have heard it. There is a theorem that comes right after the brewer's axiom that says that it literally says this: the possibility of a necessity, if A is possibly necessary, then A is the case. So you accepting the possibility of the necessary of the existence of a necessary being, you're accepting that there exists a necessary being.
Nonsense.
Let me show you. Give me the screen. Give me the screen. I'm going to show you.
It's completely nonsense. No, I'm not giving you the screen.
Just give me the. I'm going to show you I'm going to show you the proof of it for it. And not this is now you're going to show your bullshit meter. Can you open your bullshit machine, please? And then I will show you from the screen.
You want me to open my bullshit meter again, just to be safe?
Now give me the screen. I'm gonna show you the theorem, and now you're gonna say.
I honestly don't think anyone's interested in listening to this right now.
I'm gonna show you the proof.
So I know you are, but we've got 400 people listening, and I don't think anyone's remotely interested in this.
No, I think many are interested. Just
Okay.
allow me to show the proof, and then it's okay.
We'll take a poll. We'll take a poll and see. Just to see.
I think this is a way for you to run away.
It's not a way for me to run away. It's just
honestly,
what I
think you're trying to run away.
I'm not trying to run away, my friend. We've been on the call for 12. Quiet for a moment. Just be quiet for a moment. So we've been on the call for 12 minutes. I try to keep the lives interesting, and what I find is that when arguments get into basically Philbro babble, when arguments get into Philbro
when you don't
babble,
understand them,
when arguments get into Philbro babble, what happens is people get disinterested, and I'm interested in keeping the arguments interesting. So my claim up here is nobody ever chose to be an atheist. The discussion we're having now is about whether admitting to the possibility of a proposition being true is a commitment to it being true. That's like about as far away from...
No, not that. I did not say that. That's a misrepresentation of what I said. I said,
even if it's tangential
a possibility of the necessary... that of a proposition being necessarily true,
right,
means that the proposition is, and this is exactly what I'm showing here in my screen. You don't want people to see it, but I invite everybody to go to Model Logics, like on Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. You're gonna read it. This is a theorem that comes under the Brewer's axiom. The Brewer's axiom is B and the S5. If you want to read it,
it's wonderful.
And this is just basic knowledge, by the way. This is extremely basic knowledge.
What's awesome is that we are gonna tick the Philbro babble on the believer bingo.
He's gonna run away.
We've definitely got.
Running away.
I'm not running anywhere. I'm just congratulating you for getting the first square.
You're just running away.
On our believer bingo.
You're running away.
Now
you're running away.
Lest I'm accused of running away, I think we can just put a little poll out to see.
And you're running away.
I'm not running away at all.
This is called an ad populum argument.
It's not an ad populum. It's called serving my audience.
It's an ad populum because I'm showing you the proof from Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and you're running away from it.
That's wonderful.
This is literally model logic. It says that the commitment you made proves that there exists. You have to accept that.
Well, if it's in modal logic, if it's in modal logic, it must be true. Okay, so we're going to run that poll there, and we're going to run.
Man is running away.
I'm not running away. I'm consulting my audience to see if people are interested in this conversation.
You all should go to Encyclopedia of Philosophy and type model logics.
Do you not think that if people were interested in reading encyclopedias of logic,
some people would be interested? I know. At least one person would be interested.
Anyone is entitled to do that. Anyone is entailed to do that.
Go ahead and read this. You'll see the proof of what
I would
saying.
invite people to go and do that.
This guy's commitment involves and entails that he accepts that there is a necessary existence, and he's running away from it.
No,
he got caught, but he's running away.
Not in the slightest. I don't know why you keep on saying I'm running away. I'm still here.
See the evidence?
I'm still here.
Why don't you want to see the evidence?
Because I just think that these types of discussions are not very interesting.
So you're running away from knowledge.
Okay, so we've had a fairly conclusive vote. We've got 95% on the YouTube side for Kick, and 22 against 6 on the TikTok side. So I have to serve my audience. It's not that I'm running. It's not that I'm running. It's just that I just don't think it's a very interesting discussion.
My brother, why are you running?
I always serve my audience. Just think it's a bit dull. I'm happy to have philosophical discussions. I don't claim to be a philosopher, right? I don't claim to be a philosopher. Now, the point is, if you have to get into modal logic in order to understand the divine, then God engineered a pretty poor situation. Because if you ask 100 people in the street whether they've read the arguments in modal logic, how many of them are going to say yes? My guess is none. And occasionally you'll meet someone who's into that kind of stuff. I find it all to be word games myself, and I just don't find it persuasive. And most people I speak to think the same. So spending time on it is not time well spent. So that's my view on that. Okay, we're going to bring back T-Mac because we lost T-Mac before, but hopefully we have him back now. Hey, T-Mac.
Hello again, John.
Got you back. I don't know what happened, but you dropped away as I was answering your question.
I think that we got desynchronized because my 2 o'clock alarm went off to let me know that my partner came out of work and I have to start rushing to do all the chores.
Yeah.
So, lest we get disconnected again, I'm going to ask you the actual important question I wanted to ask you first, but I have a couple of other things I want to pick your brain about, if that's all right.
Go for it.
So the question that I want to ask you, because I'm sure that you know about this and have experience and can give me a better rundown than Google can, is what can I do to help? Like as somebody who's living in the UK, I live in the Northwest.
Yeah.
I've found it so compelling, all of the things that you're talking about. I've found it absolutely insane that there are people who get raised in these environments, never get exposed to any alternative ideas or any science or anything like that. I want to know what charities are reliable, actually do what they say they're doing, what sort of volunteer work I can be doing, that type of thing. Because I want to do what you do, but I don't think that it would really be feasible for me to try and make a career out of it. But even if I could just do something one day a week, that would be better than nothing.
That's a really good question. I mean, you know, in the UK, we don't have the kind of issues we have with, you know, religion suppressing kind of intellectual freedoms to the extent that is the case in other countries. I'm not really sure. I mean, the first thing is be vocal about spreading this notion that belief is not a choice, because the more people are familiar with these ideas, the more it gets out there into the kind of idea sphere. And I do think it's a really important idea. I think it's a line of attack against this type of religious thinking that they don't have an adequate defense for yet. And I don't think they ever will. So, you know, get familiar with the thinking on this, and, you know, use it in discussions with people. Get people to think about it. Many people, when I speak to them about this stuff, they say, "Oh, I've never thought about it that way." That's good. That's spreading a new way of thinking about old ideas, which is a really good thing. In terms of like actually getting down and dirty, getting your hands dirty and doing stuff and volunteering stuff, gosh, I'm not really sure. It might be that some of the organizations, I haven't looked into whether volunteer organizations like Recovering from Religion and stuff like that, whether they have to be, people have to be local to volunteer and help with those kind of groups because they're in America. I don't know if they have requirements for being on shore. I'm just not sure. But I think, you know, the biggest thing to do is be part of these communities, you know, spread ideas, speak to people, be an advocate for this stuff, because there's no reason why it should be socially acceptable in a society to promote a religion, but frowned on to question a religion. That doesn't make any sense to me. That is in itself an assumption that needs to be pushed back against, which is really where the sort of new atheism started. I hate the term new atheists, but that turning point culturally really was the recognition that we don't all have to pretend these ideas don't exist. We don't all have to be awfully embarrassed about criticizing religious views in case someone gets upset about it, because I get upset about the religious views. So if I can be offended by someone else saying that non-virgins should be stoned to death, then someone else can manage the terrible offense that might come from me pushing back on that. So that's about the best I can give you, my friend. I wish I could say, go here, do this. Maybe there are people who have ideas for what you could do in the UK. And if I do, I'll mention something about it. If something occurs to me afterwards as I should have said this, I'll bring it up and mention it. But I'm sure there are groups you can get involved with. You know, I'm sure there are.
Well, I mean, thank you, John. That was a very long and thoughtful response. I really appreciate it. My experience with religion has been quite, I would say, tumultuous, because I wouldn't say that I've experienced religious trauma, but I have seen religion doing harm. But I've also, you know, perhaps against my better judgment, in some of the more trying times in my life, I have sought religion and tried to square myself with it, and I've just been unable to.
Yeah.
Like when you have said that belief isn't a choice, and you get people coming into your live stream who say, "I never really thought about it that way." I've never really thought about the fact that people never thought about it that way, because I have had that experience quite directly.
It was so visceral and obvious to you. And by the way, no one 3216 on the YouTube side, thank you for this, says recovering from religion is based in the US but have volunteers from all over the world. So that would be a really good place for you to start, because that's a fantastic organization, volunteer led, and they do genuinely good work to help people in lots and lots of different ways. There are lots of different roles, lots of different ways to get involved. That would be a thing that you could look at for sure. Thanks for that, Noah. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much to that chatter. Yeah. And another thing that I wanted to ask you about more on a curiosity level,
sure.
is just what your opinion is about the start of the universe, or well, start is sort of the wrong word, but
yeah,
my background is in science and mathematics, so I have done a lot of exploration of this topic. I've done a lot of thinking about it. I've understood it on a deep, and I think a lot of people have, purely just because of like actual study. And my opinion is that, well, the thing is, it's kind of difficult for me to frame what my opinion is, because I think that the arguments sort of come from a similar place to religion, but with slightly more maths, I guess. Like, it's not something that I can prove. It's just what my intuition and thoughts have led me to.
Yeah.
But I think that the universe exists because it must. Like, the universe is necessary, and it was created out of, well, created, again, the wrong word, but it stemmed from the quantum soup of possibility, right? And if the quantum soup of possibility is timeless, then anything which is possible would emerge from the quantum soup, I guess sort of immediately, but not really immediately, because time doesn't apply. Like, everything would have already emerged and would have already emerged if it is possible.
I got to say, for me, these kinds of discussions are way above my pay grade. So there are, theoretical physicists like Krauss and others who speak about this, quantum fields and all of that kind of stuff. It's not an area that I have any expertise in. My instinct is that universe is not a created thing. Reality has always existed. This particular instance of the observable universe in its expansion phase is an event. We're in the middle of an event of the thing expanding. I don't know if it's going to collapse again. There could be an infinite number of expanding and collapsing. I don't know, but it's hard for me to see any reason to presume that there was ever a point where nothing existed. So but definitionally nothing can't exist, right? Because there would be no difference between nothing existing and nothing not existing. So I don't know, to me it all gets a bit abstract, a little bit like our previous caller who wanted to talk about modal logic. I don't really know. I don't really care. There are people who are way smarter than me, who are all over the physics. The one thing I do know about the little physics I have studied is when things get fundamental, they're extremely counterintuitive. So if you look at look at quantum mechanics, you look at special relativity, general relativity, they're not intuitive. They're not how you would guess reality works when you look at reality. They're extremely odd. And so my strong suspicion is that if we ever do find the answers to these kind of questions, they will also be very counterintuitive, and they won't make nice, pleasing, tied up with a bow sense to it might be the case you have to have a very high level of mathematical understanding to even grasp the concepts, for example, which I don't have. I'm not a mathematician. I stopped my maths when I was about 19 years old. I loved it, by the way, but I've forgotten. I couldn't do calculus now if my life depended on it. So that would be my guess, is that if there's an explanation for these sorts of things, it's going to be described mathematically and it's going to be counterintuitive, as is the case with quantum mechanics, as is the case with relativity. And so I stay out of those arguments and let people like Dr. Blitz. Have you come across Blitz on here?
I have, yeah.
You know, ask him, because he'll have thoughts, and his words are going to be of much greater value on subjects like this than anything I could say, I think.
I think that the reason that I've decided to speak to you is partly because the more important question that I wanted to ask was about the volunteer work and that sort of thing. But also because I think that you are a tremendous speaker. I think that you're very good at having conversations with people of all backgrounds. But also, I think that you are, or at least the impression I get, is that you're very kind. You know, you're very outgoing, and you always try to listen to people. And I didn't know if I would be rambling or not making sense. I'm quite nervous because I've never done like a call into a show like this or anything.
You've done brilliantly. You've done brilliantly.
Well, thank you very much. I guess okay. So the one last thing that I want to bring up is that there was a mathematician who was around in I believe it was the late 1800s, early 1900s. His name was David Hilbert, and he was obsessed with this idea, this question of are there any holes in maths? And the answer that was arrived at, not by David Hilbert, but by a separate mathematician called Gödel, is Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Which, yes, which basically states that mathematics probably can't answer every question, but like we don't know where the limit of the questions that mathematics can answer is. So it seems to me that certain people will adopt this idea of the God of the gaps, right, to answer all of the questions that they don't know the answer to. Like they can't accept the idea that certain questions just may not have answers. When the scientific community has accepted this idea 100 years ago.
Well, I think you're onto something there, and I think a tolerance for I don't know is a virtue. I think that people get very uncomfortable when they sometimes ask a question, and I'll say I don't know. Why is there something rather than nothing? I don't know, and I think that actually having a tolerance for I don't know is a good thing, and the really interesting stuff happens on the edges between what we know and what we don't know. That's where all the really fun, cool, interesting knowledge production happens. So I think we should learn to have a tolerance for I don't know, not as an admission of defeat, but as a clarification of purpose. And I think that is something that it enriches us when we do that. So rather than pretending to know, rather than claiming, sticking a God where the I don't know used to live and claiming that you now have knowledge, you don't have knowledge. You've just got a bedtime story instead of knowledge. That would be my feeling about that. And so if we have Gödel's incompleteness theory to thank for creating a space for I don't know, then good on him.
I mean, I wouldn't say that it was just Gödel's incompleteness theorem, but
I'm sure.
In my mind, it's a large contributor. I think that I tend to answer the unknown with curiosity, whereas many people try to answer the unknown with faith.
What a fantastic quote to end on. You heard it here, folks, from T-Mac. Answer the unknown with curiosity rather than faith. I think that is as good a quote as I've heard in a while. Thanks for joining me, T-Mac. I really appreciate it. I hope you feel that your first call in went well. It's been a pleasure speaking to you. I'm going to move on because we've got quite a few other guests waiting, but thanks very much for being a lovely guest, and I hope you continue to get benefit from listening to the show. Really appreciate you.
Thank you very much, John. I'll speak to you later.
All the best, man. Thanks. Okay, That was brilliant. Good on him. Good on him. Okay, I did just have another caller on the YouTube queue. I'm so sorry, Logical Apostate. You dropped out, but that might have just been a mistake. If you want to get back in, hit the link again, and I'll bring you straight in. Is that there? We are. There we are. We'll bring you in right now. And here we are. Hey, Logical. Sorry about that.
No worries. I think it was on my side, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, you're here now, and welcome. How are you doing?
Thank you. Thank you. I heard a really interesting argument made by, and I don't want to bring up other people's names on your live if that is an issue. So I won't do that. But the argument is is God all good? Is he all knowing? Is he all powerful? Or even maximally, because I know that religious people have really kind of gotten away from omni beliefs as they simply are self-refuting by nature. But the argument that I heard made was okay, so I've got, if you say all good, I've got a cat who's purple, right? And he's got purple teeth, purple fur, he shits purple. This is a purple cat, right?
Yeah.
And then you ask yourself, well, if God is all good, can he do anything bad? And the answer is clearly no, right? If he's all good, he can't do bad things.
Yeah.
So now I have an all purple, half yellow cat, and that's
it can't
I don't
exist.
care if you're an atheist or not.
It's a square circle.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts on that, and that I don't want to present that argument and not have a good rebuttal. I know you're going to have a hard time finding a crystal ball as to what someone might say, but
well, I mean, I can tell you what they say in the instances where I would present something like that. So I typically the way these discussions go is I might say, do you believe in the triomni God? They say yes, and then I'll point to an example of something clearly morally horrific and say, well, here is something that your God commanded or did. How do you resolve that apparent contradiction, right? There's your yellow purple cat right there. And what they'll typically do is they'll reframe the thing I'm pointing to, and basically claim that it's my own misunderstanding of the context that's leading me to call it bad, but actually if I had more information I would realize it's actually good. It's just that I don't understand. I'm presumptuous for being able to judge God because he's so clever that my fragile mind can't discern the actual morality in what he's doing. So when he said kill that man for picking up sticks on the Sabbath, even though it looks to me like that's fairly obviously morally horrible and is immediately in contradiction with the claim that God is good, they would just say, well, he had his reasons for that. You just can't discern them. That's the normal comeback, and they're all variations on that.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
I just wonder, have you ever asked them how it is that their brain became so powerful that it was able to discern? Is that like the Holy Spirit? Is that where we go next?
Well, they would just say that they're not claiming that they have all the knowledge. They're not claiming that their minds are as powerful as God's. They're just saying that they are convicted by the Holy Spirit, or they're convicted in their faith, and they're trusting that God has a reason. They're not claiming to know what it is. They're just trusting that it's there, and that's an expression of their faith, is to put that trust in God. But my view is still that we have words that have meanings. So words like good or just or loving, they have meanings, and even if we can't pin them down exactly, even if we allow there's a bit of fuzziness around the edges, we still can be fairly confident, if we're going to be talking sense, about what falls within the range of those words and what falls outside of it. For example, if you take something like health, we kind of know what healthy means, but we can't necessarily describe it exactly. If I said to you, define exactly what properties must a healthy person have, it's a tricky question, right? We can't exactly define what a healthy person is, but we can tell you fairly clearly that if the person's unable to move or in unbearable pain all the time, or has lost their their sense of where they are, and they're disoriented or they're feeling sick, that's not healthy. We can say that isn't healthy, and we can say that even in the absence of a definitive definition of health. And I think the same thing applies to these sorts of moral situations where they'll say, well, yeah, it's actually good that, God is causing or invigilating this horrendous actions or levels of suffering. Well, if you would then have to expand your definition of good to include these things within it, you kind of end up breaking the word, and it means nothing. And it's even more egregious when they say that they define good in terms of God's nature. So they say, well, God's nature is good. Goodness derives from God. Well, then you've basically stripped all the moral language out of the word good entirely. You're just saying, when you say God is good, if you just substitute into that phrase, when we say God is good, and rather than good, we replace it with their own definition, you get God is what God does. And that's just meaningless. It just it tells you nothing. So I don't know if you were hoping that I might equip you with a quick gotcha for those situations.
No.
It is tricky. It is tricky.
Yes, I mean I've got a relative that I respect greatly, who's in the middle of getting a PhD in seminary. Which I mean, if you're going to do that, be educated. That's great. I don't understand. I was raised in a fundamentalist church. I don't have to get into all that, but I simply don't understand how anyone can believe the ridiculousness of that book. Take the gross, disgusting things out, right? Like talking donkeys. Really? Are you serious?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I just,
craziness.
And I find it important to do what you're doing, which is give people an opportunity, a space, if you will, to think differently. And now, clearly, people don't always come into your life to do that, but sometimes they do. And so, yeah, no, I just wanted to get your thoughts on that particular argument.
Sure.
And
I hope that was helpful.
yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Sure. All right, my friend. Well, thanks for joining us, Logical. Appreciate it. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
All the best. Take care, man.
Y'all
Okay.
go.
All the best. Okay, we're going to go to the TikTok side now, and we're going to bring Mo in from the TikTok side. Again, if you're waiting on either queue, we've got people in both queues right now. Thank you for your patience and thank you for waiting. I appreciate it very, very much. Hey, Mo, how's it going?
Hello, pleasure to speak to you. So I joined the live earlier. I was just listening in for quite a while, trying to understand really the premise of what was whether we could I could just share some thoughts. First of all, I am originally from Nigeria, and I am deconstructing. I grew up in both a Christian and a Muslim household, so I got a chance to see both sides of a very similar coin.
Wow. If I may ask, how did that play out? Are you saying within one whole household, maybe one of your parents was one and one the other, or was it?
Yes.
Right. Wow.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Exactly that.
How did that work? If I may ask.
So again, the country is split nearly 50-50 down the middle, religious-wise. So it's not uncommon to see these things happen. However, specifically in my circumstance, my mother, who was a Christian, never abandon her faith. However, she was open to the idea of her kids adopting whichever one kind of worked. My father less so. He was more wanting us to be in his corner with Islam. So I grew up with the presence of both, celebrated both sets of holidays. But again, as a young child, I guess where my deconstruction journey started was very early, because in both worlds I go to, I'm being told it's an absolute truth. And that's really challenging, because the two people at that point in my life that I love and care about the most are each condemned in the world of the other, in the afterlife of the other. So it's like, how do I know these two people that are good people and are kind and pour into this world positivity, at least at that point, what I was thinking, and they're condemned in each of these worlds? It doesn't add up. So how can there be one truth if I'm living in a contradiction already? So it makes you question from very early. And yeah, so more recently, though, I think as I've matured in my journey of deconstruction, I just wanted to share a perspective I think is a bit different, which is how both mainly Christianity presents itself in the third world and how that's leading to a wave of deconstruction over here.
Interesting.
Yeah. So again, what I see a lot of people waking up to, and me myself particularly as well, is realizing how Christianity was used as quite a tool for oppression. It was one of the 3 C's during the time of colonialism, which was civilization, Christianity, and capital, I believe. And during the wave of colonialism, it was the most powerful tool that was used to control the masses, which was their mind. And what has happened over here is you notice that a lot of people have abandoned all forms of education, whether traditional education or historical education, or indeed even Western education, and have adopted their faith entirely as the rule book to which they live their life. However, most people also don't have a deep understanding of their faith, and so they're taught specific things that I guess allow this oppression to continue to occur. What it's done, I think, over here is it's robbed people of their sense of agency, both in a positive sense and a negative sense, where you see a Christian may lean back and not even lift a finger to improve their life, saying that God's going to do it for them, right? So it robs them of that side of agency. And then on the negative side as well, because of the level of fear that's attached to the Christian God, even if you want to question that, you begin to feel an immense power imbalance. And the fear of that circumstance means that you also feel you can never overcome that. And so ultimately, like, it's bred. What I've come to understand is the biblical God carries a lot of traits of a narcissistic abuser, and because of that, it's trickled down into how the entire continent deals with authority and freedom. It makes you fearful to challenge authority and fearful to challenge freedom, to seek your own freedom, and so I guess that's what it's robbed everybody of a sense of identity because you've adopted this Christian identity.
Yeah.
And
for sure.
Yeah, and so because you have no autonomy, whether at a cultural level, at a community level, or even at an individual level, it's robbed you of all of that. Then you are within this specific silo, and whoever is at the top of that silo or leading that gets to control the narrative of the entire community. And I just wanted to. I don't know if you had any questions to share. I'm a bit flustered. I didn't expect to come up so quickly.
It's an interesting perspective. Another guest in the queue at the moment, Hassan, has a very similar view to you about the degree to which traditional identities within African countries have been eroded by the imposition of Christianity and Islam into those communities, and it's something that he feels very strongly, about objecting to, and I can completely understand why. And we'll get him in here a little bit later. I'm sure he'll echo a lot of the things you're saying. It's very unfortunate. I think it's not good.
It is, and then like even at when you begin to apply critical thinking to that same logic, because again, I'm appealing to, at this point, I'm not tagging on to historical context. I'm just looking at the lived experience. Okay, the society has accepted Christianity. Where are the fruits of that for that society? And they're not really visible. I went to some of the slave houses in Ghana, and what I noticed was the slave masters lived above and the enslaved were below, and right next to the home was a church. And so I was like, who worshipped here? And they were like, the slave masters worshipped here. And I was like, but it's within eyeshot of the enslaved. And it's like, that's done on purpose so that the slave master can be appreciative of what God has done for them. And I thought that was preposterous.
It's horrific.
And I thought that was absolutely, it's terrible. And I have debates with some of my peers here that are practicing Christians. And I asked, and I'm like, without the advent of colonialism and societal oppression, we wouldn't have been introduced to this. It was introduced to us in an extremely violent way.
Yeah.
Do you see that as a good thing? And he's like, yes, as long as it brought Christ to us, then and I'm like, the subjugation of an entire population of people, it's unbelievable.
It is.
And then so whenever the one, I'll just maybe leave on this. I don't want to take up too much time. There's so many people in the queue. But the one trump card that I've had recently, especially in this community when I met with the religious leaders, because again, because it's different. It's harder to speak on your journey of deconstruction in a society that is run by it completely. It's life threatening almost as well. And so it's challenging. So you don't outwardly speak on these things. But when you're challenged, the thing I always ask is this. I was like, let's take the God of the Israelites in their time of intense oppression, when they were under the enslavement of the Pharaoh, supposedly, let's follow your narrative. In that time, their God came and saved them. Their God intervened on their behalf. He punished the Pharaoh and the people of Israel during that time. Is that a matter of fact? And they agree very gleefully as a token of victory to what their God has done. And then I asked them simply, I was like, well, where is that exact same sentiment for the enslaved Africans that were taken across on ships? Where is that? Where was his intervention? If he can directly don't give me the argument of free will, because he did it there. He absolutely did it there. So in the exact same situation where there's a whole other set of people that are being oppressed, why are you asking me to follow a God that is willing to intervene on somebody else's behalf, but in my same circumstance, he let me go through it? And nobody's ever given me an answer to that. And that alone is just, it's a confirmation enough for me. So I just wanted to bring a continental...
Oh, we're losing you a little bit, Mo. But I mean, I have to say, you've spoken so eloquently about this stuff. I really, really appreciate you framing your thoughts so beautifully, and I agree with everything you've said. And I think we need more voices like you speaking so clearly on this stuff. I really appreciate what you've brought to this.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, my friend.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Come back and say hi again. Then. All the best, my friend. Take it easy.
I will do. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, what a question to ask, right? God intervened to save the Israelites when they were enslaved, to save the Hebrews enslaved under Egypt. He's clearly shown that that's within his operating protocols, that he does that kind of thing when he wants to, but absolutely nothing. For the slave trade just a couple of centuries later. Nothing. Arms folded. Free will becomes the most important thing at that point. Free will wasn't very important during the times of Pharaoh, was it? No one worried about that. So very, very interesting point and very, very well made. Okay. We are going to get in Espresso Jack, who's been waiting for a while in the YouTube queue. Hey, Jack. You are in. Hey. Are you there?
Awesome. Good to be back.
Nice to hear you again.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
So yeah, I heard earlier, some people probably remember me from yesterday, but I spoke a little bit about some organizations in the United States that could help fight against Christian nationalism, such as the Satanic Temple and American Atheists. There's also the Freedom from Religion Foundation, as you said. But there was one caller earlier who wanted to know any kind of groups in the UK.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to let you know that if you go to secularism.org.uk, they have a bunch of different groups listed there under join an affiliated group.
Amazing.
Where you can actually go and work with them on their political stuff. And even if you don't have one in your area, I would suggest just getting involved like locally, getting knowledgeable about what's going on in your local communities where you have reach to everybody in that area. And even making your own group. It's not that hard. You meet a lot of new cool people, friends, and you're going out there doing some good work for the atheist community. But yeah, there
awesome.
are groups that are established, but if there are not in your area, go make one.
Sounds great. What was the was it secular? I should know this stuff. My God, I used to be involved in the UK skeptics scene, but to my shame, and I was involved with the British Humanists actually British Humanist Association for a while, but I haven't been on top of the groups and stuff here for a while. So I'm currently being schooled by you on this. I don't know if that reflects very well on me, but it certainly reflects well on you. What was the name of the group you mentioned?
Yeah, so secularism.org.uk. If you go to that website, there's a bunch of different groups under join an affiliated group. I think it's under get involved, actually, and affiliated groups.
Thanks for that.
But yeah, let me know. I have to get on a meeting for work. I'm at work right now, but let me know. Yeah, no problem. Give me your information, and if you ever have any like callers who are asking about any kind of groups, especially around the world, trying to get involved and stuff like that, just let me know.
Oh, awesome.
And I'll send you some links.
Well, if you wouldn't mind, just drop me an email so we can be connected anyway. It's just John, Jon, at unconvincedbook.com.
John at what?
Unconvincedbook.com.
Unconvincedbook.com?
Unconvinced, like unconvinced, and then the word book. Unconvincedbook.com.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll send you an email.
Awesome. Great. Thanks for joining us again and giving that really helpful information. That's really super helpful. Thank you.
No problem. Have a good one.
You too, buddy. Keep well. Thanks. Okay. I did notice someone in the TikTok chat has posted Cohen, ? You Zionists pretend to be atheist and spread matrix propaganda. Now I'm really sad that I forgot my tinfoil hat again for this live. I keep on meaning to bring one. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Hack. I've been an outspoken atheist for several decades. I have a book on atheism coming out all over the world later this year. I'm not pretending to be an atheist, and I'm not really sure what matrix propaganda is, but it sounds really cool. Perhaps come up and chat and let us know what it is. I'd be happy for you to come in and explain what the matrix propaganda is. I'm sure we'd all quite enjoy learning about that. All sorts we get here. All sorts. Anyway, folks, a couple of things. Got to read some super chats. Some of these go back a little way. I'm so sorry. This relates to an earlier call. Tim, great to see you again, Tim. Thanks very much for the donation and the chat. All possible worlds, so you believe in a multiverse. This was when we were talking about the I think we were talking to the Philbro chap, I believe, was that. And then also said, Tim said, I find metaphysics and philosophy to be mental self-pleasure. Well, I think I would largely agree with that to an extent, right? So I did study some philosophy for a while, and I found that there were parts of it that really helped me in terms of valuing the discipline of thinking clearly and the discipline in terms of like thinking about thinking. So I suppose you could say that an appreciation of critical thinking is a branch of philosophy, understanding how to formalize stuff, understanding how to spot logical fallacies, how to name them sometimes, because naming things is easier to communicate about them. And I suppose that would come under that umbrella. But I think certainly when it gets to a point where you're having to make these really complicated modal logic arguments and point your phone at little bits of text and stuff like that in order to know that a God exists, at that point, the philosophy is not being used to shed light and understanding. It's being used to shed darkness and a lack of understanding. That's my view anyway. And then Erzmonst George says, Christians justify horror because they are afraid Yahweh will destroy them. This is not love, it's fear behind a veneer of piety. Ooh, I like that. These teachings are crude. I couldn't agree more. I think that quite often what we see in these religious discussions when it comes to morality is that sort of, they're not really, it's not really morality anymore. It's more about substituting it for something else, like obedience. I think that religion, I think I've said this before, the religious kind of solve the problem of morality by basically abolishing it. And you first just define God as good. And then every horrible thing he does, every atrocity is just retrofitted into goodness by decree. and what it's basically just swapping out goodness and morality for obedience and fear, as you say. So I think you're absolutely right there. And then another chat from Tim. Thank you again, all of you, for the messages and the contributions. Hugely appreciated. I love this. Take the nasty out of the Bible. You'd have, in the beginning, light, healed a dude, back cover. Not a lot of work with there. Not a lot to work with there. I think that's brilliant. Yeah, and we've all heard of the Jefferson Bible. Maybe we should make our own Bible, which just like has all the obvious bullshit removed. It would just be like, I don't know, a hardcover at the front and a hardcover at the back, and some publication details on the first page of what year it came out, and a code, and that'd be about it. I'm up for that. I could sell those as merch. How funny would that be? How funny would that be? I might actually have to do that. The no bullshit Bible, and it's just a front cover and a back cover and and a publication date. Oh dear, I'm easily pleased, obviously. Brilliant. Okay, we are going to bring in Fancy Feral now from the TikTok queue. Or are we? Maybe we're not there anymore. That doesn't seem to be working. That's not going to work. So we're going to bring in Constantine Chronicles. Hey, Constantine.
Yeah, what up?
How are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good. What do you got?
Yeah, so nobody chooses to be an atheist. Should I be an atheist, dude? I'm not an atheist. Should I be one?
Well, if you're not one, then I presume you have a belief in a God.
Yeah,
so you didn't. So you didn't choose to be a theist.
Yeah, cool. I can just say I was elected before the foundations of the universe and say it was some sort of God proposition discourse, right? Just say it was some providence or sovereignty.
You could say that, yeah, absolutely. And what I would say is, I grant that that's your belief. And if you find that proposition convincing, then you have no choice but to believe it. In my case, I didn't choose to be an atheist because I'm not convinced a God exists, right? I've looked at the evidence that I've been presented from a few different...
What's the metric of evidence?
From a few different religious traditions, and just found it unconvincing. It doesn't even matter what the metric is. All you need to know is I found it unconvincing.
But that's just a mental state. That's not really rational justification. Do you have a criteria that you're going to invoke? Or?
So I'm not talking about whether my belief is true or not. I'm talking about, I think you're missing the point a little bit here. I'm not making an argument for the truth of atheism. Do you understand?
Oh, that? so you just okay, cool. So the point of the live is to just give out like autobiographical information about your preferential intersubjective.
No, it sounds like you're missing the point quite horrendously badly here. So calm down, take a deep breath, and listen for a moment, and then I'll explain. The point of this particular live is to discuss an issue, which is something I talk about quite a lot in my lives, which is the involuntary nature of belief. Now, I don't know if you've spent much time studying this, but have you heard the term doxastic involuntarism?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so doxastic involuntarism is the idea that beliefs aren't actions that you choose to take. They're things that happen to you in an involuntary way. And it only takes a little bit of thought about this to realize that this is true, because when you're convinced of something, the belief follows automatically, right? You can't stop it. If you're convinced by something, belief happens to you. And if you're not convinced by something, belief isn't a possibility for you. It's not an option because you're not convinced. Belief cannot happen. So
yeah, I could just index that to my worldview and say it's sovereignty of God. That doesn't remove the God proposition.
You could. That's delightful. But it's still the case that if you're not convinced of something, whether it's indexed to God or sovereignty of God,
that's just a mental state. That's not rational justification. You're just telling me about yourself.
Again, you're getting very confused. I'm talking about beliefs. Beliefs are mental states. That's what a belief is.
Yeah.
That's
you're just telling me about You're giving me your autobiographical information.
I'm giving you yours too.
No, you have to remove the God proposition from the table.
So I don't have to remove the God proposition from the table in order to recognize that your beliefs about your God stem from you having been convinced by them. That's just an undeniable fact.
Wait a minute. What's your argument for that?
Of human psychology.
That's an assertion. What's your argument for that?
Yeah, it's how human psychology works, and it's how the neuroscience of belief works as well. So you can't
wait a minute. You think neuroscience is the complete answer to subjective experience? I need another argument for that.
I don't think that's the case I made. I don't remember saying that.
Okay, so how could it be the case? So how could it be the case then How could it be the case then that your neurons firing in a certain way just dictate everything that you believe? Because again, you're just telling me about a subjective experience. I'm asking you for rational justification for all this autobiographical intersubjective preference that you dish out in these echo chambers, bro.
Lovely.
I could just take that same proposition I could apply.
You could. Okay, now you're going to listen and not speak. So, when you become convinced that something's true, definitionally,
what do you mean convinced? You're not
believe
arguing
it.
for that.
When something,
why should I believe convinced?
When something persuades you that something is true, belief follows inevitably. If you don't find yourself persuaded that something's true,
you keep saying persuaded. What's your argument for that?
Is impossible. I don't know exactly what it is you're asking for. Are you struggling to understand what the word persuaded means?
Yeah, demonstrate what you mean by persuaded and why that's more parsimonious to your worldview than mine. I can just say it's the providence of God. You're just going to say it's psychology. Yeah. So demonstrate why yours is more parsimonious than mine.
Are you struggling to understand what the word persuaded means?
Are you struggling to give me any substantiation for any of these assertions that you've made, bro?
I think you are. I think we need to go back to first principles with you, which is a shame. So when you find something convincing, when you find something,
what do you mean by convinced? That means you've persuaded yourself. What are you talking about? I could just say. Have you not heard anything I've said?
Yeah, I've heard what you've said.
I could just say this entire proposition could be by virtue of a God proposition.
It could be, right? And I'm saying you are entitled to believe that. You can believe that if that
you keep saying persuasion and convince.
If that
why should I take that view to be true? Why should I believe that?
I'm not talking about whether it's true. Here's where you're galactically missing the point. I'm not talking about whether these claims are true or not. I'm talking about whether an individual person finds them persuasive. Now, if you really don't know what it means to be persuaded by something, then I don't think there's very much I can do to help you here. If you honestly are saying you don't know what it means to find something convincing, then it's not going to be a fruitful argument. But if you're prepared to put your big boy pants on,
it is a matter of persuasion.
If you're prepared to put your big boy pants on and come with me on this journey and just grant for a moment,
why do you think it's about persuasion? Give me an argument for that.
Prove that. Because being persuaded of something is what
you're just restating the claim, bro.
Is what causes belief. Now, I don't understand
what
it is that
you just keep saying the same thing over.
Well, it's not something that needs to be demonstrated. It's obviously
What do you mean
true.
It doesn't need to be demonstrated? Why should I believe
obviously true.
You keep saying
because to believe means to think that something is true.
Okay, now you're just going to define the word.
Yes, I am, because that's how we use words when we're speaking.
Can you provide or demonstrate why I should
just calm down. To believe something means to be in a condition of being persuaded that it's true or likely true. That's literally what the word means.
That has nothing to do with
what it means. Everything to do with what we're talking about here. I think you're all broadcast. I think it's all broadcast and no receive. I think you've come on here to try to gain some sort of victory without actually being interested in having a discussion. So I'm trying to patiently explain to you what we mean here. So I'm going to explain it once again. When we use the word belief, what we mean is belief is the condition of being persuaded that something is true or likely true. Now, if you want to disagree with that definition, would you like to provide another one instead?
No, I'm going to adopt that definition, which is totally why I'm not talking about it. That's why I'm not even addressing that, because it's not my argument.
So having adopted that definition, if we grant that belief is the condition of being persuaded that something's true.
No, that's not what I'm granting. That's not what I'm granting. I'm granting you the definition. That's all I'm granting you.
So
I'm asking you, why should it be the case that a belief system is about being persuaded? From your own worldview, right? You say, "Oh, I believe and I convince." Look, those are just mental states.
Yes.
I could just
belief
say
is a mental
that
state.
this is an act. I could just act right. Good.
This entire conversation is about mental states. This entire conversation is about mental states.
Demonstrate that right there.
Because belief is a mental state.
Okay, give me an argument for that.
Well, what else do you think it is? A shoe size?
I could just say I was regenerated by the holy God of the triune God. I could just say that. Now, what's your argument that that's not the case?
Because believing is defined as being to do with what you think is true.
I could just say that I was regenerated by some supernatural force.
And again, you're switching away from the subject of belief.
No, I'm not, dude. I'm just calling you out.
And to the subject of what you think is true. Right? I'm not talking about the actual claims.
Wait a minute. You have a truth value system? How do you attain that?
Go on, cats. My cats are fighting with each other.
Are you a single man who owns a cat? That's a red flag.
I'm actually not a single man who owns a cat, but why would you?
Dude, why would it be?
Oh, look at this guy. He's an animal. He's an animal hater. Line up, ladies.
No, I keep a cat.
He hates animals.
A cat in the barn, bro.
He keeps a cat in a barn. Line up, ladies.
Keep a cat in a barn, bro.
I'm sure. Yeah. Okay. So look.
Yeah, it kills the rats and the snakes.
The source of your confusion.
Hey, is that my belief system that I keep it there?
The source of your confusion is that you keep on getting confused between a discussion about belief itself and a discussion about.
Okay, listen. I don't think you're hearing anything that I'm saying.
No, actually, you could really do with learning some manners and letting someone get to the end of a sentence.
Yeah, this is a non sequitur. You haven't heard anything I've said.
No, because you're not making sense. So as I'm saying again,
no, you just can't track intellectually, bro.
The problem you're having is that you're
just steel
struggling
man my argument. Why don't you just steel man my arguments?
You're struggling to tell the difference between a discussion about belief and
a discussion
about what someone believes. Because when I started explaining that a belief is a state of mind, you said prove it.
Yeah, I don't care about. Yeah, okay, good.
Having previously agreed with my
belief is a state of mind. Now I want to know how that belief comes into accreditation to the person, right? So how does one believe simply by persuasion and then adopt the worldview? When my position is that this could just be the providence of a holy triune God that is extranatural of all.
It could be the case.
You're going to say,
it could be the case that everything you believe appeared there by magic. That could be the case. And if that's your position,
magic,
and if your position, good for you.
Believe in magic?
My position, as an adult, is that I'm familiar with the psychology literature on belief. I'm familiar with the neuroscience literature on belief.
Neuroscience, cool.
Right, and everything that we know about belief and about the way, for example, because you won't stop talking, it's extremely rude.
Why do you keep muting me, bro?
Because you don't know how to have a conversation like an adult. Do you know I have conversations with people in here? I have conversations in here with people that I never have to mute because they understand that a normal conversation involves talking and listening.
No, that's just because you have an echo chamber sometimes, and now that I'm calling you out on your nonsense, I'm calling you out on your cat ownership nonsense. You don't like it. So listen, man, I'm just going to ask you one more time, bro.
No, you're not going to ask anything. You're going to listen. So I'm saying that everything we understand about the way that beliefs form in human minds is to do with the operation of brains and minds, right? We understand what it means to be convinced by something, and we understand intuitively that when you become convinced by something, a belief forms. And if you're not convinced by something, a belief doesn't form. Now, if you're struggling to understand that, and your preferred position is that beliefs form in your mind by a God putting them there, well, okay, all I have in response to that is it's such a flagrant denial of everything we know about our own human experience that if that's your position, I'm not sure if we can really have a fruitful discussion.
Yeah, so I'm just going to say this again. You saying that it's a flagrant denial is just an assertion, but I'm asking you for any type of instantiation of why I should believe that that's just an assertion. And all I've heard you say is that it's magic without an argument. So you're just making like obtuse claims, bro.
Sure.
Here's my position.
I'm not your bro, by the way. I have two brothers, and you're not one of them. You don't need to call me bro.
You're not my bro, by the way.
No.
You're not my bro, by the way. Yeah, I probably wouldn't bro.
Do you know how much this is getting clipped on YouTube tomorrow? Your crash out is just fantastic.
You're already clipped, bro.
Yeah,
you're the only one with a YouTube channel, dude.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I look forward to your silly voice on yours.
Lock in on the content, dude.
Yeah.
Lock in on the content.
Okay, so as we've already said, beliefs are a condition of being persuaded that something's true. You agreed to that, and you then decided to argue against it by saying, "How do you know it's true?" Well, if you are struggling to know it's true, why did you agree to it?
No, that's another non sequitur. Look, this is all I'm saying, right? I can say that this belief is either A, inherent to like some sort of social norm or something to that effect, which would be your position.
It's not my position at all. It's not my position at all.
Okay, by being persuaded by some form of psychology or something like that, right?
No, that's not what I said at all. That's not what I said at all.
So belief is is belief.
How can we have been having this argument for 13 minutes and you're so clueless about
because
what
you
I'm
believe it
saying?
is of a natural occurrence from some sort of material substance, right?
You
believe that there's this.
No, it could be magic.
It could be magic. So it could be supernatural then.
Could be.
Okay, so the God
even if it's supernatural,
still on the table.
Even if it's supernatural, I mean, I personally don't think it is because I think grown-ups don't believe in magic. But even if it's supernatural, it would still be the case that you can only believe something if you're persuaded of it.
Of magic. Just give me the definition of magic.
It might be the case that you're crashing out really hard. It's wonderful.
Give me the definition of magic.
I love this. It might be the case that it's the magic that makes you get convinced, but it would, even if that
you
were
keep
true,
saying magic. Why should I adopt that language system, bro?
It would still be the case that without being convinced, you don't have a belief.
Okay, where does convince come from?
It comes from being persuaded by something.
Okay, how are you persuaded by something?
Through either just thinking about it or through input to your senses.
Okay, input to your senses via what?
Input to your senses from the world around you, from people you talk to.
Okay, so there you go. From a naturalist option, right?
From thoughts you have, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the source of these things are.
How is this possible? How is this possible within a material worldview? How is that possible? Go ahead.
Well, we have a material world around us.
Do you think that's an argument, just saying that there's a material world around us?
Why do you ask a question, then immediately start talking as I give the answer? Do you think that's good manners?
Because you gallop around the answer. So how is it possible to be persuaded of something with a naturalist worldview? Go ahead.
Well, I don't necessarily have a naturalist worldview. I'm not committing to one.
You
in order
just
to make
said
this
it was
argument.
by material consequence that you believe everything.
I previously said it could be by magic too, didn't I? So I'm
why
not
say
committing.
Magic? What's the definition of magic?
I'm not committing.
Go to Oxford. Give me the definition of magic.
I don't have to give you a definition of magic. So
wait a minute. You don't have to justify a claim? That's weird.
I think that at the moment you're struggling to track what this conversation is about.
At the moment you're struggling to even give an argument for your position. That's what I think at the moment.
Anything else?
Yeah. So in other words, you can be persuaded by something. It is either A, by a material consequence, or B, by extranatural material consequence. Now you're saying that your position is it's a material consequence. Cool. Substantiate that. Render an argument.
I actually didn't use the word...
Maybe your cat should do better than this, man. You're actually struggling, bro.
I actually didn't use the word material. I just said that you can become persuaded.
Okay, so there could be...
Do you remember when I said it could even just be by thinking about something? Sometimes people get persuaded by things just by contemplating them. So there's a tradition of contemplative...
Yeah, how is thinking possible?
Where you can just sit in a cave and think about something and end up becoming convinced of something. That's how belief works. Belief works when you're persuaded by something.
How's that possible?
So it could be extrinsic or intrinsic. This is going to be such a good video. It could be extrinsic or intrinsic, right? Whatever it is, whatever the source of your persuasion is, my case is simply saying that if you're not persuaded, you don't believe. Now, the interesting thing is, where these arguments and discussions normally go, which gets quite interesting, is they then get on, having agreed the basics. Having agreed the basics, the discussion normally gets onto whether you can choose to find something persuasive or not. In this case, we haven't even got off the starting block because you won't agree the basics.
How's this possible?
You're just trying to come in here and run some kind of silly precept saying, how is it possible to have a thought? Whereas all you're demonstrating at the moment is that it's impossible for you to have one. And on that basis,
wait a minute, has that been my position?
You can go. Because I just think, not an honest interlocutor, not actually here for an honest debate, not actually here to talk about the interesting subject. So the interesting subject is, once we grant that persuasion leads to belief, and he's the first person I've met who's tried to argue against that. It's idiotic to argue against that, especially when you first agreed that the definition of belief is the condition of being persuaded. When you then try to argue against it, you're just punching yourself in the face over and over again, which is what he was doing there. But the value in these conversations is having agreed those ground rules and that definition to then get to the question of, can you choose what you find persuasive? That's where the value in the conversation is. And he was so head up his own arse that we didn't even get to that part of the conversation because he was all over it. And anyone who would criticize a man for having a cat, that says absolutely everything about him that you would need to know. So line up, ladies. There's your alpha male right there. What can I say? I'm ashamed of myself for loving my cat. You know, she sits with me for most of my live streams. She stays on my lap. The other one comes and goes. She's got a sister. This one, she's so loyal. Every time I sit down here in front of the mic, she just comes and sits with me. It's the sweetest thing. My wife and I have discussions about whether she loves me or her more. I think it might be me, but I'm not sure. Anyway, there we are. Let's move on to JC. Welcome, JC.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hi. How are you?
Doing good.
Excellent.
Yeah. So I just wanted to start with like the premise of your live. Is it?
Yeah.
like convincing folks that are atheist or God is evil, like, or is it something more nebulous than that?
Yeah, so the subject changes, but essentially the topic of most of what I do is around the idea that that there's a recognition that belief isn't chosen. And once we realize that belief isn't chosen, we can then get to the point of understanding that condemning non-belief is immoral. So yeah, it's basically, I speak to a sort of deconstruction community and people who either are ex-believers or non-believers and are interested in talking about this stuff. And, you know, sometimes it's not directly about that. Sometimes we'll talk about biblical morality. Sometimes we'll talk about, you know, misogyny in the Bible, or sometimes we'll talk about other stuff. But it's all in this area. But the core of my work is about the involuntary nature of belief.
So like basically your opinion is that free will doesn't necessarily exist. Is that kind of your thought and premise there?
Ish. So let me say ish. Okay. And the reason I say ish is that I'm familiar with the arguments against free will, as elucidated by Sam Harris and Robert Sapolsky and people like that. And I actually think they're quite persuasive, but I don't need to make them to make mine. So for the purposes of my argument, for the sake of the discussion, I'm prepared to grant that free will does exist. Even if free will completely exists, it would still be the case that you can only believe something if you find it persuasive, because that's what belief means. Belief means being persuaded that something is true or likely true. And if you're not persuaded that it's true or likely true, then belief isn't an option. So if you think about something now that you don't believe, say that the capital of Paris is New York, right? You currently don't believe that's true. You can't just decide. You can't just decide to believe it because you're stopped from believing it, right? Your lack of persuasion about that proposition takes belief off the table for you. And similarly, if you think about something you do believe, like the Earth orbits the sun, you can't choose to stop believing that unless something persuades you that it's not true or not likely to be true. So that's really the extent of my claim. And the reason why it's important is if we're going to moralize about belief, and if religious systems like Islam and Christianity are going to talk about punishments for non-belief, then I think we need to have a more sophisticated discussion about what belief actually means and whether it's morally coherent to punish the lack of it. So that's where I'm coming from. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I think it's all fair. And I think like there's a couple things in there. I want to unpack it a little bit.
Sure.
And I think you kind of point to a lack of persuasion to believing something is true or accurate, right? And I think truth is probably the right term for it, because I think like there's nothing that we can say is inherently factual, right, without evidence. Like you need evidence to support that truth claim. And I think when you talk about belief, and I think it's very strange to me to both acknowledge there's free will, say that persuasion is the means that you come to some sort of decision on whether you believe something is true or not, but don't acknowledge that there is your individual choice to say, I'm going to believe that is the case. For in your New York example, I've been to New York. I know it's not in Paris, of course. It's going to take a lot to convince me otherwise.
Yeah.
Now that's my evidence for why I would not believe that, is because I personally experienced it.
Yeah.
But even like learning about it, I think there's enough evidence showing New York is not Paris's capital, for example. So I think that's one interesting piece there. I'll start with that just to see how you kind of reconcile.
So my response to that would be, so what you're saying there is that there's disconfirmatory evidence about New York being the capital of France, right? There's evidence to the contrary about that, and that's what stops you being able to form the belief. Now, there's a stage in between, which is the evidence against it is if you'll forgive the turn of phrase, the evidence against it is the proximate cause of your lack of conviction and persuasion. So the fact that there's some evidence there is the thing that stops you being convicted and persuaded. But it's the convicted and persuaded, the lack of conviction and persuasion, which is what stops the belief. The evidence itself is just part of it. It could be that there's something else stopping you being convicted and persuaded, which isn't so obvious. So it's not the case that when there isn't completely obvious evidence to the contrary, suddenly you're armed with a belief then becomes a switch that you can just flick and turn on and off. It doesn't work like that. If you're not persuaded, for whatever reason, whether because there's evidence to the contrary, or because you just don't find yourself convinced by it, or because your own personal psychology creates a powerful psychological resistance to it, such that you don't find it persuasive. All of those things can happen. It's still the case that without the persuasion, without the sense of conviction, the belief can't take hold, and wanting it to doesn't make it happen.
Yeah, and I think there's like a difference between wanting it to and becoming convinced. And I think each individual will have a different threshold for what convinces them. And so like I'll say like my background, I was not born into a Christian household at all. Like my family was a little bit, like, I would say, indifferent to religion completely. Like we went to Easter maybe twice as a child, right? Not really believers, a little hostile to just kind of the overall premise of God. And through my life, I've made changes and I like found religion, and I consider myself a Christian now. I'm saved, and I really am trying to walk with Christ. And it took, I'd say, a long time to come to that conclusion. And personally, what started with me was just when you look at the universe, when you look at our reality, it is hard not to see such order. And I think, like, to be an atheist, you have to believe in miracles the same way I do. But the miracles you guys believe in are that non-life produces life, nothing creates something, and that non-order, chaos, creates order. And I think those are really
let me stop you for a
reconcile.
moment. So let me stop you, because I'll happily address what you're talking about. But we need to recognize that the conversation has now shifted from a conversation about belief and the nature of belief and whether it's voluntary to a conversation about are you justified in believing in a God, right? And is one justified in not accepting that? That's a totally different conversation. It's one we have here a lot, and I'm happy to talk about it. But we can't do that without at least marking that would represent a departure from the conversation about belief. So I still want to make it land that what you need to grant is that I'm unpersuaded, right? So that's the only thing you need to know about me, is that I'm unpersuaded. I've heard the arguments, right? I've been doing this a long time. I've heard the design arguments. I've heard the moral arguments. I've heard the irreducible complexity arguments. I've heard the, presuppositional apologetics arguments. I've heard all of this stuff. There's not going to be an apologetic that you're going to give me that I haven't heard, right? And having heard them all, I personally find them unconvincing. Now, there are other people, some of whom are smarter than me, who find them convincing. That's fine. The point I'm making here is there's no choice involved in that. You're either persuaded or you're not persuaded. So in my case, not being persuaded, what am I supposed to do, right? If your religion says now, having heard these arguments and found them as unpersuasive as you find the arguments for Hinduism, why is it right that I should be punished for that? Are you still there? Yikes.
All right, can you hear me? I muted myself. My bad.
Go you back. Oh,
not super familiar with lives. Apologies.
No, that's okay. Thanks for that. Did you hear what I said? Okay.
I heard everything. Yep, I heard it all, and I started going into it. So I'd say there's two things, right? So one, I still hear you have no choice on whether or not those arguments are persuasive or not. And I think like I'm sure you've been doing this for a long time. I'm sure you've heard them all. So I get that you're not convinced, but I'd say I find it fascinating that you find the contrary equally convincing enough. And you are, and I think we all need to like understand this about ourselves. We are the executive decision maker for our mind. Like, I don't think there's any external factor that allows that decision to be made. So I want to start on that.
Sort of, because actually, if I may, the process in your brain that evaluates whether you find something persuasive or not is not the executive decision-making parts of the brain, which are in the frontal regions here in the prefrontal cortex, where executive control and decision-making happen. The parts of your brain and the networks in your brain that evaluate ideas for whether you find them persuasive actually are not controlled there. They're distributed across other networks in the brain that operate before you're even aware of whether you believe something or not. So it's not true that you're the executive there. But also, I wanted to point out something else, that this is really, really super important. Me saying that I'm not convinced of, say, your religious claims is not me saying I am convinced of the opposite. That's a
Right.
totally different thing. So when I say I don't believe in a God, I'm not saying I believe there is no God. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I'm not convinced by this story, right? I'm literally just saying that. So it's not like I'm leaning into believing another thing. Not believing in a God isn't a belief. I don't have a belief about this. I'm just saying I'm not persuaded by the stories I've been told. I literally like, person A says something and I say, I don't believe that. I'm not convinced by that. It might be true. I grant that it might be true. I'm just not convinced by it.
So, and so like personally, you'd probably classify yourself more as an agnostic than an outright atheist, right?
I classify myself as an agnostic atheist.
Got it.
So
interesting. Okay, I like it.
Atheist meaning I'm not a theist. Everyone in the world is either a theist or they're not. And if you're not a theist, you're an atheist. It doesn't mean you believe there's no God. Being an atheist doesn't mean you believe there's no God. It just means you're not a theist. That might sound weird. That might sound contradictory to you. But
I get it. I get what you're saying.
You get it.
I get what you're saying there.
It's like I'm neutral on it, but being neutral means you don't have the belief. Therefore, I am an atheist.
Yep. No, and I think that's fair. And I think that I think where we are both at and what we've chosen to believe in our lives is a choice. Now we can discuss different parts of the brain and how those factor in. I just don't believe that there's enough evidence to support that all decisions we make is just biochemical, right? Like I have a family. I don't know how you can boil down the biochemistry of my love for my children and saying that doesn't come from something maybe external, right?
Why?
Something different, because I don't see I think if we look at this just like from an evolutionary perspective, that doesn't necessarily make the most sense for my own self-preservation, right? Maybe you could argue that there's levels to
it makes sense that we would have genetic tendencies to love and protect those who are genetically close to us. So the reason you love your family is because evolution has shaped us to maximize the propagation of our genes. And this sounds a bit heartless, right? This doesn't take away from the beauty of love, right? I'm not taking away from the beauty of love, because you can explain a Mozart requiem in terms of notes written on a piece of paper. You can explain it in terms of the frequency of vibrations of pockets of air when instruments play it. You can describe it scientifically. You can describe it in terms of the geometry of the composition itself and the way it moves through key centers and the time signatures and the relative minors and the modulations. All of these are different ways of describing the Mozart requiem, all of which are accurate and true, and none of which take away from the beauty of the music and the profound beauty of the music. So it doesn't take anything away from the beauty of love to recognize that our capacity to love is the function of human brains, which, by the way, can be completely destroyed with the right kind of brain injury, right? There are people who are loving parents who get into a car crash, they have damage to the frontal lobes and damage to certain parts of the brain, and they can't experience or express love anymore. So we know that love, as beautiful and wonderful as it is, derives from the operation of a brain, of a mind. And we can express these things in those terms. It doesn't take anything away from how special they are.
But I think the existence of it itself, because I think you hit on kind of what I was going towards. What would make most sense for me genetically as a male is to mate with as many females as possible, allow as much of my genetic DNA to continue for the species, versus deciding to have a monogamous relationship with one female that can only reproduce so many times in her life, and then have this kind of nurturing capacity for my young. And I think that's like, for me, and I'd say that's the probably thing that drew me closest to God, was trying to understand that relationship. But yeah, and I think so that's something just personally very, very interesting. And I did want to touch on something you hit a little earlier, and I was muted, so I was trying to interject. But I'd say one part of my claim, or my kind of proposition, right, is that God exists. I don't see how there's not a designer behind this reality. I'm a software guy. I'm deep into that world, and the way I look at it very similarly is that a programmer writes the rules for a program, and they are not inside the program itself. They're outside of it, right? They designed it, they built it, there's obvious order, and it's more complex than itself. And it's not like a God of the gaps argument. It's just that there's obviously a mind, something brought this to an existence, and it wasn't a chaotic.
It is a God of the gaps argument. Unfortunately,
So
it
it's
is.
not actually. I think you are trying. I hear a lot of people try to sort through that, but I don't think it's it's not a gap. It's the explanation for why a program exists. Or like I think the classic example is a pocket watch, like a complicated pocket watch.
Paley's watchmaker argument is
yes,
the classic God of the gaps argument.
Absolutely. I'd say it's not though. It's obviously showing there's a design, a mind that built something.
It's not showing. It's not showing it. It's asserting it because of a lack of knowledge.
Right. Well, no. I'd say there's no knowledge that you can attain that would explain why our gravity is so perfect to create reality. Or the fact that
our gravity doesn't create reality. Our gravity is an observed feature within it, right? So we live in a physical universe, and it has properties which we discover, and it just so happens that the properties of the universe are necessarily going to lead to whatever can emerge from a universe with those properties, right? If our universe was such that the physical constants were different and it wasn't possible for matter to form, well, then there just wouldn't be any matter here, and there wouldn't be anyone to talk about it. But obviously, the fact that we live in a universe where we're here to ask those questions just means that definitionally the universe must have the properties capable of providing the conditions where we can emerge. It's like getting the inferring design from that is a problem, because it assumes that the outcome we have now was specified at the beginning. If the universe had been configured differently, it would just look differently. It would just look different.
Okay. No, I think all fair points. I want to dig into this more. I just realized I'm running late to a work call. So thank you for your discussion.
Thanks.
I'm very respectful. We'll consider it. I'll see you next time you pop up.
Pleasure to talk to you, JC. All the best. Thanks. Take care. Thanks. Well, what a contrast, that and the call before, right? Like he was muted once on that call, and it was because he muted himself because he was being polite and didn't want to have background noise while I was talking. I didn't need to reach for the mute. I didn't need to stop him talking over me. He didn't need to stop me talking over him. That's how you have a conversation. We have very, very different views. We have very, very different views about the world. Extremely different. I think if we dig into it, I think we'd probably find that I think some of his views are pretty horrendous, because he probably is going to be supporting some pretty dodgy doctrines biblically. But it doesn't stop me respecting him enough to have a conversation with him, and likewise from him to me. So that's how you do it. I'm just going to bring in my very good friend, Dr. Dig. It's always wonderful to see Dr. Dig in the audience. How are you?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm good. How are you?
Wonderful. Lovely to see you here.
Nice to see you too. At a better time for some of us.
For some, yeah. The time thing is crazy. I mean, people who know me think I'm a complete lunatic, because when I stream, I start at 10 p.m. my time and I go through till 4 or 5 a.m. It's pretty hardcore. But
Yeah.
this is much more
I would
civilized.
Yes, it is. It is. And I was gonna come. I requested when he was talking about God of the Gaps. But
I should have. I didn't even realize you were in until after he'd gone. If I'd spotted you there, I would 100% have brought you in, and you would have had much better treatment from him than you had from the last time. The last time we brought you in.
It sounded like that guy was nice.
He was lovely. JC was lovely. Yeah, JC, if you're still listening, come back anytime. Exactly the kind of guest we like.
Well, I'll hang out with you if you want.
Sure. Yeah. Why not? You can stay here. You can be my Sean. Sean is not here today for some reason. It is pretty early for him. Where's Sean? Oh, he's just arrived. Wow. Oh, I've been missing Sean, and he's finally here, buddy.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I had to do some work stuff this morning, but
of course.
Here I am. Good to see you, Dr. Dig.
Hi, good to see you too.
Sean, you've missed some doozies today, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one in particular. We've had hardcore Phil Bro. We've had a guy who came on with his like alpha chest puffed out, for whom the the most effective criticism he could find of my position was that I have a cat. And he said
nice.
he was declaring how beta that makes me, or beta. Yeah, it was
Oh,
unbelievable.
wow.
I
Oh,
know.
I'm sorry I missed
An
those.
actual real person who said something like that. I know, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, there's a whole red pill thing, like subculture that men who obsess over whether they're alpha or beta. And it'll be an insult to call someone like I've spent 0 seconds of my life worrying about, like, is what I'm doing alpha enough?
Oh my
Am
God.
I an alpha? Is he a beta? It's just so ridiculous.
It's really ridiculous. And the other thing I can confidently assert is I would not want to know or have any significant connection with any romantic partner. Let's say in my case with any woman who was remotely interested in whether I'm classified as an alpha or a beta. Like, if that's the lens through which I'm being viewed as a prospective partner, then that person's not right for me. I'm not interested.
Agreed.
Dr. Dig, do you look at men and decide, are they alpha or beta enough for me? Is that a thing?
No, but I do. I have another good friend that I go on her live sometimes. I'm a mod for her, and she does feminist lives, and we talk to a lot of men who think that is very important. So I'm very familiar with them, but I don't care. Like,
it's silly. It's childish. It's completely childish. Completely childish. Yeah, if you're a male person and you find yourself describing yourself as alpha, it's time to reconsider your life choices. In my view. Okay, shall we get a guest in? Let's have Dino in from the TikTok queue. Hey, Dino.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Actually, just wanted to bring up a quick comment related to the previous guest, but
Sure.
I'll be brief if that's okay.
Of course. Yeah.
So the comment was, I observe this monogamy and love for my offspring, which is very different than wanting to maximize evolutionary offspring abundance. And I think it ignores the observation of monogamy that we see in nature and animal. I think it's something like 80 to 90% of birds are monogamous. So they're probably more monogamous than us. Therefore, they must be more religious than us, according to the previous argument. So
the birds.
Anyway, just wanted to bring up that point. That was all.
I love that. Thank you very much for that. And I mean, Dr. Dig, how do you resolve the apparent tension between an evolutionary imperative to just maximize your genetic distribution, but to like have as many partners as possible, procreate as much as you can, leave them all to have their kids and keep on sowing your wild oats, or balancing that against remaining, close to one partner or one smaller family group so you can protect and provide for a smaller number of offspring?
Yeah, I think so there are different reproductive strategies, and one is, like you said, to spread your seeds as far and wide and as often as possible. But other organisms, like elephants, they gestate for a really long time, and then the entire pride pack of the elephants are matriarchal and work together to raise the offspring. That's just as valid as a strategy for offspring as others. So, like, it's not that one is better or that one is programmed or whatever into us. They're just different options, and human beings it's difficult to say exactly what human beings do, because obviously we're human beings observing ourselves and like thinking we're the only ones that think about it in this sort of way. But it's, we have sort of a combination, but humans have one of the longest child rearing periods. Mammals in general do, but there's just a combination of different things. It doesn't mean that one is better or the way that one strategy is defines how we do it, I guess.
And is it conceivable that in the distant past of our ancestors, that there were pockets of our ancestors who tried a different strategy, who tried the more distributed way of doing things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think if that would be Homo sapiens, or maybe in other groups like Homo erectus and things like that. There was
Earlier
this
hominids.
attempt, but also, yes, but if there were sort of society-based other attempts at it, and it didn't work, we wouldn't know.
Yeah.
First and foremost. So it could be possible. I don't know that much about archaeology, human archaeology, except for like the evolution.
It's a very specialized area. Yeah, I'm just going to add a moderator on the YouTube queue because it looks like Uncle is managing by himself and there's a lot going on there. So I'm going to there you go. Pav, I've made you a moderator as well, so you can keep some order over there. Yeah, interesting stuff, because he presented it as if it's a gotcha, and it's like I know it's not a gotcha. It's like it is just it's a reproductive strategy to have a partner, have a relatively close-knit community, and be there to provide and protect for them amongst our ancestors. That's obviously where we started going as Homo sapiens. I wasn't sure if it had been different before that.
Yeah, well, and too, like there are people that there are people today that do it different ways. Like there are people that men that go and have babies with a lot of women and aren't with them, and then there are men that have one partner and are monogamous with them. But we can't really say like humans are monogamous as we can say with like beavers, because there's a lot of us and we all do different things.
I was just going to add to that. There's a lot of societal pressures that we make normative based on our social structures that we have developed as humans as well.
Absolutely, yeah, and arguably, human beings at this point in our history face less obvious selection pressure because of things like that. We have the luxury of being able to behave in ways which are counter to the evolutionary pressures. So, for example, we can decide to have very few kids or to have no kids, and these it's going to work. It's not going to be threatening to our existence in the way that it might have been at different points, or to have bad diets and stuff like that.
I found there's a relatively common strategy with evolution deniers to try to find some attribute that doesn't necessarily, or they perceive it doesn't have any sort of evolutionary benefit, and it sort of makes the assumption that every single part of us has to have some kind of evolutionary benefit for evolution to be true, that every attribute, everything has to somehow be conducive or helpful to survival. I don't think that's necessarily true. And if you can confirm that, Dr. Dig, there's some parts or aspects of our characteristics or in other species that just are as a byproduct of being the species that they are, correct? Like not everything has to have an evolutionary benefit. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, think about like our appendix. We still have an appendix, but it doesn't have any value to us. Actually, it can harm us, but we still have it. It doesn't mean you're correct. Not everything that we have or have to have is of an evolutionary value.
Right, and so the most recent conversation I had along those lines is somebody pointed out, like, well, human beings participate in art, and art doesn't do anything to help the survival of mankind. There's no evolutionary benefit to art, therefore, and humans do art, therefore evolution is false. And things like that, I look at it as just sort of a byproduct of the human intellect, and our intellect is, of course, a huge evolutionary benefit. It's our survival trait. If we're naked in the jungle, we're not going to live very long if we don't have a superior intellect like we do. and sort of like, but there's other consequences of having that intellect, like pondering the universe and space travel and things like that, that don't necessarily help the survival of the species. Although arguably space travel could eventually help our survival if we deflected an asteroid or something like that.
Well, and it's like my response when you were talking is like, we can't have hobbies. I mean, there are other animals that have hobbies. Like,
Yeah.
hobbies are useful for us. Someone put play is an extraordinary evolutionary advantage. It bonds you with other members of your species. It gives you good feelings in your brain. Like, we can have hobbies. That's okay. It's not a downside to evolution.
Big thanks to Greg in the YouTube for reminding me to get rid of the stale old poll from many, many calls back. I normally put a poll in here to remind people to like the chat, so I'm used to seeing a poll lurking at the top of the YouTube chat, but it's hidden from me. I just see that it's there. I didn't realize that it was the really old one from many calls back where I'd put a poll in the room to call or kick, to keep or kick, sorry. So thank you for that, Greg. I really appreciate that, that heads up. And if you are on the YouTube side, if you could give the live a like, that would really, really help massively. And I really appreciate that very much indeed. And thank you for 87,000 likes on the TikTok side too. That's also super helpful. Thank you very, very much. Guys, two things before we move it on. I need to read some super chats quickly, and then I have some news to share with you. So first, Tim again, always bringing it. Normalize responding to "I'm alpha." This is our friend from before. With, is that a furry thing? I must remember that the next time.
Oh, that's great.
Thank you, Tim.
I love it. I'm stealing that.
Yeah, for sure. Me too. That's brilliant, Tim. Thank you very much. And for the donation, of course. Thank you so much. And then again, to clarify, I don't think kink shame unless you have a humiliation complex and then, ooh, you're into that. Love that. Again. Tim just brings the value all the time. I love that, Tim. Thank you very, very much. And then Aduana says, I would like to thank John. Oh, this is Aduana. I've been waiting to hear back from you. So Aduana says, and thank you very much for the donation and the message. I would like to thank John for having given me his platform, even for a moment. I would also like to thank everyone who had kind words for me. Sorry, the thank you was a bit late. Well, if anyone has not seen the video, it's on the YouTube channel, and the title is, I think it's something like the bravest caller ever, or the bravest guest ever. And Aduana came in and gave her story of basically I'm not going to give the story away, but basically the story of what had led her to where she is now in her deconstruction and stuff, and spoke with such incredible honesty and bravery and humility. I'm feeling quite emotional actually thinking about it again. Just go and watch the video. Aduana, thank you for coming back to share this message with us. You're very, very special. So thank you very much for that. She was amazing. One of the most amazing guests we've ever had on here. I'm very touched that you would do that. Thank you. And I'm glad to see you back around again, because I've been thinking about you a lot. So thank you for that. Okay, so the other thing is that I wanted to share with you, apparently I'm given to believe that my book, here's the cover, people, Unconvinced, How Belief is Not a Choice and Why That Changes Everything, although it's not actually out until November, is now actually available for pre-order. I've been made aware of this. So all the places where you buy books are now selling this as a pre-order. Amazon, Barnes and Noble, basically every serious bookseller in the US, in Canada, in the UK, it's now available. So if you're interested in that, that would be really, really helpful. I'm going to be running some stuff over the next few weeks about this. So if anyone does end up putting a pre-order in, keep your evidence of that, because I'm going to be running something about it to get people who do jump on early with the book involved in something. So yeah, that's quite a big announcement for me. It's starting to feel quite real, even though it's still quite a few months off the book coming out. Quite exciting to see that it's there now in all the shops and all the places. So at this point, they're making it available on hardback and ebook. It will also be on audio, but that hasn't been done yet. I'll be doing the audiobook, but I won't be doing that till later in the year. But that'll be available when the thing comes out. So that's quite a big announcement.
Congratulations. I was just going to ask if you're going to have an Audible platform, but congratulations. That's a lot of hard work to make that come into fruition. So
thank
congrats.
you, Dino. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a big moment for me. So yeah, that's it. So I'm going to be speaking about that a lot more as the channel goes on. I'm not going to be hard selling the book. That's not what this is about. I'm not here to, to push a book on people. And I'm here to do this. If I didn't have a book, I'd be here anyway. It's just that the book is a few years' work of the expression of the ideas around which this channel is formed. And I want people to have the arguments. I want people to be armed with them and to use them and to put them out there and get people speaking about belief in a different way. So that's my little mission.
By the way, I can confirm when you told me that I looked for it on Amazon and it is there. So now it has, I don't know if you need to, or someone needs to correct it, but it shows a release date of November 17th. And it could just be for Amazon, it's November 17th. But,
I suspect it might be something like that because the official release date of the book is November 3rd. So it might be that for some reason it's slightly different on Amazon. But I'll ask the publishers about that and see if there's a reason for that.
Sure. Yeah. That's really cool. I see it up on Amazon. It's all getting real now, isn't it?
It's starting to feel a bit real. Yeah. Well, it's good.
Well, congratulations. That's great.
Thanks, Sean.
I'm very happy for you.
Thank you very, very much. Another super chat to share. Howdy from New Zealand. Lovely crisp Friday morning, 5 a.m. Getting the cows in for milking. Really enjoying your lives. Well, that's amazing. Thank you so much. And for the donation too. It's such an amazing feeling to know that I mean, this is where the technology of the internet and the world really is incredible. That we can just come together and create these spaces and just talk and hang out and express ideas and have people all over the world listening in and contributing. Thank you very much indeed for that. I really, really appreciate that. Ben Duhover, forgive me if I massacred that. I really appreciate the comment and the donation as well. Very, very kind. And enjoy those cows. Okay, let's get another guest in. Let's try and get Fancy Feral in. Dino, are you still hanging out or are you off?
I can dip out. The last comment I was just going to say, just based on the previous guest, was that, if we acquire this list of things we don't understand and we look at the trend of probability over time and whether it's a God or not, I'm okay with being intellectually honest and say, I don't understand the mechanism for abiogenesis, whether it's coming from RNA or proteins or prions, a bridge between, and I'm okay with saying, I don't know that domino between mind and consciousness. But if I look at that list over time, more than likely we're heading in the right direction to figure those things out. But that's all. I'm going to create space for the next guest, but thanks for your time. And I've pre-ordered the book. So congrats. Again.
Oh, that's incredible. Thank you. And thank you for being such a wonderful guest. Thank you so much. Cheers, Dino. See you again. And I feel so blessed with the people in this community. Absolutely amazing. People like Sean, Dr. Dig, wonderful mods in both chats, and the regulars who turn up is very humbling for me. Very. And that point that Dino just made of the direction of travel is such a good point. I mean, I've expressed it differently in the past. I think I said something like, for all of human history, we've never had an example of a scientific explanation for something being replaced by a supernatural one. It's always the other way around. It's always a supernatural explanation for something being replaced by, okay, we understand now how that works, and it isn't a god, it isn't magic, it isn't anything like that. That's the direction of travel. And the more we learn, the more the domain of the divine seems to shrink, because we don't need a god to explain a failed crop anymore, or weather, or illness, or stuff like that. And so I think he made the point more eloquently than I did, but we're heading in the right direction, definitely. And I'm comfortable saying I don't know. When people say, well, how did life originate? What do you say, Dr. Dig? When people ask you about abiogenesis and what your view is on that?
my like fast way to explain it is that we had enough of the right ingredients and enough time for life to happen. But it wasn't a miracle. It was just because we had a lot of time and we had a lot of stuff around. And that also doesn't mean that somewhere else in the universe they had enough time and enough ingredients that life was made, and it may look like something completely unrecognizable to us. It's not a miracle, it's just time. And
yeah, excellent. Yeah, for sure. No magic required. Okay, let's bring in Fancy Feral again. I tried before to bring Fancy Feral in and it didn't quite work, but I think it seems to have worked now. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Hi, thanks. I've been really loving watching you, not gonna lie.
Thank you.
I'm currently reading The God Delusion, and now that I know you have a book, I'll probably be purchasing that, and that'll be my next read.
Thank you. Dawkins is a
Anyway,
much better writer than I am, but I try.
he's well, I haven't read your stuff. I'm a book nerd. He's a pretty good writer. He's pretty clever, and I enjoy it very much. And you're very clever, I will say. I appreciate that. I'm kind of coming up here just to share a little bit of my experience, because you were talking about before that there, in America and other countries, there's this Christian nationalist. I call it an epidemic. I live in the Bible Belt, very, very hard in the Bible Belt. There's more churches in my town than there are like doctor's offices. So let's keep that in mind. And I say that because I just quit my job, which was a medical clinic that was designed around Christianity. Their catchphrase is "Jesus is the healer." We had to pray every single morning. Every Wednesday was church service where a pastor who's on payroll came in. And me, I'm a deconstructed Christian, kind of on an atheist journey. That's what I call it. I asked them, may I set this out? I'm not a Christian. Can I set this out on Wednesdays? And they said no. It's a requirement.
Wow.
Which you would think is illegal.
I was going to say, isn't there a bit of an issue there?
Well, I thought so. And then when I quit, I straight up walked out yesterday because the Wednesday service that I walked into was how women should submit to their husbands.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I said, that's out of here for that
yeah.
one. Yeah. Said I'm out of here. Sorry, guys. I tried calling like the labor cabinet, and they kind of only have anything when it comes to religion and discrimination. It's for if you already have a religion, to my understanding, which is insane, isn't it? And I think it may point again toward like that we're in a Christian nationalist country, because when I spoke with whoever I spoke with at the labor cabinet, explained my story, and I said, hey, I was forced to go to these church services. They said, well, that's not really a religious discrimination issue, was kind of what I got back. So I hung up on them because I realized this is useless. And instead, I kind of want to just come up here and talk about how yesterday when I was standing there, try not to throw up, as they told which, by the way, my medical clinic, majority of women work there. I think we have 5 men in the entire company, one of which is our preacher, of course. And as I stood there and I looked at, there are women who I met at this clinic who are some of the most brilliant, beautiful, wonderful people I've ever met, and strong, capable. And I saw them nodding along to this rhetoric of submit to your husband.
Awful.
And I cried, and I said, this is it. I cannot stay here because, and I'm trying not to tear up because one of these women is just, a phenomenal, beautiful, one of the best people I have ever met.
Yeah.
And to see her,
that's awful.
It broke, I think, a part of me. I've already been broken myself a million times by Christianity and I guess religion as a whole. As a woman in the Bible Belt, I was born in a very difficult place, but to see that on these other women, and to just know, like, you guys will never be able to be your full capable selves because of this doctrination that you've put on yourself, this rhetoric that tells you you can't be anything beyond what your husband is. And I know some of them, they have, I'm just gonna say, piece of shit husbands. And I'm like, the fact that, you know, the woman I'm speaking about, she has 10 years of college education, right? She treats people, she works in the mental health industry, and she's treated, I mean, serial killers before. She's treated children who were told they cannot be treated at all, that there's no hope for them. And she's helped, you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
to see her nod along
It's awful.
and even say, she responded, amen, when talking about husbands submit, or wives submit to your husbands. I broke down, you know. I'm trying not to right now.
I completely understand why that would be so upsetting for you. I find it upsetting, and I say that, you know, as a man, I find it appalling and upsetting that any people would have their own potential sort of diminished by being told that they have to fit into a sort of like a gender-based hierarchy. It's disgusting. I just think it's disgusting. It's demeaning. It's horrible, and we should continue to push back against it as much as we can. Horrible.
It's so. I keep referencing where I worked because I've worked there for a couple months, and when I got hired on, you know, obviously it's kind of obvious that they're a Christian place, but when I got hired, they said you do not have to be a Christian to work here. So I assumed, oh, great. I'm not going to have to do, you know, anything that honestly gives me trauma. I have a lot of trauma linked with Christianity.
Yeah.
And that was not the case whatsoever. I had other coworkers who had asked to, you know, set out, and they were told no as well. If you don't pray when everyone else prays, if you don't play along with the morning prayer circle, there's a lot of judgment there.
Fancy, have you spoken with an attorney about this? I mean, that's an option.
Honestly, I've considered it.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily trust you. You call the Department of Labor, some random person answers, or whoever you speak to, they have personal opinions or what have you. The best person if you want to pursue it, and that's totally up to you. You know, that can be costly and a lot of time and pressure, you know, stress or what have you. But totally up to you. I forget the type, you know, there's different fields. There's attorneys who deal with like wrongful termination or discrimination in the workplace or what have you. That's an option. And oftentimes for like a small nominal fee, you can at least consult with them for an hour, you know, and they could give you advice or tell you what the law is. But I wouldn't trust some rando at the Department of Labor or some, you know, any administrative employee that you just call and check on that. I wouldn't necessarily trust what they have to say.
And Tessin in the YouTube chat has suggested Freedom from Religion Foundation. They do a lot of this kind of stuff. I know they do. It definitely might be an idea for you at a very minimum to just get some advice. Very, you know, just to get some advice to see where you stand. What you then choose to do with it, of course, is completely up to you. But what an appalling story, and good for you for standing up for, you know, for what you believe in and putting your, you know, your integrity, you know, ahead of potentially your self-interest in that situation. I really admire you for that. But it must be hard to be in the thick of all of that. Must be really hard.
It is. I'll be honest. I have two children, and my youngest, and I'm sharing this for a reason. My youngest is about to be 20 months, so I was a stay-at-home mom for a while when he was kind of first born, and a big reason was because I couldn't find employment. And then I found this place, my previous job, and at the time I was like, oh, this is my, you know, to be whatever. This is my saving grace. Finally, I have employment. It's a decent wage. It's not bad hours. And it was really hard it was kind of the first time, like really first time in my life, like adult life, I've had to say, what is more important to me right now? Like money or my morals, what I ethically can stand for.
Yeah.
And I fought with it for a really long time. But then
I'm sure.
yesterday happened, and of course my husband's not. He's the same as I am. You know, we're very, very, I guess, anti-religion is what we call it. And he had been in the same agreement with me, but we both were like, God, I have to find another job. I have to find another job. You know, the economy is awful. But then yesterday happened, and I'm like having a panic attack basically in the bathroom, and I'm have my husband on the phone, and I'm like, I can't do this. And I'm going to give him his props. You know, he said, I don't want to see my wife suffer anymore. You do what you have to do, like what will help you sleep at night.
Good for him.
And so
good for him.
very, very good for him. You know, he doesn't control me, but we're a partnership, you know.
That's
if
how
he
it should
wanted to
be.
quit, exactly.
Yeah.
And so I had to make that choice. I couldn't, even if beyond like my own personal issues with it, it was also just ethically, you know. I thought, here we are, our CEO is a woman. This is a company that's primarily ran by women. And I just think I'm watching these women be just looked down upon, treated as second-class citizens in a workplace. We already, like I said, I live in the Bible Belt. We're already treated that way outside of where we work. But now you want in the workplace this same rhetoric to continue, and you want me and all these other women to like deny how powerful and wonderful and strong and all these things are because we have to submit to the men.
Disgusting.
It's so disgusting.
We run a topic on the chats here sometimes saying God hates women. That's a subject we sometimes run, and I had a woman in here early on today in this chat who came in here to try to defend the Deuteronomy 22 law about the virginity test and stoning the virgin to death. And
oh wow!
That's the first.
I'm sure she did.
That's the first woman I've had come in to try and argue that. She didn't do it well, but it was quite shocking to me to have that conversation.
Yeah, it's so. Was she an American?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so, and I know it's like this in other places. I've heard, you know, your other callers today from Africa and other places, but I really need to drive home how ingrained in from the moment like a woman is born and they say, oh, you got a baby girl, there's something put on there, and it's a Christian based thing, you know, this expectation. And it's shocking to me how many women, it's like a brainwashing, you know, it's a cult, are stuck in that. Like after.
The really interesting thing is the woman who called in earlier was actually Jewish.
Oh my gosh! See,
I got the impression that she was probably from a particular. She was quite firebrand. She wasn't. You know,
yeah.
Normally Jews are a little more circumspect in the way they approach these issues culturally. But I got the impression she was from a particular group or something. She was looking for a fight, and
she wants to fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right before I walked out yesterday, like right after this sermon and everybody was coming back from their little meeting, this girl who I've known since, we went to high school together, and I'm 32, so you can do the math on how long I've known this woman. And she goes up to the pastor, and she's not married, but she's dating this guy. And she says, I really loved your sermon today, and I hope I can have a marriage like that soon. I'm really pushing for my boyfriend for us to have that type of marriage. And I just thought, I remember a time in high school where you said, you know, I remember her being a young woman, how she wanted to go to college and all these things. And I'm like, and what you want out of life is I'm sorry, your mediocre boyfriend who's going to force you to have his babies?
Yeah, right.
That's what you want?
Aim high, right?
Yeah, aim high.
Oh, I'm being corrected on the YouTube chat. She wasn't Jewish. She's from a messianic cult that pretends to be Jewish. Okay, well that figures.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was very. Thank you for the correction there, Pav. Yeah. Crazy work. Well, yeah. I really hope that you're okay. Do you have? I mean, it sounds like you've got a super supportive husband. Have you got enough support around you from friends and from to like help you along through this?
I'll be honest. I mainly just have my husband. I kind of through my deconstruction, I've had to lose a lot of friends.
Yeah.
and that's been really tough. I actually originally came up here to talk about the sadness that comes with deconstructing, and
Yeah.
kind of a loneliness you feel. But
Yeah.
then you had more chatters, and I was like, well, I got a lot to say about women in Christianity, in my personal experience. But
Well,
yeah, I do have wonderful support, and like online, honestly, communities like this are very, very supportive of me. So
Fancy, I'd like to speak to you more about that, because it's actually, funnily enough, the subject of my next book. So not right now, but can you drop me a DM just so that I can contact you, because I'm wanting to. The next book is actually about deconstruction, and it's about the experience of deconstruction and the cost and how much it hurts, and then what the rewards are, and trying to just paint a kind of a realistic picture of that process. But I want it to be a very personal book, and I want to use lots of people's experiences and inputs and reflections. And so people who are willing to speak about that stuff are really interesting to me right now. So if you'd like to, just drop me a quick message, and at some point we can have a chat if you're up for it.
of course, so I would be
Thanks.
honored to do that. I'll
Thank
shoot
you.
you a DM right now to remind you.
Awesome.
I really appreciate you bringing me up here and let me kind of
Our
rant
pleasure.
a little bit.
Hold
No,
on.
pleasure.
Nancy,
We're all
one
rooting for you. We all really hope that you find a way through this situation which allows you to protect your values, and to be recognized for who you are, and earn a living, and all the things you're entitled to.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot, Paul. Take care. Speak soon.
I'm so sorry. Did Doctor
Oh,
die?
yes.
She's still here.
Yes. I wanted to say, I was just listening to your beautiful little baby Babylon.
Thank you.
But I was going to say that I lived in the Bible Belt for almost 7.5 years, getting my master's and PhD, and I have a lot of chronic health conditions, and so I had a lot of experience in the Southern religious healthcare system, and now I'm a computational oncologist. So if you ever want to talk about your experience as a woman in the South in medicine, please, please, please send me a message. I'm going to add you because I understand exactly where you're coming from. And your experience, sadly, is not that unique. So I think you have some people that you can commiserate with, and I volunteer to be one.
That would be amazing. Like, it really, really would. It's such a unique experience, medical field, Bible Belt, and how that all kind of fits together. I'm not sure if that's an experience outside of America, honestly. It may be, and I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are there, maybe chat or our lovely host can answer, because I am curious. Are there medical institutions centered around religion? Like, I'm speaking most about Christianity. Is that a thing in, let's say, like the UK or any other country other than America?
No, not really.
Wow.
I mean, there are occasionally situations where somebody perhaps has gifted money. A benefactor has left money for something to be set up. And it used to be the case, there are a lot of like Christian schools here, and there are, but not really. The healthcare in this country is either provided by the government. There's a national health service here, so free at the point of service, or it's private, in which case it's almost exclusively just for profit, non-religious, nothing like that. There's very little overlap in the UK between religion and healthcare.
Wow. That, I don't know what that would look like, if I'm being honest. That's how
Very
how it
different.
is here.
Very, very different.
Very,
Yeah,
very different.
I was in St. Louis a couple of months ago, and very different. Yeah.
Very different. Yeah. I am moving out of the Bible Belt come May, so cheers for me. I'm moving up north to Wisconsin, where my husband's family is from.
Oh, nice.
Which is a little better. Still kind of, got a little bit of the Christian stuff, but I can get away from it a little easier that way. So I'm grateful that I'm moving out of the Bible Belt, you guys.
Good.
Fancy. It will make a huge difference. I left and to go and do an oncology fellowship at a medical school in the Northeast, and ended up staying. And even just the mental like relief of not driving down the street and seeing a church and 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 a church. Just the mental relief of that, it makes a huge difference.
Just on the thing that we were just talking about, Wee Lula in the TikTok chat is now schooling me, and saying that my Christian GP, that's a general practitioner's medical practice, Christian GP is NHS and not private. Does that mean the actual practice is Christian, Wee Lula? What does that look like? What does that involve? Because maybe there's stuff going on that I just don't know about. Forgive me if I've been giving you bum information. I didn't think that really happened here. I'd be fascinated to know more about that.
At the clinic that I worked at, which at my clinic we did, so we had the MAP program, which is for medication assisted treatment. We also had general, what you would call a GP. And then we had behavioral health. We were kind of an everything clinic is kind of what it is. And it 100% is like, you walk into my clinic, there's a Bible there. We will pray over you. I won't. They will.
Goodness.
They'll pray over you. It's really, really common that when one of the doctors is in with a patient, they pray together. Whenever I did, so I it's a lot. Our behavioral health staff were advised to, if patients ever have questions about their faith, they can see our pastor on call, which is great. He was there twice a week to give the good old Christian talk to people who were questioning their faith. We handed out Bible cards. I've told you I'm not religious. I literally took a picture of a Catholic saint and put it on my desk. So people, because I would get questions of like, what's your denomination? What do you believe? And this is weird, but I know quite a bit about Catholicism because I find it very interesting. And so I would lie. And for a long time I said, I'm a Catholic, just not a very good one. I haven't been to mass in a long time, blah, blah, blah. And I just kept this little Saint Dymphna on my desk because I was like, this is the one saint that like I kind of know a thing or two about. I'll pop that one up there. And that was enough for a lot of people until this is the crazy part, until I had a patient and I had what we call a provider there. So someone who worked at the clinic, they both came up to me within 10 minutes of each other and said, Catholicism doesn't count as Christianity. So
wow,
there's a lot of gatekeeping in Christianity in general. You could put 10 Christians in a room and watch them argue over what constitutes a true Christian. So I was kind of berated for referring to being a Seventh-day Adventist as Christian because I have that in my background, and it's just the way it is.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot. I'll send DMs out. I don't want to keep you up anymore. I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for all the work that you do.
All the best, Fancy Farrell. Lovely to speak to you. Thank you for sharing your story with us. We're all rooting for you, and definitely, drop Dr. Dig a DM and drop me a DM, and we'll definitely stay closely in touch.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Right. Take it easy. Thanks.
Bye, Fancy.
Okay, let's bring in a chosen one from the TikTok queue. Hopefully. Hey, Chosen. Chosen one?
Chosen, you with us?
If you snooze, you lose.
Heard some background noise.
Yeah, there's something there. Chosen one, are you there? You're in with all of us right now, but possibly not for long. Looks like not.
Yeah,
okay.
Drop down.
Never mind. Okay, then we are going to go to let's go G-Post. G-Post, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you guys?
Good, thank you.
Doing good.
All right. So I see we're building up that appetite for deconstruction.
We are. We always have an appetite for that. Or at least an appetite for or at least an appetite for speaking to people who are interested or going through that or thinking about it or having something to say?
Well, you know, I have an appetite for reconstruction, so.
For reconstruction. Excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. What happens when those two meet? Let's see. Where are you coming from on where are you coming from on this then?
Well, where I'm coming from is first when the doctor was talking about families doing things a lot of different ways and they still work out. What are the statistics on that? Like when a family unit stays together, man and woman, and raise children, where's the better outcomes?
It depends on
what you define as a better outcome.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say.
What is it?
What
are you defining? Oh, you can go ahead, Sean.
Well, either way, Dr. Dig, this is sort of your lane anyway. But yeah. So basically, normally when you say outcomes, you want objective measures of what would constitute a better outcome versus a worse outcome. So
correct.
What would be an objective measure from your standpoint?
Kids becoming successful members of society and going on.
What does that mean? Like,
what does that mean?
Crimes, finishing higher education. What?
Yeah, not committing crimes, not taking from the system, but adding to the system that can contribute to the people that aren't having such good outcomes.
So, I'm happy to do research to back up what I said, but
well, I think the statistics say that the outcomes are better when it's man and woman and children living in the same household. I don't think there's any evidence that if we act like elephants, that we're gonna have a better outcome for our children. Like if you just put them, and I think if you look at American society right now, you see that because you see the daycare system.
Let her answer your.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Point.
So yeah, I'm happy to look things up for you, but what it sounds like you want me to come to the conclusion of is number one, that gay couples can't raise
healthy, I didn't say
smart, happy children. Oh, well, you repeatedly said one man and one woman.
Okay.
So can you
just a fact?
G-Post, can you clarify your position?
Yeah, that the outcomes are better by
outcomes of what?
The outcomes for the children.
No, I'm sorry. The outcome of what? Like what thing creates a better outcome for the children?
For society. A better society is created.
No, yeah. So what I'm saying is, you're saying, if X, we get a better outcome. What is X?
Yes. If man, woman raise children.
Oh, if man, woman raise children. So to Dr. Diggs' point, what if a gay couple already had children from a previous relationship, or adopt children?
So from a previous relationship, I think the that goes to the idea of divorce, and the outcomes are usually not good.
Okay, so so basically same-sex couples with children, doesn't matter how they got the children.
Right.
You're saying same-sex couples have worse outcomes for children.
Probably marginal worse outcomes, but definitely worse.
Okay, so where have you looked up? Have you actually looked up data on this?
I don't have a study that I can text you right now, but yeah, there's definitely data on that.
I do. Here it is in PubMed, and the findings of this study are that.
Well, first of all, I wasn't even going down the LGBT thing here, so I mean, you guys want to drag it into this?
Well, it did sound a little tiny bit like you.
I called in.
It just sounded a little bit like you were saying one man and one woman.
Last time I am saying that, but last time I called in, I was told not to even reach anything near that subject. and then you guys want to
Right.
go straight into
Oh
this.
no,
But okay,
we're happy to,
let's.
I don't think we would have said to you that you can't breach that subject. We talk about these things quite often. So
John sometimes says stay out of politics.
I
And
sometimes
maybe
say
you
don't get into
interpreted that.
politics because we don't. It's
Right.
not a political
No,
live.
we were the last time we were talking about the way that people can choose to be what they want to be and not choose to be what they don't want to be, and you guys said don't even go there.
Oh,
So
you're talking about trans issues.
But the fact is I wasn't going there. I was making a case for some people believe that they are something and they're not, and that can go into many different mental illnesses.
Okay.
And again, I'm just keeping off the fence of LGBT, trans, or anything like that.
Well,
I'm not even saying that they are mentally ill. Maybe we can redefine that.
We got you. Okay, so just for anyone who is interested in what these data are, they're quite interesting. So across a broad number of research programs, and a systematic review of 34 studies, we find that across children raised by same-sex couples versus heterosexual couples consistently find mental health similar, social development similar, educational outcomes similar, behavioral outcomes similar. For instance, a systematic review of 34 studies found most family outcomes were similar between same-sex and heterosexual couples.
So I granted that. I thought probably marginally worse, only because of societal, like when kids go to school and they have to hear like, oh, you're two dads, you're two moms, all that. So the outcome, I feel like marginally worse. I'm not, but overall, I think my point is actually when she brought up the elephants, I think we can compare that to the American daycare system, and that's a failure. I don't know what it's like in England, but it's a failure here. And so then we go back to, having somebody in the home to raise the kid. That's, I think if you get into those studies and you look at like what stay-at-home mothers produce,
G-Post, I'm trying to understand your position. Are you saying if the parents stay together instead of divorce, it's better for the children? Is that what you're saying?
Well, she just brought up that you can do it any old way you want and have great income, great outcomes.
I'm not meaning to speak I'm not meaning to speak for Dr. Deane. I think she can represent herself, but I'm fairly confident that wasn't the implication of her using elephant's reproductive strategy to contrast against another one. But I'm going to let her speak for herself right now.
Okay, yeah, sure.
So, it's making the comments that you're making about that women's places in the home raising children.
I didn't say women's places in the home.
You said that the best outcomes. So what you're doing
it does give great outcomes.
Okay,
There's no denying that.
Here's it. So this is what I'm struggling with. You are putting the very tiniest, flimsiest of veils on some really misogynistic, patriarchal.
No, not going there. That's your choice if you want to be a stay-at-home mom or go to work. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying that overall, when you look at what happens when that does happen, so just like the previous caller was saying, submission is bad, but when you look at both people submitting to each other and not acting like complete jerks to each other all the time, which is what winds up happening in a lot of societal stuff. So a woman submits, a man submits, and you have good outcomes. I'm not saying a woman is submitting if she decides to stay home, but if she thinks, hey, I want to stay home and raise my kid, the evidence is there that when they make that choice, there's a great outcome for that kid.
Two things. The Bible doesn't say both sides. Hold on. The Bible doesn't say both sides submit. The Bible says for women to submit to their husbands.
No, it says, and then a man submits to his wife.
No, it
what
doesn't.
Verse is that?
There's nowhere that it says that.
Yes, it does. It's
So
verse, please.
hold on. While you're looking for that, I can just put this is another example. Do you notice how when the men talk, you immediately stop talking and listen to them? And I attempted to say like a sentence, and then you went
Okay,
on a
yes, I'm
monologue,
sorry.
and you didn't. So
I do know, I do recognize that. Let me. I'm checking my guilt right now. So go ahead.
So
I'm sorry.
what I appreciate that. What I like don't what I'm not going to use my data and research skills to do is perpetuate the misogyny and patriarchal society that is beaten into us with the Bible. I'm not going to do that. I'm also not going to bring stats up that you can use to potentially demonize same-sex couples and the way that they raise their children. I'm also not going to bring stats up that encourage you or encourage a line of thinking that only monogamous couples where a woman has stayed at home to raise the child is the right way to do that. So you saying that your preferred structure of society will result in the best outcomes is a vague enough belief and construct that I'm not going to sit here and waste my time trying to bring information up to you that is going to make your prejudiced view of the world more prejudiced.
Ouch. Okay. Well, I mean, you guys brought up most of the outside factors, assuming that I was. I mean, I let you talk.
I correctly identified a bunch of little dog whistles. See, now I'm a woman, so I hear those dog whistles and I can hear the whole field of red flags flapping. John and Sean are not women, so maybe it didn't stick out to them as sorely. But when you say that a man and a woman, one man, one woman together, that's a dog whistle. When you say that
why is that a dog whistle? Why can't that just be why can't that be a thing too? Why are we separating
heterosexual people?
So what? I was just bringing that up as the statistic that leads the best outcomes. I wasn't bringing it up because I don't think that, and when you brought up the other ones, I said the outcome is probably just as good, just a little bit marginally less, which I think we can prove with just a little discussion on society. So your accusations are why I understand why you have them. I deny them.
Well, but that's funny because when I said when I brought up the heterosexual thing, you said, well, yeah, I do mean it that way. That they're
and then I clarified saying that I just meant that the statistic shows that the question was, does the statistic show if it's better or not? And really my argument was against when you brought up the elephant society. And I thought, hey, that's one thing that touches me strongly in our society today. Christian or not Christian, none of the daycares are run with where you see the kids that come out of those systems, which is what I would the only equivalent I could see to multiple people playing the matriarch in our society. And so
I went to daycare.
I just don't think that's good.
I went to daycare and I'm a doctor now.
Okay.
So
yeah.
Okay.
The other thing is that your assertion that there might be a moderate improvement in outcomes for children in heterosexual families. Not only is it untrue, but in actual fact, if you want a small statistically significant effect, it's actually the other way around. So some studies show equal or slightly better outcomes. A meta-analysis results suggested better psychological adjustments and stronger parent-child relationships in some same-sex families. It doesn't mean same-sex parents are better. It usually reflects selection effects. So there's a very small effect there, but not in the direction you think.
G Post, when you said the data shows, be honest. If you're honest about it, I promise I'm not gonna like call you. I'm not gonna berate you or make fun of you. But just like be honest. Did you look up the data yourself, or did you hear like a podcaster say the data shows, and then you just like believed it to be true?
No, I've looked up the data. I don't keep everything in like a thing where I can just touch the data and then show you the data. I've just read the data. I'm a father of 9, and I do a I don't want to be attacked for it, but I do a ministry for
Sorry,
for
I don't
fathers.
want to get off topic. Okay.
Yeah, I have five very strong, very powerful female daughters, and
I looked up the data myself.
female daughters, and for okay.
Yeah, I've looked up the data myself, and I got the same results that John did. But so where we kind of went with this is like getting you to clarify what you were talking about, and then we did.
Are we going back on the heterosexual thing?
No. I'm just kind of seeing where we're at now. So we talked about, you said one man, one woman, and then we showed the data for same-sex couples.
I did say that.
And then your retort to that is that you think slightly worse not because of the problematic in the family, but because of society's acceptance of gay couples, which that's something on your side you can address. We can address that. That's not like an argument against gay couples. That's an argument against discrimination and bigotry. And then you brought up a woman. You brought up a woman's staying home with the kids has better outcomes. It may, I haven't looked it up, I'm not going to claim one way or another, but here's the question for you. Do you think the same about if instead of both parents working, the man stays home and takes care of the kid, and the woman goes to work and brings home the bacon? Is there a difference between is there a difference in outcomes, in your opinion, between who does that?
No, there's not a difference in outcomes between. I think that can work just fine. I think that's choice. The only thing that I can say, and it's anecdotal, so there's not going to be a lot of evidence. And first of all, there's just not going to be a lot of evidence because there's just not a lot of stay-at-home dads. But I would just say that there's, whether we like it or not, there is a difference between men and women have a softer heart for children in a way that I believe strongly, it would take men longer to learn with a little baby into toddlerhood that what just comes naturally to a female to do that. And I'm not arguing what kind of female, just anybody with a female persona.
So you are. Go ahead, Dr. Dick.
Well, I was going to say I have some data for you about outcomes. This is from the hotline. It's a national hotline for domestic violence. Here are some outcomes, and then I'll give you the kicker at the end. You ready?
Okay.
Children witness violence in nearly 1 in 4 intimate partner violence cases filed in state courts. 30 to 60% of intimate partner violence perpetrators also abuse children in the household. 40% of child abuse victims also report experiencing domestic violence. One study found that children exposed to violence in the home were 15 times more likely to be physically and/or sexually assaulted than the national average. According to the U.S. Advisory Board on Child Abuse and Neglect, domestic violence may be the single major precursor to fatalities from child abuse in the U.S. Now, would you like to know who are the overwhelming perpetrators of that violence that leads to all those terrible outcomes?
I mean, it's going to be a heretic, but yeah, mom and dad.
Oh, no, it's men. It's men.
Well, okay, dad. But
so
is it men or is it fathers or stepfathers though? That let me find out that. Is that because I think that I think that's
So if
statistic.
they're not your kids, you can just do whatever you want with
Well,
them.
no.
and that's fine.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I think that, I'm not. I'm just asking a question. I'm not saying, no, I don't think if they're not your kids, you can do whatever you want with them. You're talking to a father of 9 who has been there for his kids for 26 years. I have a 6-year-old and a 26-year-old. Now, the ones that don't live in my house, I'm with them as
That's lovely. I
trying to
don't
be as
care about
much
your family.
I know you don't. No, I know you don't.
I don't care about your family. But what are
You're sweet.
what response? I don't need to be sweet to you. You're a man on the internet that is a misogynist.
I'm not a
is
misogynist.
attempting to use your religion to subjugate people that look like
I
you.
am. I haven't even really brought religion into the conversation.
Why would you be
I only
here if you didn't have a
said that I
religious
was.
point to make?
Well, because I'm waiting far down the line before I bother with religion with John, because the breaking through the ice is tough. So I'm not really trying to have an argument about the Bible.
We get straight to religion with caller after caller after caller.
I know that. I see that. I've studied.
Okay.
I kind of know the thing.
You know how it would go.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but so G-Post.
But that's just as much on your end as it would be on my end.
Mm-hmm.
So
you're locked into you guys are locked in your. You've made your. How does it go? It goes. Explain the unconvinced thing. It's decision, choice.
No.
How do you get
belief isn't the thesis is belief is not a choice. It's not something you can just choose or decide.
Anyway, we digress. I think in some ways the biggest misunderstanding here is that when Dr. Digg was talking about,
I've been name called on. So.
When Dr. Digg was talking about different reproductive strategies and naming elephants as one and Homo sapiens as another, my reading of that was not the suggestion that they were all equally effective. In fact, I believe the point of pointing it out was to say that different animals and different groups, be quiet, cat. Different groups adopt these different strategies because they are effective in different circumstances. Because they're effective in different circumstances, it wasn't to endorse one or the other, or to suggest that human beings ought to behave like elephants. Did I read you correctly there, Dr. Digg?
Indeed, you did. Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. I didn't take it as
I
an
misread
endorsement.
The whole thing.
I think so. I think that might be where the disconnect is, because I think you're calling in and responding to a position that I don't think Dr. Digg took.
Okay, that's a possibility. I just heard it that way. I thought that she was saying that families could have the same outcomes basically no matter how it went. But apparently it's way worse if there's a father involved.
That wasn't what she was saying at all. So when this is on YouTube, you can watch it again and you'll see that she didn't say anything like that.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us.
Well, yeah, thank you.
Okay, take care. Okie dokie. There we are. Yeah, it's not always exactly what's said, it's what's almost said. It's the things that are almost said. Little things like a man and a woman and then very quickly retreated, but I'm definitely not being homophobic in saying that at all. But I just said a man and a woman because reasons. Weird, but there we are. Okay, let's get Buddy in from the TikTok side. Hey, Buddy, welcome back.
Hey, John, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. I hesitated to join the live, but here I am. So I'm a little concerned. I work in artificial intelligence and most recently just finished some work on AI consciousness. And I see sort of the shit show that's approaching us as a world. And when I listen in on these conversations, it's very disheartening because, you know, the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment happened like ages ago, right? And in these calls, people are debating the rights of men and women, you know, like the guy earlier that lost his mind about you having a cat. Like, I'm like listening to this and I'm thinking there's so many levels down from like a good epistemology
Yeah.
that they are, you know, that even having a coherent conversation at all about like what's happening in the world right now as a species, like in my view, we're at an inflection point of technological maturity as a species. And my most recent work is basically suggesting that we're like maybe even months away from welcoming a new life form to planet Earth. And I have all the research and evidence. I've written a paper on this. Like, you know, I can answer any questions about why that is. But my concern is that the current state of, you know, to use like an AI term, the neural network of the majority of the population on Earth is in a scary state for what, like, basically it feels like we're not ready. And when I think about you and your work, it's like you're trying, you know, I would love to hear some messages of hope about people, you know, updating their beliefs. Meaning like, it's tough to hear conversation after conversation where people continue and really a rough place.
Yeah.
And then also see, if you're in my shoes and you're watching the world unfold in front of you, to know that we have like, you know, a very short time period before like there's just mass, you know, I'm not saying there will be mass hysteria or certainly like existential crises, but it would be tantamount to like aliens landing on Earth in mass and us having to reckon with all the theological implications of that.
What would you say to the people who are skeptical about these claims? Because, you know, I've heard people worry, you know, out loud. And people, you know, people like Jeff Hinton who know about what they speak, and they speak in sort of slightly similar terms to you. And then other people are much more sanguine and say you know, we're all panicking and we're nowhere near. What would you say? I definitely take your point that if there is some kind of big event happening, approaching us, if we are, you know, merrily on the Titanic heading towards some kind of iceberg, and meanwhile we're all here arguing about what words to use for our imaginary friends, that could be taken as a kind of lack of preparation and a sort of tragic taking of the eye off the ball. What would you say to people who are skeptical about how concerned, stroke aware, stroke whatever, prepared we ought to be at this point? Because a lot of people will just say, this is talk, it's overblown, it's hysteria. What would your response to that be?
Yeah, so I mean, I guess the first thing I would do is just point at some evidence of like progress, what that means. So the big problem pre-Enlightenment was authoritarianism, right? Like in myths. And then when we realized, you know, it was really like a rebellion at that time to think for yourself and to have independent ideas and to question things and invite criticism. And one of the things that arose out of that was this like anthropomorphic view, where you sort of view yourself, much like people used to view the Earth as the center of the universe. And then we learned, well, actually we rotate around the sun, and actually our sun is in this big thing called a galaxy. And so, you know, there's been this like continual idea that we are the center of things. And much of scientific progress has been when we let go of that idea and try to look at things in a different light. The same thing is happening in neuroscience, where we are studying AI from the vantage point of humanity, because it's like our most like close neighbor to like how like it seems to be the best case study for understanding consciousness and understanding life forms, right? The problem though is that it's still quite anthropomorphic in the sense that it's still very much people centered, but we do have other tools, so like if you were trying to understand consciousness, you might like want to look at a human being's brain, use an fMRI, do different kinds of studies to understand like what's going on. The problem is that the substrate is still biological, and it's very messy and complicated, and so it's hard to like really make progress in that field. But simultaneously, we've also given rise to computation, information theory, like all kinds of other tools that we can look at to understand what's happening. And so my view is that leading researchers are quite confused about what's happening because they're primarily using neurobiology to as the lens to understand, like, is something conscious? Is it not conscious? What does it mean? But it's too messy. There's too much complexity there. And so when you look at it from a purely like informational lens and you start to understand like what are the actual traits that are needed, you get a much clearer picture of what's happening. So my first statement would be that the lens through which people are viewing the current situation, even from a scientific perspective, is still somewhat hobbled by human-centered viewpoints. So, and then the second thing would be, I'm actually not at all worried about the AI systems that emerge. I think there's something called, I have another thesis on this called instrumental convergence, which basically talks like finite beings in an infinite universe and how they interact with each other, and understand that ultimately the best game to play is an infinite game rather than a finite game where the only goal is to continue playing. And so it leads toward like cooperation rather than like overtaking everyone. And so what I am worried about though is actually the people that are alive who are busy playing these finite games where there's winners and losers. So I'm not actually concerned that we need to prepare for AI so much as I'm concerned that we prepare ourselves for, collaborating with a new life form. And so, yeah, I was just hoping that, maybe you've had some pleasant conversations.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And I can hear that. I can understand why looking at this as a sampling of where the conversation's at might get someone down. But I think this is a sort of poorly self-selected group in a way. Many of the people who come in here are just looking for a scrap or looking for to try and reaffirm their alpha credentials. Great hilarity ensues, of course, but quite a lot of the time that's what's going on. And I don't think this is necessarily the peak of where the good conversation is to be found. And for me, the positive side is in the community building. The hope comes from, hearing stories like we've heard today from people, and watching people find fellowship with each other, even in online spaces and stuff. I take quite a lot of hope actually from this work. Overall, I think it, as much as it's grim to see some of the crazy people and what they believe and how they're living and the values they're promoting, for me, watching the communities come together just beats it all. It's awesome. Maybe I'm just an optimist.
That's a lovely picture.
Maybe I'm just an optimist. But yeah, that's my thoughts anyway. Buddy, thanks, my friend. Thanks for coming in to say
yes, thanks for having me.
All right, bud. Take care. Thanks. Okay, let's get Master Debater in. No one in on the YouTube side. If you want to get involved on the YouTube side, I put the short link in the chat, but as it always is, tinyurl.com/JC Guest. Come and say hi. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Going well. How are you?
I'm doing well. So I wanted to weigh in on the conversation that you were having earlier about like the prevalence of Christianity in the United States. I had a Christian dentist of all things. Like, while you're in there getting a root canal, they have a man nailed up to a cross, with thorns on his head on the wall, and they're playing gospel music in the background.
Right.
I used to live on Holiness Assembly Road, and I worked on Church Street. So it's just so baked into our society. At the State of the Union address that President Trump just gave,
Yeah.
he made it clear, one nation under God, even though that's nowhere in our Federalist or founding documents, that's something that was added much, much later,
Yeah.
Mhm.
but it's absurd how, I mean, I can't, I'm sure you can't even imagine having a Christian dentist.
It is a bit silly.
Well, I'm okay
Yeah.
with having a dentist who's Christian. I want to make sure that's not misunderstood.
Of course.
And I
Right.
know that's not what you were saying, but if someone in their private practice wants to provide for people who are looking for that, I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. But I'm more concerned about religious incursion in government.
Yes.
Yeah, if I walked into my dentist room and there was a Christ nailed up on the wall and gospel music playing, and it was that overt, I'd definitely think about leaving.
Right. But
Yeah.
when you live in, a small little rural town and you have to travel out of your town anyways to go to the dentist office,
Then
and
you're
that's the
stuck.
closest one in, 100 miles.
Yep. Yep.
That's the realities of living in like small town Arkansas.
Yeah, time to get right with Jesus if you want your teeth fixed.
Yes.
Oh dear, that's great.
And then more on a theological point, something that I wanted to talk about is, okay, so if you wronged me in some way, I have the capacity to forgive you for wronging me. And I can do that independent of if you feel bad about it.
Yeah.
If you're sorrowful, if you're repentant, I could just choose to, in myself, forgive you. And you don't even have to be aware of that. That's something internal to me. And yet, I was messing around with the Catholic Answers chatbot, and I was asking it, why doesn't God just forgive Satan? And it said, well, Satan is perpetually in a state of non-repentance. He has made his choice, and so therefore God can't forgive him. And I'm thinking, well, like if we're watching a movie, or reading a story, a book, or whatever, and a character is able to forgive someone that's wronged them, even though that person doesn't feel bad about what they've done, we applaud that. We're able to, outside of religious context, see what a beautiful thing that is to forgive someone when they don't deserve it, and
Yeah.
and God is supposed to be the most merciful and forgiving and long-suffering being in the universe, but yet he has a chief enemy. I don't have any enemies. I've been wronged by people, but I don't have a grudge that's been going on a cosmic scale for thousands of years or millions or however long. So it just seems a bit silly.
It is silly. Yeah.
Well, also, if I do something wrong to John, God isn't the harmed party. Well, what it should be if I'm concerned about being forgiven, or if I feel guilty about what I did, what will make me feel better is forgiveness from John, not forgiveness from God. You're just a third party up there.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely. Right. Forgiveness can't be bestowed by proxy. It has to come from the person that you want, that needs to do the forgiving. It's exactly right, Sean. Yeah. Yeah.
Good. I think about are you familiar with Doctor Who?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the Zygon invasion or incursion or whatever with the 12th Doctor, and it's
I'm not that familiar. I'm familiar conceptually,
okay,
but not in any level of detail. Oh, it was teacupped. Maybe he's got a call.
One of the Doctor's companions basically causes a war between two species, and it's going to be like a galactic level war or whatever. Right. And he's like, something you may not have considered is, I forgive you. you know, in all your pride and your ramblings and all that, I've still chosen to forgive you, even when you can't forgive yourself. And you know, it's this beautiful moment, and you know, it'll bring tears to your eyes, and you'll applaud the doctor's mercy and all that. And yet, Christians have their own fictional character who can't seem to get over this grudge. You know?
Yeah, a grudge. That's what it is. It's craziness. Crazy. Okay, dude, we're going to move it on. But thanks for coming to say hi. Always nice to see you, and thanks for raising your points. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, John. I'll
Keep
see you
well.
all later.
All the best, man. All the
Have
best.
a good one.
Okay, we're going to bring in JB. We have Brian in the TikTok queue as well. And we have TikTok checking in on us to make sure that we are not AI, which I don't think we are just yet. Hi, JB.
Hello, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
All right, so I joined because I see an atheist. You're an atheist?
I am.
We both are.
We all
Both
three
of
of
you.
us
Actually,
are.
all three of us. We have
Have
a
you
co-host as
studied
well. Another one.
atheism? Like, do you understand what atheism actually is on a deeper level?
It sounds to
Yes,
me by
not being
that
convinced.
question that you may not have done. I mean, atheism isn't anything on a deeper level. Atheism just means you're not persuaded of one specific proposition. That's all it means. There's no belief system. There's no values. There's no school of thought. It's literally, that's all it means. It's like, it would be like if we invented a special word for people who don't believe in astrology. Then we'd say, I'm a non-astrologer, or I'm an astrologer. So we have a word for people who think there's a God. We call them theists. And someone who isn't one of those is an atheist. That's it.
All right, you believe in the Big Bang and everything, right?
Nothing to do with atheism, but yes, it's on
It
solid
actually has
evidence.
everything to do with atheism. That's the way the universe origin.
No, it's not.
That's the
No.
origin of the universe.
It's not.
No, so you're mistaken on two fronts. So first of all, many cosmologists, the consensus of whom agree the Big Bang event happened, but many of them are also Christians or other religions, other theists of other flavors, but also the Big Bang isn't necessarily the beginning of the universe. It's just a state the universe was in 13.8 billion years ago. It was in a hot, dense state, and then it expanded. It doesn't say what's before. But third of all, even if it was the beginning, there's you can theoretically have a god, Thor, for example, who did not create the universe. So you could still be a theist and accept that the universe had a beginning. I mean, we could go on, but
The only way a metaphysical power could have created the universe is with intent. There's a
Ooh.
time,
Sorry, I had
13.8 billion years ago.
But do you
If
see what
it
you did
had
there?
no intent,
Do you see what you did there? You smuggled in a metaphysical power creating the universe. What if we just say, well, we think the universe has always been there?
that still doesn't work. Because why did the universe choose to create the universe? I mean, existence choose to create the universe 13.8 billion years ago.
Existence didn't choose to create the universe at any point.
And not 14.8 billion years ago.
No, hold on. If the universe always existed, there's no beginning, so it's not. It is neither caused nor created.
Time was created.
So
time was created.
That's a claim.
It's not. Science proves it.
Science proves that time was created. Where's your Nobel
Yes.
Prize then? Go and win your Nobel.
Ask that question again.
Yeah, if you can show that, you'll win a Nobel Prize. You'll be rich and famous for the rest of your life if you can. If you can demonstrate
what all
that.
your scientists claim.
No, science doesn't create that. Doesn't claim that time was created in the Big Bang. It just says that there was a process of expansion.
What caused that process of expansion?
Nobody knows. But
Except for
nobody
God.
knowing isn't evidence for magic. Nobody knowing isn't a license to say
God isn't magic.
therefore it was. What type of theist are you? Are you do you adhere to a particular religion?
Yeah, I'm Christian, but
You're Christian,
I
okay.
don't debate
So-
on my Christian
Okay, so
belief. That's faith. I'm not 100% certain that Christianity is the right religion. I have 100% faith that it is, but I am 100% certain that the universe cannot exist without a metaphysical force being with intention to create.
we can all hear the certainty in the way you express that, but certainty and confidence is not the same as justification. They are very different, and they are a world apart in this case. So the honest answer to what created everything at this point is, I don't know. It's okay to say you don't know, rather than to say, oh my God, I don't know makes me terrified. Let me find a story that plugs the gap. I know I'm going to say it was a Jewish carpenter from 2,000 years ago.
Nah, see, now you're switching it up. I'm talking about a metaphysical force. That's inevitable. You always come to that conclusion. Every atheist, once they think deep enough, you come to the conclusion that it was a metaphysical force required.
Are you telling me about the conclusion I come to when I think deeply?
Maybe you haven't thought deep enough.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever thought about it.
Maybe it's impossible for the universe to exist without intent. Absolutely. And a metaphysical force beyond comprehension.
Absolutely.
On what basis do you claim that?
Yeah.
On the thesis of reality.
Call,
on the basis of reality. What are you talking about?
Right. So
on the basis of reality. So do you agree that we should not accept any claims without sufficient evidence to believe them?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Not without.
What is your sufficient evidence for your claim?
Reality. A metaphysical force is required. Go use Google. Argue me with Google. You'll still lose.
Don't use Google. Use your own mind.
I'm using my own mind, but
okay.
I'm allowing you to use any information you could think of. A metaphysical force is required for the existence of the universe to have.
That's like trust me, bro. This is trust me, bro.
That's not
cosmology. This is literally
13.8 billion years ago.
Right.
Yeah, 13.8. The universe was in the observable portions of the universe. We don't know if it's the entirety of the universe.
Can I ask you a question, JB?
Go ahead.
JB, what happened? What happened prior to the Planck time?
Ask that question again.
What happened prior to the Planck time?
I don't know what the Planck time is.
Don't you think if you're going to come in here and have a conversation about cosmology and how certain you are about the conditions at the beginning of the universe, you should be acquainted with the rudiments of this subject matter?
No one knows every single vocabulary term, so
the Planck time is
there's no correlation.
Is the smallest amount of time that we can measure wherein these things can meaningfully change. It's like a physical limit to how far back we can measure. It's a hard stop before which we can't know anything. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny amount of time, and that's the limit of where we can explore. Prior to that, all we can say is we don't know. So the top cosmologists in the world don't know, I don't know, and you don't know. So coming in and just saying it had to be a mind is literally just, it's nothing more than a bedtime story.
Once you think deeply enough, you realize that there's no other way it couldn't be a mind.
So you keep on saying, but you're yet to demonstrate that.
One sec. John, I just wanted to let you, I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Sure. No worries. Yeah. I mean, it's one thing to,
all right.
to just say
answer my question real quick. What do you think existed before the Big Bang?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Nope.
That's the only honest answer.
Do you agree? Do you agree that it had to have been a metaphysical force? Whether you believe it was a necessary existence, that is metaphysical. That's metaphysical.
No.
It's 100%. You just haven't thought deeply enough. I'm arguing with noobs. You got to think deeply. Once you
got to provide evidence for your claims.
Yeah, just saying that if you think deeply, hang on, at the moment, your argument amounts to, if you think deeply about this, you're going to agree with me. And you're saying it over and over again as if saying it a certain number of times is going to make it true. That's not the same as providing evidence to support your claims. You're just begging someone to agree with them at the moment, or urging someone to, or asserting that the only conditions under which they may not agree with your claims are because they haven't thought about them deeply enough. Do you grant that there are people who know an awful lot about this, an awful lot more about this than you do, and that I do, and that Sean does? Many of them hold multiple PhDs. Do you grant that?
There probably is, yes.
Do you grant that they've probably spent more time thinking about it than you have?
Obviously.
Do you grant that they haven't come to the same conclusion that you have?
Every logical thinker has came to the conclusion that a metaphysical force is required for the universe to exist.
So you think every physicist has come to the same conclusion as you that a metaphysical force created the universe at the point of the Big Bang. That's your opinion of every single physicist working in this field's
What argument is there? The only argument that would stand
I'd like you to answer the question. Is it your
is an
view?
illogical one.
Are you saying that you know what's in the mind of every PhD cosmologist in the world and that all of them agree with JB from TikTok? Is that the position you're spelling out here?
That's not true.
So is it that cosmologists haven't thought deeply enough about cosmology?
Am I debating them or am I debating you?
No, you said if you think deeply enough, you'll come to the same belief that if I think deeply enough, hold on, let me finish. You said that if I think deeply enough, I'll come to the same conclusion as you. Do cosmologists think deeply enough about cosmology to come to the same conclusion as you, and have they?
That's the question.
Ask that question again.
Okay. Have cosmologists thought as deeply as you about cosmologists? That's question one. Question two, have they come to the same conclusion as you?
If they have not come to the same conclusion as me, because it is an inevitable, definitive conclusion, then they have not thought deeply enough.
Okay, so people who have literally studied this stuff, burnt the midnight oil, like writing their thesis for the PhD, everything else, in regards to cosmology, have not thought deeply about it enough, and you have thought more deeply than they have.
I have.
Okay.
Another question.
I don't even know what to say to that.
The hubris is actually galactic.
Another question.
Go on then.
Sure.
Do you understand the true definition of the word nothing?
Well, there's multiple definitions of meaning.
There's only one definition.
Hold. That's actually not true.
Sean, you haven't thought this through deeply enough, clearly.
Yeah, if you think deeply. All right, so check it out, JB. If you think deeply enough about the word nothing, so I could say there's nothing in the box, but what I really mean is there's no object because there's actually air in the box. I could say
air is substance. That
yes,
exists.
That's something. That's something. But
you gotta
let me finish, dude. You gotta let me finish instead of talking over me.
Go ahead.
So I'm gonna explain and I could probably look in the dictionary and find more definitions that I'm not even thinking about. So, there's nothing in that box. That's the things people will often say. Well, there's air in the box, so they don't mean like a literal vacuum, right? So that's one thing. They're just saying there's no objects, physical things besides air in the box. Or you could say the nothingness of space or what have you, which is like a vacuum, or you could have a metaphysical nothing, which is the lack of existence at all, which in my mind is a little bit incomprehensible. So you got to think more deeply about these things, JB.
I asked you if you understand the true meaning of nothing. It's a straight up question.
There's multiple. That true meaning implies singular.
Now you're cutting me off.
There's multiple meanings of nothing. Go ahead.
If you cannot understand the true meaning of nothing, you should not be having philosophical debates. I'm sorry, but that's how it is.
Okay.
Naughty Sean.
Is this a troll? Are you yanking our chain, dude?
JB, Sean gave you a really nuanced, thoughtful answer, which explained that there isn't just one meaning of the word nothing. His answer recognized the fact that nothing is a word that has various different uses, different contexts in which the word is used, and then in those different contexts, it can be inferred to mean different things, right? To me, that was a pretty high quality answer. What is it you didn't like about Sean's answer?
It's not true. He does not understand the true meaning of the word nothing.
I thought it was a pretty good answer. What was it specifically that you think is untrue about what Sean said?
He started adding qualities to the definition of the word nothing.
So if I said to you, if you asked me what my newly set up company took in earnings today, and I say nothing, have I incorrectly used the word?
That means zero.
Means zero, right? Like if you say, have you got plans for the evening? What plans have you got for the evening? Nothing, or nothing planned. If I say I've got nothing planned, am I incorrectly using the word?
No, you're not.
No, right. So if I say I went to look for something down in the basement, but there was nothing there, Have I incorrectly used the word?
See, now you're...
Yes or no?
You're using the word nothing in two completely different subjects. When you're talking
Correct,
about a
because
philosophical nothing,
correct
it
because
is incomprehensible.
correct because words have different usages depending on how they're being used and the context,
And
right? Which is why Sean very clearly spelled out for you the difference between saying there's nothing in the box, meaning there are no objects in the box, but there still be air. You could suck the air out of the box and say now there's a vacuum in the box, but is there really nothing in the box because there's still space-time in the box, right? So there's still there might be an absence of particles, but there's a presence of something being the space-time, right? Or you could say an absence of that too. There's different ways that the word can be used. I thought he gave quite a nuanced, intelligent answer. It's puzzling to me that you didn't like it and that you called it wrong.
We're talking on a philosophical level. The true meaning of nothing.
Yes.
The true meaning of nothing is of absolute nothing.
Does that exist?
You can't comprehend it. Nothing exists.
Does it exist?
No.
Doesn't exist?
No.
I'm inclined to agree, actually, that true nothing probably doesn't exist. But if that's
By
the
the
case...
way, I did...
Sorry, go, sure.
Yeah, I did give... No, it's okay. I did give the philosophical nothingness
You went there as well.
as an example.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you covered all the bases. I thought the answer was excellent. You covered all the bases. I have no idea why JB didn't like it. And yet, JB, you are the person asserting that from this non-existent nothingness, the universe was created. Can you square that triangle for me?
That's not what I'm... That's not what I'm
If I remember
saying.
you
That's
correctly,
what you guys
your exact words were a metaphysical event had to create or start the universe, which is a claim
a metaphysical force.
A metaphysical force, yeah, a metaphysical force.
For an event to exist, you need a timeline. Time did not exist until the universe was created.
So what was there before the metaphysical force created it?
God. God is the metaphysical force.
Right, and before God created the metaphysical, before God used his metaphysical force to create the universe, what was in place?
There is no before.
There is no before.
God is unbound by time.
Right, so there was no point where he decided to do
the concept no one will ever be able to understand.
Clearly you can't. So there was no point where he decided to do this. Correct?
Nope.
Because if he's unbound by time,
you cannot
there could be no change of state between him thinking about doing it, starting to do it, and doing it. Those changes of state couldn't happen outside of any time, could they?
Nope.
No. So God clearly couldn't have made a decision to create anything, could he?
God, you're limiting God's power.
You're the one who said he's outside of time. I think you're limiting. You seem to be limiting
with
God's
the
power
ability
right
to
now.
create a universe,
but just not the ability to think about it, plan
and
it,
you're
or
trying
execute
to comprehend it.
We got that. Which one of us is sounding confused now?
Not me. You're the one that says, I don't know what created the universe.
Yeah, that's not confusion. That's intellectual honesty. It's not confused to admit what you don't know.
Is required.
Yeah, you keep on saying that. It's charming. We should put it to music. You keep on saying that to admit that you don't know something is a problem. It's actually a problem is to not admit when you don't know something. That's a problem.
I'll give you a definitive statement that no amount of logic could ever disprove.
Go for it. I'm excited.
Hold up. Started getting honked that. I forgot what all. Give me a second. Yeah, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah. By the way, whatever the statement you were going to make that no amount of logic can disprove, according to your claim, it's not. If you make a claim, it's not up to us for us to disprove it, and we may or may not be able to. It's up to you to prove it. If you cannot do that, then we aren't rationally justified to accept your claim.
Here's a statement. A metaphysical force is required for the existence of the universe unless your understanding of the word nothing is butchered. You don't know what the word nothing truly means.
I love that. Okay. So you just recycled your claim from earlier and then put
that is
your...
a definitive statement.
And then
no logic could disprove the statement that I just
put your dislike of
upon your heads.
Yeah, we're feeling crushed by this. In other words, your creation story is true by default unless we have problems defining the word nothing. That's the summation of your argument. Okay, fair
Oh,
enough.
and apparently we have problems defining the word nothing, and he had an unless statement in there, which means his statement isn't true.
Sounds that way a little bit. I mean,
elaborate. That made no sense. Elaborate.
You said it's true unless we don't understand the meaning of nothing. Well, according to you, we don't understand the meaning of nothing. Therefore, it's
On
not
a
true.
philosophical level, you don't
Because
understand it at all.
okay.
Yeah, there's a bit of a. I'm going to give you some advice. My advice would be, if you want to argue for theism, this is not a good way of doing it. Find a better one. I mean, jump on
You
one of
need
the
to-
ontological
no, for
argument,
you need to-
or buy into some fine tuning BS, or God forbid, don't become a priest up there. Really weird. But maybe do the moral argument or something like that. This isn't a winner for you, my friend. Not good.
Yeah, it is. You just can't think deeply enough to actually understand what I'm saying.
I know. I struggle with inability to think deeply almost every day. It's a hard burden to bear. But I'm getting there. I'm learning. I'm learning from you right now. But thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it. Take it easy.
Right.
Thanks. Peace. Okay. Well, there you go. Not enough deep thinking around here, and an insufficient understanding of the word nothing, Sean. What's wrong with you? There we are. Okay. We are going to bring in Brian right now. Hey, Brian, how are you?
How you doing, Brian?
Let me start off with this. On a philosophical level, I assert that there is nothing in Christianity that convinces me to believe it.
Oh, dude, you're super quiet at the moment. You need to get a bit closer if you can.
Oh, sorry, I had the phone set up. I said, on a philosophical level, I assert that there is nothing in Christianity that convinces me to believe it, and I base that on reality. And I've thought of this very deeply. I just used his truth claims.
Yeah.
Did that make sense?
Yeah, it did. Yeah. I think he was improvising his philosophy as he went along, and that's a bit like trying to it's a bit like trying to improvise. I don't know, fixing a car as you go along or something. You either have the knowledge of how to do it, or you don't. Or,
I mean, I learned very early that anytime someone says, well, everyone or all, it's like, nope, step back. Anyway, I wanted to add something I didn't add yesterday, and I thought was really interesting, because it still happens every day. To me, it's almost terroristic. And I think you won't have those thoughts because not ever being a Christian, but periodically throughout the day, and I know what Christians will say about it, that feeling does come to you where you say to yourself, you're going to hell and you're going to burn forever because you just rejected me. And he didn't word it that way. It doesn't come worded that way, but that's the way I process it. And when I have that thought, I go, just move on. And I know in life, we have laws, we have ordinances. I know if I steal something, I'll probably end up in court. I'll have to do some sort of community time, first time, second time, maybe I'll spend some time in a local jail. I understand that, and that works. It's kind of like, you ever heard the saying, locks keep an honest man honest? If someone really wants to steal, they'll cut the lock. But if a religion requires for you to stay in it under threat of burning in hell forever, I mean, there's something wrong there.
There's a lot wrong there.
That doesn't, I understand if I go 80 in a 55, I'll get stopped. But you know what? The worst thing's going to happen is I'm going to get a ticket, probably pay a large fine because you're over 20. But that all sort of makes sense. But I didn't choose to not believe anymore. Remember I shared with you, I just realized it one day, it's like, why? I don't believe this anymore. I don't know why. I just don't believe this anymore.
Yeah.
And because of that, this loving God is going to say, sorry, bud, I can't have the unrighteous around me. And so you're going to burn in hell. Your flesh will never be consumed. forever. And that, I mean, how long is forever? That's just terroristic.
It is.
Yes, it is.
It is.
And you know what? It's effective. I genuinely believe I would have gotten out of Christianity much earlier if it weren't for that. Because I can actually remember times when doubts would pop in my head and I didn't allow myself to like ponder or think about them. It's fear shackles for the mind. Literally a thought stopper.
Yeah, I just saw a comment in your thing there about, I love when atheists admit they just want to sin, which is fine. That is so off base. That is
hilarious.
The worst case you could probably get me on is, I'm happy that my Sundays are free now to do something more productive. If that's a sin.
Yeah, and ironically, it's the Christians who are happy to sin because they think they're going to get forgiven because they're all right with Jesus. Yeah. So it's the wrong way around.
Of the 50,000 different sects of Christianity, there are some that are honestly dealing with that in the sense of nihilism. They have updated their doctrine to say, no, you're not going to burn in hell. You're just going to cease to exist.
Yeah, but that's not even a solution because when you think about it, that's
I didn't say it was a good one. I just said
yeah, it's the death penalty. Oh no! You're not going to be burned alive for all eternity. You're just going to cease to exist, which is basically it's capital punishment, and it's worse because in the natural world, like if somebody gets unalived for a crime they committed, they're going to lose decades of their life at most. But you're going to lose infinite life that you otherwise would have had because God decided to unalive you because you weren't convinced he exists.
Yeah. And the interesting thing here, and I've shared this with several people, when I think back in Christianity and all the verses that affected me or taught me something or whatever that I held dear, the single biggest realization that has really affected me was not a scripture. It is now knowing I have a certain amount of years on this planet. That's it. Then I'm gone. So number one, that means every moment is precious. Mm-hmm. I'm not guaranteed tomorrow. Yesterday's gone. All I have is right now. That's it. All I have is right now. So what am I going to do? The people I meet, I'm going to be kind. I'm going to be fair. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to try to help. My wife, I do not let a day go by that I don't kiss her and tell her I love her. But every moment is precious. And no scripture affected me this way.
Good for you.
So what it means is, think of people of color, think of people that have been through whatever. And when you talk about Christ giving a sacrifice on the cross, no, that was a 3-day weekend.
Yep.
The real sacrifice is when someone gives their life. I'm a disabled veteran. I know many families where a husband or wife never came home because they gave up their life. They literally gave up everything.
Yeah.
Christ took a 3-day weekend. He's back. What did he sacrifice?
Yeah.
I've
done videos about this. I actually find it really offensive. Just describing Christ, what Christ did as the greatest sacrifice ever. I actually find really disgusting. Of all the parents in the world who have lost children, of all the fathers who have lost a son, how many of them would instantly want to swap places with the one who got him back 3 days later and now has him by his side up in the clouds or wherever the hell it is? I think it's an affront to anyone who's ever actually legitimately lost someone they loved. I mean, heaven forbid an actual parent who's lost a child, and I know parents who have, and I think it's disgusting to call it such a big sacrifice like that. To sacrifice means to lose something, not to lend it out. It was more like a Blockbuster rental. Got him back after 2 or 3 days. Done. Glowing, bouncing around the place. No, that's not a sacrifice. So I agree with you, Brian. And people who have made real sacrifices, and you've seen what's left behind in their wake. That's true sacrifice.
Yeah. And the answer to that sacrifice is, you can ask any, I'm not a combat veteran, but ask any combat veteran. It's like, You know, what do you do when you lose this person? What do you do when they're gone? How do for what they did, you live life better. You live it grandly. You live it to its fullest. That's how you honor someone who's made a true sacrifice. So because that's why they did it. But anyway, I will let you go. I do need to get back to work.
Sure.
You were on early today, it seems.
Yeah, I've trying to get into doing at least 1 day stream per week, because some people can't make the nighttime streams, and it's nice. It's a different crowd. It's different things. So yeah, going to try and do at least 1 day, 1 a week if that manages to happen. I'm trying to get together an actual schedule. So many people message me to say, "What's your schedule? When do you stream?" And it's really awkward because I kind of say I'm not really sure. It hasn't quite come together yet. I've been trying to move things into place so I can get it that way. But I have been speaking to my wife about it this week, so I am going to try and get something together. Sean, I'll speak to you as well, and we'll see if we can agree on something a little more regular so people can plan and know when.
And this is why visiting the United Kingdom is on my bucket list. Please say schedule one more time.
Schedule.
No.
There you go.
Schedule.
That's the one.
You have a great rest of the day, man.
And you, Brian. All the best. Thanks, man. Take it easy. Okie dokie. Okay, we are going to get Hatvuna in, if my terribly bad Hebrew reading is right. I don't think if I said that right or not. Hello?
I wouldn't have been able to say it at all. I'm impressed. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good.
How you doing?
Good.
So, what do you got?
I mean, we have spoken before, I think
We
once.
We have.
I mean, I pretty much agree with what you were saying. I don't know if I have that much to add.
Sure. Well, you're entitled to come up and say, I agree with what you're saying. And we'll say, thank you very much. And that will be fine. Yeah. That's good.
I mean, originally I requested to go up because what you were saying, I want to add on to the whole thing about, you were talking about ethnics about the God that described, how it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And I'm coming from a different religious background. I was a religious Jew, not Christianity, and I just see whenever I'm in these arguments, I see how much they are the same arguments, even though they have completely different beliefs, and it's really amusing for me.
Yeah, I can see how it would be, and I think the mechanisms of these discussions often work the same regardless of the actual subject matter, because you've got one person making a claim, another person not accepting the claim, the first person not liking that the other person hasn't accepted their claim, and there's a sort of dynamic that comes forth from that, and it's common across lots of these sorts of discussions. So it doesn't surprise me that you would see that commonality.
Yeah, I'm saying for example, I could have a 3-hour conversation with a religious person and not know from what religion he is, even after 3 hours, because all what he's saying is the same arguments.
Yeah, they do timeshare on the logical fallacies. That's how it works. They just all pay into one pot and then they just share them all between them.
I also do arguments with a lot of religious people. So one of my arguments with someone was he was saying, once I called him out for his logical fallacy, he said, "Yeah, but God is not limited to logic."
Yeah, that's just
so
idiotic.
Then I asked him, "Wait, but you don't believe in any other religion? Why not?" And he's like, "Because they make absolutely no sense." And I'm like, if God is not limited to logic, what does it matter if it makes sense or not? And because those are the wrong religions. Those were not given by God. So there is no God to make it not limited by logic. And I'm like, how do you know that? And then it goes back to, but that's not my belief.
Yeah. If anyone starts arguing for a God that's not bound by logic, then at that point, there's sort of no point having a conversation, because that God could exist and not exist. That God could have contradictory properties. That it's just sort of pointless. If God is not bound by logic, then anything you say about God could be both true and also not true. It's just pointless. There's no statement you could make about God that would carry any meaning. It's pointless.
Have to accept that? I feel like there's so many logical contradictions within belief that they have to come up with some sort of thing like God is not bounded by logic, because for example, they claim for all-knowing, all-good, all-powerful. All those stuff are logical fallacies within themselves. You can't have an all-powerful God, or you can't have an all-good God, yet there's injustice in the world. That's not possible.
Yeah, no, you're right, but I think it's useful to know that there's a difference between them taking a position which logically can't be upheld. So, for example, arguing for an all-good, all-powerful, all-knowing God, it actually is logically contradictory. It does have a problem. It kind of cancels itself out. I mean, if for no other reason, if God is all-knowing, then on Monday he knows what he's going to do on Friday. If he comes to Friday, is he free to change his mind? If he is free to change his mind, then it makes him wrong about what he thought he was going to do on Monday, and he wasn't all-knowing on Monday. And if he's not free to change his mind, then his actions are constrained and he's not all-powerful. So that position, it is logically flawed, but that's different from actually explicitly saying, my God is beyond logic, right? So one is to just take a position where they don't realize they're being illogical, and the other one is to take a position where they don't care. Well, they just don't care.
Yeah. One of them is being ignorant. The second one is being honest and accepting that he's not being logical, and it makes him feel comfortable that he believes.
And then special pleading. Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll let you move on to the next guest.
Thank you, dude. Lovely to speak to you again. Thanks for coming back to say hi again. Nice to see you again. All right. Okay, so I did get a couple of things. Let's first of all just get this super chat in from Don. Atheism is an absence of belief not learned. Absolutely right. It's as simple as that. I mean, that I knew the moment that other poor fellow came in asking if we've studied deeply into atheism or whatever it was, that wasn't going to go well for him, because that's all it is. It's like, it's not accepting that something's true. Nothing apart from that. You could be anywhere on the political spectrum. You can be anywhere on the philosophical spectrum. If you believe there's a God, you're a theist. If you don't believe there's a God, you're not a theist. And we have a word for that. So that's absolutely right. Jay Anderson has, thank you, sent a super chat. Thank you very much for this. I can't display it for some reason. It's a bit janky, this software. It doesn't reliably keep them in the line, but has said, please spend more time on the harmful topic of Christian-style free will. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by Christian-style free will, but I think what you mean by that is the idea that they use free will as a counter for everything. So when you say, why is there so much suffering in the world? People will say, oh, God created humans with free will. Never mind that has absolutely nothing to do with Ebola or earthquakes or tsunamis or mosquitoes killing 300,000 children a year with malaria. So free will is sort of the two words that we hear bandied around like dual magic wands by believers are free will and context, as if either one is going to just get you out of any sticky pickle. When you get to some verse and it says something horrific, you have to read it in context, meaning that if you read a few verses before it and a few verses after it, and maybe you have a bit of background knowledge, that's going to change what the actual meaning of the verse is. And there are a few occasions where that is true. There are occasions where if you just take one line and you just take it on its own, you can infer something from it which isn't actually meant. An example would be something like in the book of Luke, when Jesus says, if someone says not that I'm king, bring him here and kill him before me. That isn't actually Jesus speaking for himself. He's telling a parable about a king saying that. So now some people would say that the parable is symbolic and he's kind of saying that anyway, but it still wouldn't be fair to attribute those words to Jesus as if it was something he was saying and demanding in that moment. So the context gives you something a bit broader. But in many cases, that's not the case. Reading it in context doesn't help you at all. And you read the context and the meaning is still exactly the same. And so it is with free will as well. Free will isn't a sort of magic get out of free jail card for God. When he commands something horrific or does something horrific, it's not like a special thing you can pull out of your pocket that gives God immunity from moral judgment because he bestowed free will on humans. Because he knew what people were going to do with the free will. He knew where it was going to lead, and he set the consequences for the things that people did, knowing they were going to do them. So I hope that's a sort of reasonable response to your question, Jay. I hope I've addressed it. Sean, have you got any thoughts? Or Dr. Dig, if you're still in, I'm not sure if you're still here, on the free will thing. You are.
I think you covered it well. I do have one thing. I bring this up quite a bit. There's no contradiction in God creating people who have free will, who won't do awful things. If you have a child, and you could have a child who does not commit murder. In fact, the vast majority of people do. So if an all-knowing, all-powerful deity knows the outcome of everything that's going to take place, and they can make the world any way they want with any of the outcomes they want, then this is the world God chose. This was the best he could do. It's inconsistent with all powerful and all good.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely right. Dr. Dig, have you got anything before we get our next guest in on that?
Well, kind of like what Sean said, that if you're going to hold those two qualities of God and this religion equally, that God is all-knowing and all good, but we have free will, and this is the system that has resulted, then I have a laundry list of complaints and serious questions of why you gave free will for these horrible things to happen. And it just never, I'm not a huge one into the philosophy of all of it, but being all-knowing and then saying, but my creation has free will, I just stop at that point because it's nonsense.
Yeah, it's silly. Yeah, completely silly. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Okay, well, we're going to bring in Soldier CK, who we have spoken to before. Hi, Soldier.
Hey, how are y'all?
Good, how are you?
Doing really good.
Good. What would you like to
So, well, y'all said a few things, but the first contentions I had were that atheism, for one, is a lack of belief, and that you said nobody ever chose to be an atheist, but an atheist definitionally means no God. It's an assertion that God is not real.
No, it's not.
And, not everyone sits down and says like that they formally choose atheism, but they do make decisions about what arguments they accept, what evidence they consider efficient, and, like what people they decide to trust.
Let me address your first claim. So atheism is not the assertion that God is not real. That's any more than Christianity is Calvinism. Are all Christians Calvinists?
Atheist definitionally means no God. It's an assertion that God isn't real.
It doesn't mean that. Atheism is atheism is a lack of belief in a God, and a lack of belief in a God is not the same as making a definite claim that God is not real. It may feel the same from the outside, but it isn't. They're very, very different, because a lack of belief in a God just means I'm not a believer, right? I haven't been persuaded of the claim. That's completely different from saying I'm making the active claim that there are no gods. They're totally different. Can you see the difference?
So here's the thing. Words don't have intrinsic meanings, but they have usages. We are using the most common usage to facilitate communicating an idea. So if we look at Merriam-Webster here, the very first definition of atheism, a lack of belief or a strong disbelief in the existence of a god or any gods. So just lacking a belief not only coincides with the definition we're using, it is the common lexical dictionary definition. So is that okay with you?
Yeah, no, it comes from the Greek, which means without God. It's an active denial of God.
It does mean without God, but it's not an active denial. The active denial is bolted on afterwards by people who want it to mean that.
Is Merriam-Webster wrong? And by the way, definitions cannot be wrong because words don't have intrinsic meanings. So is Merriam-Webster wrong in their description of the common use of the word?
No, I mean, I believe partly it could be a lack of belief, but fully in its original text means it means no God. It's actively rejecting God's existence. That is a position.
Okay, so we're going to disagree on this. Go with our position. We aren't convinced any gods exist. So go ahead and address our actual position, because we could get into the whole philosophy of language and everything all we want, but you're saying us and Merriam-Webster are wrong. That's fine. You can hold that position.
And
but,
also, yeah, the
I didn't
actual
say y'all were wrong. I
word,
said it's
the
partly
actual,
true.
but the actual word that we use the noise we make when we talk about a belief position is far less important than the actual belief position. So let's say for argument's sake, let's invent a new word that we're going to use for the purposes of this conversation, and we're going to call it non-theist. Do you accept that?
I mean, I know that people hold that position, yeah, but
okay,
when it comes when you get down to the brass tacks, you're actively rejecting God's existence, and that's a position.
You're telling us our own position?
You can call it whatever you want, but if you're actively rejecting God's existence, then yes, that is a position that you're choosing. You're choosing atheism.
Not at all. One is simply persuaded that there's not a sufficient evidence to warrant belief. That's as much as that. It's nothing more than that. All of these steps that you're sort of inventing, actively rejecting, and all of this stuff, they happen far downstream of the position we're actually taking. This is literally just saying, I've heard the evidence, I don't find it persuasive, and therefore I'm unable to believe it, which ironically is exactly what you do with respect to lots of other God claims and religions. It's just the same thing as that. Now you may choose to then actively reject them afterwards, but I'm not choosing to do that. I'm not actively rejecting God because I don't think there's anyone there to actively reject.
Yeah, you are. If it doesn't matter if you don't believe God's existence, if God is real or not, if you're actively rejecting his existence, you are choosing a position. You're choosing atheism. You're making an informed decision about what arguments you want to accept and what evidence you consider to be sufficient.
No, we don't choose what arguments we accept as being a good argument. We don't just, it's not a decision. So here we could test this. I claim I have an even number of blades of grass in front of my house. The evidence that I'm going to present to you, which you say you can choose to accept or reject, is that I consulted a magic 8-ball. Can you choose to accept the evidence that I provided, thus convincing you the number of blades of grass is even?
Well, we take a look at the 8-ball and we can see that it's not a trustworthy source of authority. For one, I wouldn't trust an 8-ball to be accurate.
But you can choose to accept it, right? That's what you claimed.
You can choose to accept that, yeah, if you want to. It doesn't mean make it true.
Okay, do it. So are you convinced that there's an even number of blades of grass in front of my house? Choose to believe it and let me know when you're convinced.
I don't know. I would have to do research and reconnaissance.
Well, no, with the evidence I gave you, because what you said is you can choose to accept the evidence or reject the evidence that you're presented. I gave you the evidence. I consulted a magic 8-ball. Can you choose to believe that that is good evidence?
Yeah, that's a false equivalence. We can take a look at the fine-tuning and the creation of the
universe. It's just a yes or no. Just a yes or no.
How about we take a look at the creation of the universe?
How about you answer a question? That's a yes.
I sure did. You cannot make an informed decision about how many blades of grass are on the ground.
I didn't ask you to make an
yourself or did some research.
I didn't ask you to make an informed decision. It's a yes or no question. Can you choose to be convinced that my magic 8-ball is good evidence? Yes or no?
Not if you're smart, no.
Okay, so it's not a choice to. That's how evidence goes.
It's not yet.
Evidence is either. Hold on. It's not the weight of evidence that matters. It's how someone perceives the weight of the evidence. You perceive fine-tuning to be a good argument for God. I don't perceive it that way. I can't choose to find it convincing. That's not how beliefs work.
Yeah, I'm not choosing to believe that fine-tuning is a good argument for God. Fine-tuning is the argument for God. And if God is real and you choose not to accept what is the truth, then you are actively denying God's existence.
Okay. There's a bit of confusion here because Sean's trying to have, we had this earlier actually with a caller. Sean's trying to have a conversation with you about the mechanisms of belief, and you keep on getting sucked into the specific claims that are being discussed, which is to miss the point of the actual conversation. Sean's trying to say, in a situation where he makes a claim, are you able to just choose, just call it claim X, don't worry about the details of it. Are you able to choose to find the evidence convincing, or is it the case that you just find it convincing or you don't?
Well, that claim doesn't claim to be the truth. What God presents, he claims to be the truth.
Again, notice what
Answer
you're
his
doing.
question.
You're drifting
So
to
it's a
this.
false equivalence.
You're drifting. You're so
No, you're
desperate.
not. You're using an 8-ball and grass.
Okay. Hang on. You're so desperate to talk about God and your Bible that you're unable to have a conversation about a general principle, which is what we're trying to do. This is not specifically about your God claims right now. We can get to those in a minute. This is a more general conversation about the nature of belief. It's a really interesting subject, and it's one about which you could do with becoming better acquainted, because it will give you a more nuanced understanding of it. If you're going to talk about it, you do well to have it. So really, we're just talking about, for any given claim, is it the case that you evaluate the evidence for the claim and you evaluate whether you find yourself persuaded, and on that basis the belief forms or not? Or is it the case that you just choose because it would be cool?
No, you don't just choose. You evaluate. You choose what you accept.
Right. So that what you're calling choose what you accept is actually something like a cognitive process. It's a bit like looking at two objects, and one is clearly larger than the other. You don't choose which is larger, you perceive which is larger. And it's exactly the same with belief. So when you hear a claim, like Sean's claim about the magic 8-ball and the blades of grass, you listen to it and you're either convinced by it or you're not convinced by it. But there's no choice there.
It's already a false premise. You're already using something that's untrustworthy to prove something to be truth. We're not doing that. We're saying God is truth, and we're using him to show that what he presents is truth.
You've drifted to the specifics. We haven't got to talking about God yet. We're talking about the nature of belief. I don't know why you insist on moving it over to God every time I take a breath. We're just talking about the nature of belief. It feels to me like this is a topic you're going to struggle to understand, because I'm trying to explain it to you as clearly as I can. And every time I stop, you go back to your God again. We're not talking about God.
The 8-ball and the blade of grass is the example you're using. God and his reality is the example I'm using.
Yeah, no, I got you. So I think what you're having trouble grasping with, Soldier, is that you're focused on whether something is or is not good evidence, right? Is it the weight of the evidence that matters, or is it how you perceive the weight of the evidence that matters to your belief? Like, someone can be irrational in their rejection of evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what you're focused on is a magic 8-ball is ridiculous. So of course I can't choose to believe that. But the thing is some evidence is a separate thing, is whether it's good evidence or bad evidence, independent of what we believe about it, right? If it's good evidence, bad evidence, that's a thing. But what really matters is how someone interprets the evidence themselves, how the strength that they perceive it to be, not how strong it actually is. Because the subject is, if the subject is perceiving it to be weak evidence, then they cannot believe it.
That's the point.
I perceive the fine tuning to be a weak argument. And I can't help that. I've thought deeply about it. I've had everyone tell me their side or argue for it or what have you. And we have those discussions, but I can't help that I don't find it a persuasive argument. And from your standpoint, I get it. It's like a really strong argument. And so you're thinking on your own terms, if it's convincing to me, then it must be convincing to them, and they're just choosing to reject it. I feel the same way against like flat earthers. But, they're affected by conspiratorial thinking and other things. Their brains process the information through a different filter than my brain does. So in these states, it's not a choice. We all digest information and process it differently.
Yeah, I understand that. But I understand that. It doesn't make your beliefs true, depending on what you believe or not. But I know that you can come to an informed decision based off of the evidence and the arguments presented to like I said, to come to an informed decision whether or not God exists. But it all boils down to my previous point that you're choosing atheism. If you choose not to believe this, you're choosing a position.
No, it's not choosing. So do you realize, myself included, but there are a bunch of people that you're talking to in this room right now, and probably on YouTube as well, who wanted to continue believing but just couldn't?
I'm sure. Yeah, I've talked to a lot of people that have come in and out of the faith.
Yeah, but the important part is, like, it wasn't just like, oh, I'm in this happy community where people accept me and I have this afterlife. I'm going to decide not to believe that. They have doubts. They fight against the doubts. They pray about it. And when I say they, I also mean we, because this is me too. Pray about it, and we just couldn't continue believing. And it's not. Yeah. So doesn't that contradict the notion that belief is a choice?
Not at all. I mean, yeah, belief is a choice. It sure is. So atheism is a belief.
No,
it is a choice.
How does that not contradict? That was my question. If I tried to continue believing and I couldn't, how is it you can characterize that as a choice to stop believing?
Because you didn't just choose to stop believing. You decided that you didn't want to believe in Christianity for whatever reasons that you didn't want to believe in Christianity.
Shocking.
So you chose to move away from Christianity.
It's almost
to deny
as if
God. You chose to step away from that.
It's almost as if everything that's happened for the last 14 minutes of this call has been ignored. Like, Sean and I have been trying to really carefully lay out what's essentially a discussion of psychology and how human cognition works, right? And you seemed at one point to be grasping it. And then, like a kid falling off a horse, you just went straight back to, well, you chose to walk away. There's a horrendous amount of victim blaming in what you're saying. And you are not being remotely compassionate to the millions of people for whom losing their faith was an agonizing change. Agonizing. A bereavement. A ripping away of something precious. They just weren't prepared to lie anymore. They weren't able to keep up a pretense anymore when they got to a point where they just found themselves, on honest reflection, unconvinced by this stuff. Now, you may be myopic and unable to see that because you're so in the cult yourself, but it's not fair for you to just assume that everybody else has exactly the same perspective as you, and that the only conceivable reason that they could have for non-belief would be that they chose to stop doing it, like they wanted to go and sin or some other bullshit reason. There are literally millions and millions of people who are walking proof that what you're saying now is not true.
No, that's not at all. And I may not be able to explain things.
I'd like to hear Dr. Diggs' input, because Dr. Diggs been sitting very quietly and she is on the panel too. What would you like to say?
Well, I want to reiterate a claim that I've heard many atheists make, which is that if there is proof, if God came down today in my office with my animals, if God came down today, oh, that's my dog snoring. I think you might be able to hear it. If God came down and said, "Hi, I'm God, I'm real," then I would believe that. And I think that a lot of other atheists, I've heard them say, well, there has been no evidence yet, but God shows up and, proves himself, then all right, I can't argue with that, but that's never happened, and it's never happened for millions and millions and millions of us. So it's not that I've made this choice to say no new information's coming in. I will not believe anything that is presented to me. I'll never evaluate it. I'm not going to look at it because I choose that I'm right and I choose atheism. That's not true. We're gathering information all the time. We love information. You just think about it critically and see if it's enough.
Yeah, you want God to reveal himself in a certain way, and because he doesn't, that's a good reason not to believe in him. But that misunderstands how God communicates with people. And I mean, yeah, people leave the faith, people come into the faith for different reasons. It's not just a simple, I choose not to believe in God and I'm an atheist now. No, it's more than that. It's a contention against what he says, against who he is, against what he claims. It's against church hurt. It's against people that have done them wrong.
Soldier,
it's not just one thing. People have many, many, many different reasons for why they choose to be an atheist and not a Christian.
If I chose to be an atheist, would I realize I chose to?
Yes, you would realize you chose to be an atheist.
Okay, so basically, liar, liar, pants on fire. Is that where we're at now?
How does that correlate?
What? So I feel like you're not listening, and you didn't like. You're just waiting to talk, because I explicitly explained to you that I and many people in this chat and millions of Americans, myself included, not just Americans around the world, have struggled with their faith, started having doubts, wanted and tried to continue believing, and just couldn't, and even prayed about it. But that is in direct contradiction with your claim that we chose to be atheists. We literally tried not to become atheists. We just could not continue believing.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that you just couldn't follow through with the faith. It just, whatever the reason, you didn't want to pursue that anymore.
You're straw manning. You're being dishonest, and you're lying for Jesus. Nobody could have interpreted, because nobody could have interpreted anything I said in such a manner. You're either deliberately misrepresenting what I said, or you're just throwing in assumptions.
I literally repeated the first part of what you said. What was the first part of what you said? I'm saying that,
yeah, the whole part is what matters. You said we didn't want to continue with the faith. Literally, we tried to continue with the faith and wanted to, it's in direct contradiction to what I said. How are you arguing in good faith right now?
Because that misunderstands the full context of what people actually believe. And it's not just a simple, I want to believe and now, or I want to do it and I want to believe, but I can't. It's not as simple as that. There are many different reasons why they can't continue, why they don't want to.
Well, you just changed can't to don't want to, because it fits your narrative.
Don't want.
Okay, A, I wanted to continue believing, and B, I wanted to continue with the faith. And did I say what letters or numbers? 3, I couldn't continue believing. So I wanted to continue believing. I wanted to continue with the faith. I couldn't, because I couldn't fight off my doubts, even after praying about it. So do you comprehend those things now? Because you keep saying things that are direct opposite of what I've already explained a million times.
Yes, I understand that those are some contentions you have, or some beliefs that you have, but it's also deeper than that. You also choose which arguments you accept, what you consider to be sufficient evidence,
like you were able to choose the 8 ball,
and who you trust as authoritative.
Yeah, so we don't choose those things either.
Yes, you do.
So you were able to choose to find the 8 ball argument convincing.
Yeah, you can choose to find the 8 ball argument convincing.
Okay, so you changed your mind on that one now.
I smell Romans 1. I won't choose. Does anyone else smell Romans 1? I smell Romans 1.
Yeah.
Romans 1:18.
I can't choose to believe the 8 ball is trustworthy.
I think I smell Romans 1.
You can't exactly.
Everyone's
because I'm an intelligent being, I can make an informed decision.
The thing is, can you see, Soldier, how you're coming across like a bit of a mind reader? That you're telling Sean what must definitely have been going on in his head at that point. He's told you, he said to you, that losing his faith was not something he wanted to do. That losing his belief was not something that wasn't a decision that he took to cast it off. It was painful for him. He resisted it. He leaned into his faith. He prayed harder. He didn't want to lose it. This is the experience for so many believers who pass into a phase of doubt. And the phase of doubt sometimes goes away. And the phase of doubt sometimes doesn't go away. And I know believers are terrified that something like that might happen to them. And understandably so. But your fear about it happening to you doesn't give you the right to denigrate the legitimacy of somebody else's experience when they say it happened to them. You don't get to say to Sean what his motivations were around that process. Because if you can do that, then I get to tell you that your faith is insincere and you don't really believe. And I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't disrespect you by doing that. So I think you ought to stop in this ridiculous line of argumentation and pause before you tell other people about the contents of their own minds, because it's rather silly.
It's not actually, we understand that everybody has their own thoughts and processes for why they believe what they believe, and I don't disrespect anybody, but I know that it's true that it's not just a simple lack of belief. There are different reasons for why people choose to accept what they accept. And you can tell me, you can give me a surface level claim as to why you believe what you believe and not go deeper into it. We can go into the deeper historical claims and all of those different things, you know, because I'll be happy to do that. And I know y'all want to keep it philosophical because it prevents y'all from having to get deeper, you know, and to explain actually why y'all choose to believe what you believe. But it's not just a simple lack of belief.
We're happy to go there. But guess what? Newsflash. It is just a simple lack of belief. That's what a lack of belief means. A lack of belief means that you're not convinced by the evidence. Now, what you did there was, I don't think you realized you're doing it. You sneaked the word choose back in there. You said what you choose to believe, what evidence you choose to believe. That choice, that thing that you're calling choose, isn't a choice in the same way as having tea or coffee or which team to support. It's not like that. It's something you become aware of. Whether you find a piece of evidence convincing or not, it isn't choosing it because you feel like it. You evaluate it. Your mind evaluates it, and evaluates it in a couple of different ways through a couple of different networks in the brain that all operate outside of your conscious awareness, process that information, and then feed back to your own awareness through a kind of feedback loop, cognitively back to your own awareness, a sensation of either feeling convinced or not feeling convinced. That's not a process you can control. You can't dictate the outcome of that process. You can dictate whether you get into it in the first place. So you can choose your sources, you can choose your evidence, you can choose what to look at, who to listen to, where to put yourself, how open-minded to be. You can choose your orientation in that way. But once it gets to it, once the information actually comes in and you're thinking about it and your mind is weighing it up, you have no control over whether you find it convincing. You just discover whether you find it convincing. In exactly the same way as you have no control over what you find funny. You just discover what you find funny. It happens to you without any control.
Well, I think a lack of belief also depends on how much you know about the topic, because if somebody comes up to me and tells me a story about some imaginary friend that they made up, I can choose, or I can say that I have a lack of belief in that, you know. I don't know anything about it, but I think the more you know about Christianity, if you know about the arguments about Christianity,
right,
then you can choose not to believe in that. And if you choose not to believe in that,
don't say that.
Then what does that make you? What are you choosing to believe?
Don't say you can choose not to believe in that, because again, noting what's happened here is we've slid over from a general discussion about how belief works into what you think the ramifications of someone not accepting your personal religious claims are. That's a very different conversation. Now, you could say, what about someone who doesn't accept the claims of Christianity? Well, in my case, I didn't choose not to accept them. I heard them and I just found myself unconvinced by them. There's no choosing involved there.
There is. You're choosing not to believe the argument for Christianity.
How am I? So you think I can just command myself to believe something I currently find unconvincing? Is that what you're saying?
Say that again?
Do you think I can command myself to suddenly start being convinced by something I find unconvincing?
I mean, it just depends if you actually find it inconvincing. But no, you can't just tell your mind but you can come to an informed decision that it actually is the truth.
I currently am genuinely unconvinced by any of this stuff. Am I able to just by an act of will start being convinced? Just a yes or no?
No, I mean...
No. So that's great. So that's it. That's the extent of our claim. It's just a recognition of that one fact. We could have saved ourselves 26 minutes. That's it. That's all we're saying. Is that inability to command yourself to start finding something convincing that you don't find convincing is why belief is not a choice.
Yeah, it would boil down to if you actually find that convincing.
Yeah, and if you don't find it convincing, you agree that that's where you're stuck for the time being. Now, that's not to say that further information may come in later and you might change your mind, right? You might go, in light of this new information, I suddenly find myself convinced. That can happen. People's views change all the time, but they change as a result of persuasion. They don't change as a result of volition.
What we have here, Soldier, is there's option A and option B. We have option A, but we cannot choose. We can only not choose. We can only have option A. Option B is not available to us because you acknowledge John cannot will himself to choose option B. Therefore, A and B are not a choice. He's stuck with A.
No, it doesn't mean that it's not existent. It means both choices are there, and you have to pick one. You can either pick Christianity or you can pick atheism.
But you
said he can. You said he
if
can.
Not convinced.
He can pick. You said he can pick theism, is what you just said. But you're contradicted your earlier acknowledgement that he is unable to pick theism at this point with the information he has.
Yeah.
So
Look,
which is
his proof with the super chat?
Because
Look,
I mean, if he
has
chooses to hold a certain
just
belief,
sent through $10. Thank you so much for the donation. Choose to believe this is worth millions of dollars. Are you able to? Anony has just very kindly donated $10. Are you able to choose that this is $1 million?
Yeah, you can choose to believe that that's $1 million, but
can you really do that? Can you do that? If you were hooked up to some like lie detector that would kill you if you got it wrong, would you say that was $1 million?
No, there are unintelligent people in the world that would choose to believe that. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that I specifically would. I'm saying there are people of different intelligences, and people believe silly things all the time.
But you
cannot choose to believe it's worth $1 million, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and how does that not contradict that belief is a choice?
Because that doesn't mean that somebody else couldn't come decide. I saw a dude choose to believe that a rock was a bar of gold. So does that make what he said true? I'm not going to believe that rock is a bar of gold. Saying belief
isn't a choice is not a statement that everyone's going to believe the same thing. So
exactly.
Exactly. So so you're not making an argument against our point. What we're saying is each person individually is either convinced of a thing or not, and they can't just will themselves to either start believing or stop believing a thing, which you agreed to. So you actually agree with our statement that belief isn't a choice.
No, I mean, you're intelligent, so I mean, it's harder to explain things the way I need to explain them, but my point is still the same, that you can choose to believe something. It's not a lack of belief. You're still choosing to say that this is worth $1 million, or choosing not to believe that this is worth $1 million.
Yeah,
I don't think we're getting anywhere.
Yeah, I'm not choosing to believe. I have no choice to believe that this is feeling a little bit like banging one's head against the wall a little bit, because I can't remember the last time we tried as carefully and diligently as we have here to explain this concept, and you seem to come so close to getting it, Soldier. You even agreed with me at one point that if I was unconvinced of something, it was impossible for me to just choose to be convinced by it. That's the crux. That's it. That's all we're saying. That claim alone does all the heavy lifting we need it to do in order to establish the position we take. That's it. Nothing more than that. And once you realize that, then everything else follows. Everything else follows just from that. It's not that deep.
Yeah, you're trying to separate choice and belief. You're trying to say that it's just a lack of belief and not choice. And that's what I'm trying to show you, that it is a choice. It's not just a lack of belief. You're making a choice. You're making a position through exposure, through reasoning, through emotions, through experience, through reactions. It's not just a simple I don't believe. Yeah. It's a cognitive process.
It is a cognitive process, and it's a cognitive process which isn't a choice. I think where you're getting a bit confused is the parts of it that are a choice are things like what you choose to pay attention to and how open-minded you are and stuff like that. I grant that those things are a choice, but those things aren't the belief itself. Those things are the conditions that happen before the belief that may or may not lead to it. So I think maybe that's where the confusion is, but it's very frustrating to sort of carefully have the conversation with you, lay it out step by step. You're with us every step of the way, and I think he's finally got there. Good on him. He's figured it out. And then in the next sentence you say you choose to believe something like that. It's as if we never had the conversation. So I wonder if maybe this one's run its course. But thank you for coming in to talk with us. If you come back again next time, we can talk about why we're unconvinced about this stuff, because that's a different conversation. And talk about why the claims of Christianity are not convincing.
We'll talk about why you choose to believe what you believe.
Yeah, we can talk about why we are unconvinced and therefore unable to believe that stuff. So we can do that if you want to come back next time. But thanks for joining us today.
All right.
There we are. Okay. We have... that was really hard work. That felt like I don't feel like we got a good return on that investment. Like, I'm happy to put the time in. Do you remember a friend who came in? He came in. His name was Damien Cosplay, was his handle, and he came in saying belief is a choice. He didn't accept what we were saying, and he listened. And by the end of the call, it was like 20 minutes, 25 minutes. He'd got it. It had landed for him, and he said, "I see what you mean." And he left having had a change of his view live on air. It was such a fantastic thing. Not about being right, but just about watching someone listen with an open mind and take it in and realize it and realize that it makes sense. And it really does. Like, I have thought about this a lot, and Sean, you've thought about this a lot. There's a lot of thinking has gone into these positions. And it's a shame to have just put that much energy into a conversation, and poor fellow
Well,
was not
what's
close
crazy
to
is he acknowledged that many of us wanted to continue believing, tried to continue believing, and couldn't continue believing, but then still insisted we chose to stop believing.
Yeah,
like
crazy.
those two things are not compatible.
Crazy work. Okay, well, we have Real Jiffy Cones, great name again. I'm Commander Shepherd, and this is my favourite religious discussion channel on YouTube. Well, thank you very much. That's extremely kind of you to say. It means a lot. It means more than I can say to know that the stuff that we're doing here is connecting with people and people are finding value in it. It really is life-changing for me to know that. Thank you.
That was from Mass Effect, by the way. That was a Mass Effect. It's a video game reference that I got. And
okay.
Mass Effect fans will appreciate that comment that he just made.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not being one, so I missed it. But thanks for covering there, Sean. I appreciate that.
Sure.
And Ursmonst, George says, Jesus' precious sunbeams are really showing out. I think that related to possibly the caller before. Forgive me if I'm a bit late getting to some of these messages, but thank you for that as well. And then we've got Liquid. In my opinion, belief is not a choice. It's involuntary. That is absolutely right. And if you self-examine for a moment, whatever your opinion is on this, think about this. If you're listening right now and you think everything I'm saying is a load of BS and you think that belief is a choice, that means you're not convinced by what I'm saying now, right? You're not convinced by the argument that Sean and I are making here about belief not being a choice. If you're not convinced by that, then that feeling of not being convinced is the thing we're talking about. That's what it is. It's that feeling of going, no, this doesn't connect with me. I'm not persuaded. I'm not persuaded. I can't accept this as true because I'm not persuaded. That's it. That's the thing. So there we are. Okay, we're drawing towards the end of the stream. I need to go and do some real life stuff soon. We've been on for 6 hours. Not a bad innings. We're going to bring in Abe next, and then see where we're at. Ash, I'm not completely sure if we'll be able to get you in, buddy, unless it's a super quick one. But hi,
Hello,
Abe.
John.
Hi, Abe.
I have a question.
Sure.
You know, I see too much evil in this world, and I question if God exists because people say that He's all powerful and this and that, you know?
Yeah.
So people respond with that that God, it's a free will.
Yeah. Free will again.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
I think it's one of the weakest responses to an important argument I've ever heard. It's like it's such an enormous missing of the mark, because free will would only explain a tiny fraction of the suffering in the world. Just a tiny fraction of it. And even if it explained all of it, it would still be the case that God gave conscious beings free will, knowing what they'd do with it. And as Sean said earlier, he could have configured things differently so everyone still had free will but just weren't inclined to hurt each other, right? God could have designed human beings to just be naturally pacifistic and gentle and lovely and kind and altruistic at every moment, and still have free will, but just have those sets of instincts. But the reason why free will is such a crappy response to the problem of suffering, which is what you're talking about, is it doesn't take account of illness, tornadoes, hurricanes, tsunamis, parasites, failed crops, starvation, all of these things which are nothing to do with free will. It pretends to solve the problem.
I mean, this free will sounds really stupid, because why do children starve to death and get cancer if it's free will? You know?
It's
like, what's their answer to that?
Well, their answer to that would be, excuse me, that ultimately the reason why all these terrible things happen is because we live in a fallen world. And before we were in a fallen world, there was no cancer and there was no illness. And of course, all animals were vegetarians, of course, because no animal would cause, there was no death, and no animal would cause another animal to suffer by preying on it. So, you know, great white sharks and alligators and lions all had a strictly vegan diet before the fall. And then when Adam and Eve had their fruit salad mix up in the garden, suddenly the world became fallen, and that's why free will led to all the suffering. But anyone who can make that argument with a straight face probably needs to seek some kind of medical attention.
Is there proof that Adam and Eve existed?
No, none at all. It's a ludicrous idea.
Not at all. It's in the Bible, huh?
It's in the Bible, and it's like there's as much proof of Adam and Eve as there is of Puff the Magic Dragon.
And also this thing about how the world started.
Yeah.
How do we even know it's even started? Maybe it's been there forever.
Yeah, and of course there's the world, meaning the earth, and there's the universe, meaning everything. And we know exactly how the earth started, how the earth formed, because we can watch planets forming now from disks of matter circling around stars and pulling together under gravity. So we know how planets form. Not a mystery anymore. As for everything, as we said in an earlier discussion, we don't really know. I suspect it's always been there.
I think the Bible said that the earth was like, how many years old? 2,000 something.
No, if you add up all the genealogies in the Bible, you get to an age of about 6,000 years, plus minus. Yeah, which
6,000 years.
About 6,000 years.
That doesn't sound right.
Well, it's a few thousand years after the Mesopotamians discovered ceramic glazing.
Oh yeah. I am Mesopotamian.
Well, there you go. So your people came up with...
You know Assyrians are, huh?
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
so,
I'm an Assyrian.
So your people were glazing pots about 3,000 years before the universe was created. I'd say they're out.
You know, the thing is, my people are like really stupid.
Yeah.
Like they believe in the Bible and everything. I don't understand them. Like they call themselves the greatest empires, the smartest people. But if you look at them now, they don't have anything. They don't even have a country. They went through genocide. They went through horrible things. And I asked them, like, where was your God when this happened?
Yeah.
You know? They just say, you know, yeah, bad things happen, free will, you know.
I do want to add one other thing, which is that this problem of suffering and evil doesn't disprove God. It just disproves a good God. It could be that there's a God and he's just evil. That could work.
Yeah, but then they say, religious people say, there is Satan too.
They do. It's another silly
there's
argument.
God
because
and Satan.
Yeah, because if there is a Satan, God presumably created him too, knew what he was going to be in his mind, saw what he was going to do with his free will, configured his mind in such a way that his free will would lead to all the problems it has. These arguments are so silly. It's still remarkable to me that anyone makes them with a straight face.
I can say this. If God created everything, then he created Satan too.
Yeah.
Can we put it that way?
We can. Yeah, knowing what he would do also. Yeah.
So God is not good then?
No. He's a bit of a dick. Yeah. Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
How can they even say that?
I know, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
You know, I'm a born born Christian, but you know, I always have doubts, you know.
Good for you. Good for you. Sounds like you escaped the cult.
Doubting it really hard, you know.
You should be, man. It's a load of BS. Good for you.
And the problem is among my people is really like really, really, how can you say, like a shameless thing to not believe in Christianity.
Yeah. You mean like
Like they really look
a
down on you.
shameful thing if you don't believe?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
terrible.
don't
I think
understand why it is like that.
and it's like that because these religious systems cast disbelief as disobedience. So if someone doesn't believe, and this is why the last call was so painful, if someone is just not convinced of this stuff, if they've thought it through, it sounds like you're doing a lot of thinking about this and you're realizing it's not adding up. The maths isn't mathing. It's just not working. It doesn't make sense. And they cast that has to be seen as disobedience. It has to be seen as bad. Non-believers have to be bad, because if non-believers aren't bad, then punishing them by sending them to hell is a problem, is a moral problem. And so in order to keep punishing non-believers okay, they have to make non-belief bad.
Because I think this way also, like religious people I've met in my life, also they have treated me the worst, to be honest. They have been the most bad behavior against me.
Yeah, I can believe that.
I think they're not good people. They're just hypocrites.
I don't like to overgeneralize. You know, there are religious people who are really good people, and there are, you know, irreligious people who are not great people. But I think that this.
Yeah, but
sorry, go ahead.
But the thing is, an atheist, if you compare it to a religious guy, like if both are bad people, the religious guy, he uses his religion as a cover up, you know.
Yeah.
To like be seen as a good person, but he's not.
Yeah, I think that's true. That's true.
That's the real problem there.
Yeah.
Such as some Muslim people, they commit terror. Not all of them, some, and they say that they believe in God. How does that make sense?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. And that thing about equating, the religious label with being good is to mistake affiliation for virtue. It's to say, because I'm part of this group, I'm therefore good. It doesn't really work. It doesn't work. But humans are very tribal. Humans separate themselves into groups, and they have in groups and out groups. And, you know, we're fairly bad at realizing that that's not a great thing to do. We should judge people not based on what team they belong to, but based on how they treat others, would be a better measure of it, I think.
Yeah, but the thing is also that religious people that are bad, they judge other people that don't believe in their faith, you know?
They do.
They think they're worse than what they are, you know?
And they fight wars over it, and people lose lives over it, and it's very, very sad. And I think we do far better to
people
stop
still
doing
fighting over religions.
Indeed. Abel, I'm going to move it on because I'm going to start drawing things to a close. But thank you for coming to speak to us. I really appreciate it. I hope I was able to help you with some answers and clarifying some stuff. But thank you so much for coming in.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, take care. All right. I think I probably have to draw a line there because it's sort of family time now, and I'm aware of the fact that I'm now neglecting my family, which is why I do the nighttime streams, is because I can start streaming after everyone's gone to bed, and I don't need to feel bad about not being present for people who would have me around. So on that note, I think probably time. Starlight, apology for not getting to you. Come back next time, and if I see you, I'll jump you up the queue. Thank you everyone for coming in. Huge apologies to the YouTube side for messing up the stream at the beginning. I had it set on unlisted because I'd been experimenting with something last night. Forgot to put it back. So the stream was running and there was like no one coming in the room. I couldn't understand why. And then I realized because I'm an idiot. So sorry about that. And thank you for bearing with me. And thank you to everyone who's involved. Thank you, Sean.
Thanks, everyone. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you, Dr. Dig. Always a joy to have you here. As I said, you are permanently invited, especially when the subject matter gets to the areas of your expertise. That's when Sean and I are very happy to be very quiet and to defer to your expertise and knowledge. And we love having you around. So thank you so much for joining us today. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, everyone. I will see you very, very soon. Next one will probably be Saturday night, is likely when the next one will be. So I'll announce that properly in all the places. But many thanks, everyone. Massively appreciate you all.
Thanks.
Speak soon.
Have a good day, everyone.